Having a little power issue this morning, so bear with us. Welcome, everyone. We just got some interesting economic data here at 8:30 for retail sales for September. If we can go to my screen, guys, it is September retail sales, 0.7% there versus a consensus 0.3%, which was the same as the forecast. So again, September month over month retail sales, 0.3 was expected, comes in higher than that, indicating strength, obviously, in that sector still, to the tune of 0.7%, 0.6 on the ex-autos number. If you take out cars and gas, still 0.6 versus 0.1 forecast. We're going to get, coming up at 9:15, some industrial production data as well, coming off what happened yesterday with that same. And then business inventories down here at 10 o'clock will be the next one. Fed's barking going to come through. Do some barking again today at 10:45. It's been a week, if not more, of constant Fed speak here, talking about what to expect going forward. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of things moving around as far as individual names are concerned. We get Goldman today, we get BAC today, we get J&J today, all with earnings. We'll touch on those. Tesla with a huge recall. Model X problems in the braking system this time we're hearing about. So we'll touch on that as well. It is Tuesday, October 17th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. We'll take a look at the overall market here as we get a little bit of a reaction off this retail sales number. Downside overall, we were nicely higher to start things off initially this morning. But here we go back to session lows for the S&P at this point. Again, if you missed it, 0.6 on that month over month number for September versus a 0.1% uptick expected there. U.S. core retail sales month over month for September, same story across the board. So still indicating much more strength from the retail side of things than expected as far as individual names are concerned. A ton of them to get through this morning as we kind of digest this. Much higher than expected look here for the retail sector.
Yeah, wow. The consumer remains strong despite rising credit card debt. And, you know, we heard a lot about the COVID savings being dwindled. We'll have to see how that plays out the rest of the day. But what I'll be looking at today are the banks. All of them reporting this morning. Well, the ones that reported all beat on the top and bottom line. What I'll definitely be listening to is the call for Goldman to see what deal making is going to be like the rest of the year and how they're going to spin off their retail acquisitions that have really underperformed. So those are the things that I'll be focusing on today, Brian.
Yeah, Goldman, interesting report. BAC, an interesting report pointing to bond trading, shockingly. With all the volatility we've seen in the bond market, bond trading specifically making up the biggest portion of their trading side of the income anyways. 1.6% here right now for Bank of America, GS, not really doing anything, just kind of hanging out so far. Are we good, guys, to continue along? Yeah, we had a little bit of a power issue, guys. Just bear with us as we get everything back up and running this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. That was interesting. With about a minute before we came on, it was actually not that big of a deal. Like a breaker flipped, but now all of a sudden, when it happens, the trading stations stay alive. After we learned that lesson, look, that retail sales number, little hot, market coming back in there. I don't wonder if we didn't get a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a fool's rally yesterday, but it could be a little fool's gold as we're heading back to the downside, stair-stepping to the downside. You've got more bank earnings, as already mentioned, but you know what we're excited about tomorrow. Wednesdays when you start to get, obviously you're going to get Tesla. Later on in the week, we're going to get some Netflix. A couple more things to watch. There is a small cap moving SPRC. And then, Snapchat, which was crazy yesterday. Let's see what happens today. They had a leak, basically leaked internal memo with some projections, and then this thing was up like a bajillion %. Let's see if it can hold on to some games. I think if this
bajillion, was it that bad yesterday?
It wasn't quite a bajillion %. I just forgot what the percentage was, and I know it was more than 10. So it was up a lot into what was a decent bounce in the market. But Snapchat, if it gets to 10, I feel like it can be a little bit faded. They have earnings next week as well. Clearly, you know, we got this whole ho-hum thing going on with the markets where we can rally enough to get into this resistance that's on the SPY, and then we start pulling back. So just respect the range, be very, very patient. This number possibly has us headed south before any moves on this open. But I got my eyes on at least one bank name. We'll talk about BAC, and then a couple of holdovers from yesterday. So the power's on, we're locked and loaded and ready to go. And I'm surprised Sharif didn't say anything about his Cowboys, because that was the first thing out of his mouth when he walked into the building, was like, how about them boys? I'm like, how about winning by 3? Like, he dogged the Bills for barely winning, and then the Cowboys win by 3 points, and he wants to do backflips.
Yeah. I mean, I think their win was a little better than the Bills' win, but
Good no call.
Good no call, and Bills at home, largest favorite in the NFL so far. But
Details.
But then I said to Sharif, you know what I said? A win is a win.
Yeah, a win's a
At
win.
the end of the day, you want to get into the playoffs, and the thing about the NFL's, look, I said to him too, I love a coffee, by the way. Thank you so much.
I'm good, I just got one.
What? Oh yeah, the Leafs lost yesterday, by the way. We're gonna take that. He has to do the research. He has to do the due diligence.
Oh, fair.
He has to
Yeah.
see. He has to go look at the charts to figure out if it's gonna be a
That's
bull
what he does.
or a bear day. I'm not gonna wait for him anyways.
Like it is.
So, anyways, yeah, no, I was gonna say I think it's gonna be Bills KC. It's just a matter of who has the home field at that, and then we'll see who can put it up in the AFC Finals championship game. But anyways, the market should be an exciting one. I'm already going bearish today, although I do have a couple decent long ideas written down here. Retail was really strong yesterday, so I was looking at some Amazon longs into a dip. We do hear that they're South Africa, is it? They're launching a new platform there where they're going to be available. It's the same platform but new destination. And I was just thinking that, you know, it was very, very strong yesterday, the retail side of things. Amazon really didn't have any dip buy opportunities. It did make a base here at 131.50 before taking off into the end of the day. Now today we break below, we breach. The wall has been breached right there at 131.50. So now I think Amazon does have the ability to go back to the downside. The only thing is I want to buy it up. So I'm putting on the sticky note as we speak right now. Well, it's already on there, but I'm just writing it. 129 right here for some support on Amazon. So there are going to be some longs that I think are going to be strong here today. Just a matter of waiting for them. We had patience yesterday. We should have patience today. And we'll keep an eye on Bitcoin again to see if that spot ETF gets going one more time there on a Cointelegraph tweet yesterday that was instantly removed. We'll see if that can get some love there. Apparently, was it Invesco or iShares? And the ARC is looking for an approval of an ETF for Bitcoin as well. So, all right, it's going to be an exciting day. It already has been around here, and it's going to get even more once this market opens up in about 50 or so minutes.
There we go. A few things of note here as we get going on a pretty interesting Tuesday morning here. Johnson & Johnson, another one we'll touch on. J&J out with earnings. Actually positive, not doing a heck of a lot of volume, but positive on the morning. This is what happened yesterday, if you missed it. 1.2% for the NASDAQ, 1.06% for the S&P, the Dow, and Russell. We were mentioning the Russell, if you joined us yesterday in the pre-market, downside in a big way on a monthly basis and last week as well, was by far the worst off. So a bit of a bounce back yesterday to the tune of about 1.5%. That is pre-retail sales data. So we were a little bit red across the board, but downside a little bit more, about 0.5% now for the NASDAQ. And the S&P, we'll touch on a few of these this morning. Probably not BK, but they reported Lockheed Martin with a little bit of a story this morning as well. Albertson Company as well. But we'll talk about J&J. We'll talk about BAC coming up here. Goldman, as we said, interesting reports to come. We actually get Morgan Stanley tomorrow. They'll wrap things up as far as the banks are concerned, and then we're right into the thick of things with Tesla and Netflix.
Yeah, we'll talk about more of the deets about J&J's earnings later, but the point I really want to make here are the Medicare drug price negotiations coming up. This could markedly affect their balance sheets. We know that Medicare is negotiating, it got the green light now from Congress to be able to negotiate directly with drug makers to lower the prices and take the burden off the taxpayers. That's going to come at the expense of profits for the owners of this company. So I really want to see what the call has to say about that.
Don't look now. We're back to day highs here for both the 2-year and the 10-year as well. So yields kind of pushing back to highs. I saw this morning when I first sat down, 4.91 for the 30-year as well. So that could be a little bit of an issue, guys. The dollar's showing a little bit of strength to start as well.
Yeah, so thank you, Randy.
All right, cheers.
I was like, yeah, I'm good. I literally just got one, but I'll take one anyways. Randy
Cheers,
came by,
slow riding.
dropped the coffees off, and he did leave. I said you can do whatever you want with this one. He left it a bull. I mean, I don't particularly feel all that bullish based on the opening rant, but at the same token, Randy's like 2 for his last 2, so we'll let him have reign with that. I mean, I was actually looking at J&J a second ago, but I got to get to this BAC. I mean, this market heading to the downside you'd think would put a little bit of a damper, but BAC is possibly taking out these highs on a little bit of strength. And I'm just looking at this 27.5, which could break out. It's a bit of a trap, I think, looking at levels like this, because when you go to the daily chart, let's go right to the daily here. It is the most obvious level. There we go. Most obvious level out there where I think resistance comes in. Like you just flat bottom broke, last month, this 28. Then you had a stop here, flush off 28, and you could break 27.5 and get right into that 28 level. So I'm looking at that for a bit of a fade play. You also have, both major moving averages are going to be above here. The 50 kind of getting down there at 28.40. So even if it broke 28 bucks, I think that 28.40 is in play. You kind of saw what happened yesterday with, well, sorry, not yesterday, Friday with JP Morgan, where it was just super strong off that open. Wells Fargo, same thing. Like they were all breakouts, but once they put in that early move, there was that dip. It was just a matter of, sort of having a level or waiting it out. There was no level that stood out there on JP Morgan. To me, there is one that stands out today on BAC. So that's going to be on my radar. I know Brendan mentioned J&J there. This is a non-trading earnings stock. And I feel as if, like they have a lot of, I suppose, like headwinds that they still have to deal with litigation-wise. And even if it were to break a 159, I don't know if that's it looks good on a chart for a break at 159. Maybe you think like the worst has come in and it's made a temporary double bottom here. But again, not really day trading name for me. Setup might look good, but I think the banks are going to be a little bit more in play today as far as earnings. So BAC is on my mind. Not really Goldman Sachs, but J&J, even if it looks good, kind of a pass.
Uh-oh.
Bless you.
I got it, thanks. Yeah, so basically the same kind of talk is that I have, exactly the same talk. 28 fade. If we get going, similar bump up. Literally everything that Neil just said there. Similar bump up on JP Morgan on Friday. Let's see about a pop and fade. The banks have been performing quite well since the report. We've seen some nice little hits there. We've seen BAC go down to 25.50 or so and be bought back up of those levels. These are key levels that we've talked about. We've been bringing this up, on the recap, on the midday, on lunch money, on all that stuff. That banks have been good trade, since they've reported. So you've seen that bottom of 25.50. It's also been a recent bottom as well. Now you get to the 28, which is the 50-period moving average. So for me, I really think that that's a key level there. If we do get going, we want to fade it. So I'm going to sit there, wait for 28 to come through. If it comes through soon, we'll be short in the pre-market. I don't mind 2.5 million shares right now, looking pretty good. That's, again, we were up here on JP, if I can zoom back out. We got up here on Friday, 27.70, then got hit all the way back down. Didn't do anything yesterday waiting for earnings, so we'll just wait for that 28 pop and fade play here on BAC.
All right, let's talk about some of these Chinese ADRs. Just noting Baidu specifically down more than the rest, but here's BABA, some of the EV names downside as well. There's a story specifically, though, on Baidu, as we heard when it first came out, if you remember way back when, they launched their AI chatbot, Ernie, with a video. So it wasn't even a live presentation of what it could possibly do. So they launched their latest version of Ernie, and apparently it has failed once again to impress analysts across the board.
Yep, analysts here saying they were unimpressed, like you said, with Ernie 4.0. So apparently there's 4 versions of this bad boy because it lacked major highlights versus the previous version. We'll see. I didn't really get to read further into it or actually see the demonstration itself. We'll have to wait and see what the stock market thinks about it, and we'll watch price action the rest of the day.
It was pretty volatile end of last week, if you remember, for some of the EV names specifically. We did have XPeng specifically downside in a big way to start the week yesterday as well, but they're kind of just hanging out here quiet this morning, guys.
Yeah, I mean, NIO's possibly in play. Like, it was trying to break out in the afternoon yesterday off an 850 level, so that could be in play. But this, I mean, Baidu, we don't really trade this, but it kind of has a flat bottom break on the daily. I'd say it's a bigger deal if it gets to 116. So here's what I'm kind of getting at with that flat bottom break, 123. It already did it yesterday, so you're kind of going right back into some levels that you played with. Likely needs to take out that 22, but as mentioned, the big level looks like it's down here at 116. It does give like $5 worth of runway to the downside. It's probably NIO. If we're trading one of these Chinese ADRs, I mean, NIO makes a lot of sense. Down 2%. Unfortunately, like what I would have liked to see, and anyone watching the afternoon show, it was cresting into what looked like a bit of a breakout at 850 that could have filled in some of this gap that got put in on Thursday. And unfortunately, we're sinking right back into the lows. So if it's a down day on NIO, then I always go right back into the daily chart. The support has been at $8. You can see it pretty cleanly there. We get to $8 today. Look for a long off the 8 level. If it's not going to make an 850 breakout and we're going to have these inside type days, the market wants to head down, then let's look for an 8 bid on NIO. It's bounced her a couple of times. Usually you can work like a dip buy in there, giving it 3 or 4 cents, at most about 5 pennies, whether it's a fail break of 8 even or just grabbing, like, if there's size, like an 801, 802. Looks like that's going to end up being in play instead of the breakout. Just got to take what the market gives you. If we're looking strong this morning, I was ready to play this break above 850, but that's not the case on NIO.
I'm just putting some orders out. Like, the market's kind of to the downside right now, so I'm going to try to put some orders out on Apple and whatnot. I just added right now to Rivian. I added Rivian to the sticky note because, I mean, it doesn't want to break this $20 mark. We saw that yesterday. It kept on bouncing its head up here. 1980 was as high as it got. We just tweeted out that was 1975. That was been some nice resistance, so I think that we'll try to take that short again. If we do get a pop through there, why not look to fade Rivian off $20? I mean, it really hasn't broke it. This goes back, I mean, we had that dip down there. That was, I think, a downgrade? Oh, no, I forget what. Was that an offering?
It was it was the raise.
Yeah, the raise. Yeah, debt raise. So right there, $20 came in the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th. Now we are here on the 17th and still looking negative here. But it's in a range, so I don't think that necessarily Rivian's going to be, a monster winner or anything like that. But if the market does continue to make a move down, we just had a nice little candle coming into the 40s. Would have been great to have been short earlier here today. But again, we just sort of saw this. We've been leaving Rivian alone. That high tick there is 20s. So if it does get going, you may have to give it up to 20. So please be patient with the Rivian trade, but I wouldn't blame anybody for getting short and then getting out almost immediately. This name can definitely run. We've seen it with a 8 or 13. It's one of those. I think it's 13% short float. Yeah, it is right there. So we still got a 13 and just over 13% of a short float on this name, and we know it can get going. But I don't really see any crazy news or anything with Rivian right now, so we'll just wait. We do have Tesla. Check out what whales are doing with Rivian. Okay, that's yesterday. So nothing really hitting here today for this name. And then we do have Tesla earnings coming at the end of the day. So we'll probably stay, or tomorrow night. We'll probably stay away from Tesla day before earnings, but we'll see if Rivian can get a bump up here into 1980, $20 for a nice little short. So we'll sit there and short this pop if it does come through.
Right, NVIDIA tanking here, down more than 3% at session lows here. On this note, it would appear an expansion coming from the U.S. government on restrictions for specific China-made chips. If you remember, they tried this going back a few months ago, or they started this going back a few months ago with the initial restrictions to which NVIDIA came back and said they were going to make specific models of these chips to go to China. So it looks like those are now going to fall under this.
Yeah, it looks to close the loophole. Let's hear what they're saying here. The updated rules significantly expand the U.S. government's authority to determine what products U.S. companies can and can't sell in the name of national security. The shipment of high-end AI chips, including those developed by NVIDIA and Intel, for the Chinese market are banned without a license. And then there was this gray zone. And gray zone chips just below those thresholds will now require notification to the government, which can then deny their sales on a case-by-case basis. It's a big expansion, especially when we heard last week that they were scaling that back a little bit. The tit for tat between these two countries continues. Let's see what it does to the chip stocks today.
Also seeing that this expansion is also going to cover chip making equipment to 21 countries as well. So just coming across here, guys, for some of these semiconductors.
Yeah, that's probably, I mean,
Ouch.
NVIDIA is going to be down. I'm assuming, I didn't look at ASML, but I can't imagine that they're not looking bad. AMD's down, Intel's down. Probably, I mean, AMAT's probably not even having a good morning.
Yucky.
433 that was the big support level at the beginning of the month on NVIDIA. So we're about $9 away from it now, but you just dropped 10. So I wouldn't put anything past that. Down 4%. I just want to have a quick look for myself just to see what AMAT is doing. What are they doing? Yeah, they're down a couple of bucks here as well. So, I mean, NVIDIA's obviously going to be leading that charge, the most directed toward it, and probably the most high flying, so the most to come back. But you're across the board getting some sell volume in here. Probably the highest volume is on NVIDIA now that I'm noticing. AMD's move was decent to the downside, but really, yeah, I mean, paling in comparison to NVIDIA. Only down 2% on AMD. This is getting close to that 103 level. 103 was pretty darn good last week, but 100 also looms down there. So once again, it looks as if the market goes up for a little bit and then we come right back down. Just any little catalyst in the bid is not necessarily there. I mean, 433 on NVIDIA looks like the dip buy area for me. I'd rather see it kind of get down there, consolidate, and calm itself down because the market was already headed down before that headline.
So I said we wouldn't take too many shares in the pre-market anymore. But, 105 broken here now on AMD, right? And so that's we've already taken this level at 104.65. This was going to be, and we wrote down here already that we were looking short on the sticky note for AMD. We had it yesterday at 107. It broke, and I said that yesterday. It broke a little bit there, 107.50. Remember, we had it early yesterday on this move down, and then it made a nice move back up to the upside rate. So there was the move down early. Then came that's the day before. Then came up and tested this 107.50 area. And now today you're starting to break lower. So we had the short yesterday at 107. It did go up to like that 107.40-ish, which did get us stopped out on this name. But I was going to, I already had the short marked here today. So now this just adds more fuel to the fire. So I'm going to try to go short here 105. Any kind of a pop up right now, we could get something, maybe a little bit of a better news or somebody comes up and buys this name just a little bit. Hopefully it does. We'll try to get short around 105 and then we'll give it to this like 105.50 area, right into there where we saw some resistance before. So if AMD pops up, I do like that one. And the name that's really not moving on this too much, well, they're all moving a little bit, but Intel's not doing anything right now. Not very much volume, only 100,000 shares. So for me, maybe the winner out of, not that there's a winner, but the winner out of all of this as far as momentum is concerned would be Intel because not making a move to the downside. So if you think that this story does have some truth to it for the the higher end chips, maybe that's a little bit better for Intel. Maybe they can sneak in there and sort of fly under some of the radar here. So yeah, 35.80 is the bottom there for Intel as well. And then of course we just tweeted out, and Neil just mentioned it as well, they're directly putting NVIDIA in the crossfire here. So calling them out specifically for their high performance chips. And sometimes when you're the best in the business, you get the gun turned directly at you, and that is what's happening here with NVIDIA. But you still have a way to go. NVIDIA, I don't think there's a problem here because it held, that's still the Intel Daily, it held 400 really good. It's come back in a couple times and held this level. We came back in there just before earnings back in August. Then we had that record earnings report. Then we came back into 4 bills again and stopped at about 410-ish. Then made a move, obviously that week didn't happen, but we made a move all the way back to 470. That's 17% back up to the upside. So there's a nice little drop back in. I still think you want to buy up some NVIDIA here on weakness heading into their next quarter, which is not until November. But 420 is a pretty decent spot. We're not going to get there today. But I'd say you buy any weakness in NVIDIA. Kathy Wood yesterday said that her highest AI play is Tesla versus NVIDIA for the next 5 years. But if it's going to be one of the two, I think I'd like to stick with the chip space and see what happens here. So nice little dip buy. And look, you've already gotten off the bottom there. You've already gotten $2. So let's see what's happening here. Maybe my AMD, maybe I don't want to get short after all. Okay, it's still hovering around. We're still going to take a 105 short here on Advanced Micro Devices.
All right, let's get some upgrades and downgrades for you here this morning as we get going. A couple of interesting notes on here. DLTR, top of the list from Goldman. Exxon on here from Bernstein to the upside as well. Home builders may be positive once again, but Lennar with Wells Fargo liking them. Devon Energy, Enbridge, BJ Wholesales, and Amgen downside, guys.
Looking at, I mean, upgrade for Exxon, that's always going to be spicy. But you know what happened with them? Like, they just had that deal that was announced with Pioneer, and it's making a little bit of a bounce. So whether or not you think the synergies are good or yada, yada, I always think just take your cue from the market. Like, what does the market tell you what they think about that deal? And obviously, I know oil's going up, but it found a nice bottom at 105. I got it marked off at 111, like if it kind of gets this breakout, but it might need to take out 111 half, 112 to really get going. Upgrade, I don't really care about the upgrade. Obviously, there's some other things going on here in the world that affect oil prices, right? Not to get too much into it, but it's hard not to like some strength in these names. So it is what it is at this particular point. If we get above that 110 area, like a 112 break in XLM looks pretty darn good. You'd be taking out the 50 period as well. So on that board, that's almost got to be the one that's of interest to me. You're going to see me, I'm just going to get this one out of the way because you're going to see this E-man and you're probably going to see me in it the entirety of the day. So I'm going to show you what the level 2 looks like on E-man, and then no one will ask me any more questions about it. I'm long at 7. I'm trying to get 8. That's it. So there's like a couple million shares on the bid there. So on this E-man. And I'll probably be sitting in this one just trying to capture the spread for the rest of this day. We'll see what happens. But just a couple of things there on that note. This market is starting to come back. And I know I was looking at ASML. It was also pushing to the downside. There are a couple, but I wanted to get to this SPRC. This is your, I don't know why the float of 500,000 is okay, but when you reverse split, floats get tiny. And this is your reverse split runner special of the day. It just broke $8. I was saying in the chat, and it almost seems funny now that if it holds on to 550, this one has a chance to break out. But this is another story of does reverse split, does what it's supposed to do, which is go down, finds a bit of a support level, and then you get this kind of a breakout. So you know, soak up the float and then run. This is a high probability halt candidate because the float is so ridiculously tiny. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm not chasing it up here at 8. I mean, maybe you could have worked something. I was looking for underneath 650 to have like an out in the 550 range, so I would have required getting filled $6 or better. I don't think that's going to happen unless this thing halts down off of the open, which is possible. We've seen these halt down off the open and then still go, but just understand that this is almost certainly going to halt a couple times today. 500,000 float is nothing. It's already done 8 times that, and it's probably going to do a good 40 or 50 million shares. Oh, you got the egg thing. I'm like, why am I smelling egg? Like, Sharif hasn't brought his thing out yet. That's what it is. You got one of those omelets.
Yeah, there was like those little egg things over there. All right, you know, the big name, it continues to do a little bit of volume. Let's see if it does it today again as well here. TPST up to $7. I mean, this name actually holding bid right now. Like yesterday, huge move up. Sometimes you come in the very next day and you're thinking like, okay, it's going to give everything back, but it only goes down to 650 there yesterday. This is looking like a decent spot here to maybe buy some TPST. So we'll look to see if that can come into play right there at 650 one more time. And then MNTS, I think was another one. MNTS, yeah, there it is. Another name here from yesterday, just starting to make a move as well right now, trying to break back down through up through $5. So watch out for 550. Yes, there it goes right here. Wow, okay. We just got $6, came through last night in the pre-market, but here we go right now. A little bit of movement happening right here for MNTS as we speak. So a couple good plays coming through today. TPST should be good, holding that 650 area if you want a little bit of a pop upside in that name. And then MNTS just moving around right now Again, you know, the 50-period moving average down here at $3. So we'll wait to see if volume can hold out here. But 450 looking like it wants to hold on MNTS and TPST at 650. So there's a few, you know, big movers here, small cap, big movement names that we have to have our eye on one more time here today.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we get going here on a pretty interesting, or what's turning into an interesting morning. Sharif's going to have a look at the futures.
44.01 is where we closed out yesterday, just a smidge above that 4,400 level. We're decidedly below it now. 43.75 is the overnight low, and we are right there. I'm assuming the sell-off is coming here as a result of the new restrictions on microchips in any event. If we break down below this 43.75, look for support at that 43.60 area. It's where we troughed out yesterday. If we reclaim 4,400, look for a long, but we may find resistance at that level today as we are now decidedly red.
All right, let's get into all the individual movers here this morning. If you haven't done so yet, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, or you can scan that QR code. It'll take you there as well. Enter your email address, and then you get that sent directly to your inbox every single day. Let's talk Tesla. Downside a little bit here to kick things off this morning on this recall. It's the Model X this time. And I didn't really get into the details too much with this issue, but apparently it's in the braking system and some sort of sensor that could fail to indicate that your brake pressure and brake fluids are a little bit low, which is obviously a problem. And it's not the new ones either. It's going back a few years.
So a couple of things. It's the Model X, which they sell far fewer of. Second thing, it's an over-the-air update. Isn't that the beautiful thing about having a Tesla? You get the updates like that. Let's look here. Tesla released an over-the-air software update free of charge to fix the issue, says the NHTSA. Like Brendo mentioned, the vehicle's controller is likely to fail to detect low brake fluid and not display a warning light. Kathy Wood was on CNBC yesterday saying that she was looking to add some Teslas. So we'll see what it does today.
Yeah, I saw there was a picture floating around yesterday of her standing in front of her Model 3 as well, which she is a huge fan of, guys.
Yeah, just getting away from Tesla for a split second here. There was just a bit of a volume spike on Rivian to the downside.
No, there's production numbers for Lucid.
Okay, that's what it is. I was looking, it wasn't specific to Rivian, but Rivian just popped down like 30, 40 cents. Looks like if there's Lucid numbers, that's what just caused it. So now you've got back-to-back jacks in terms of bad news for a couple of sectors. Maybe that has something to do with why Tesla, I don't think it matters. Tesla down 1% already. You're kind of gearing right back into the 50 period, and that's that 250 level right in here. You held on to it pretty nicely. Tesla was one of the stronger names in the market off the open, but it's still putting in some lower highs, right? Like the highs, going back in the middle of last week, since we failed up at about the mid-260s, this has been cresting and turning over. Despite the bounce in yesterday's trade, it's hard not to think about short off of that 54, that resistance, and where we close. I'm just not sure we get there anymore, especially with that last little spike to the downside. Maybe 250 off the open, maybe there's like a 250 break if it's going to get really nasty. I thought Rivian was the one that I wanted. We've been talking about that one for a couple of days off that 20 level. The issue with Lucid is it's so far down with the short float. It's hard to love the notion of shorting this thing. Like, it's down at $5. It's still got that decent short float, and every single time it looks like it's going to break down at 5, you can see what happens. It just holds on to this level. So it's lower highs into this $5 level. It's just, I need to be convinced that it's going to bust this thing for good, because if you took a 5 break the last couple of times, that's literally been exactly where this stock has turned around. So, I'm probably going to stay away from Lucid at exactly the $5 area because I'm not looking to go long here, especially on what's not great numbers. But if it does pop, just look at the angle. Look, lower highs all the way through bouncing off 5. Another lower high would mean maybe like the 5/4, possibly. That stock, I think it's still 40% or sorry, 25% short float. Yeah, 25.5% short float. And it can never even get off these bids.
Yeah, here's the headline right here. Q3 production deliveries. They produced 1,550 cars, during Q3, plus 700 more to Saudi Arabia. So that's like, 2250 there. Would they only delivered 14 last year, same period. So much better, right? 15 plus 7. I don't know if that plus 7 means anything. I don't know if that's included into that number last year, but it looks like they do produce more cars than they did last year. You do get a nice move to the downside. So I figure that it's probably a little light on the expected number right there for Lucid. But either way, down $5. And Lucid has recently just hit 52-week lows of, I think it was 457 or what was 487. So looks like we'll probably test that again right now. We just bounced off 487, which happens to be pretty much that bottom right here again. So, you're getting those news coming through. And then right now also, I know we're going to get to J&J, but J&J is making moves lower. They initially were higher on our watch list. We have them as being higher right now, but there goes, we're going to talk to J&J in a second, well, at the end, but I just want to bring everyone's attention. You are breaking much lower now on J&J, even taking out yesterday. So 160 was a play. Maybe to the short side right there as we bounce around, and now J&J starting to head back into the downside. But I tweeted that out. Go find it. Lucid 1550 versus 1497.
Apple market. We were talking yesterday about how Apple was a little bit relatively weak versus the overall market. Not really the case right now. 0.87 for the NASDAQ. So we're holding up a little bit better here for Apple. Morgan Stanley this morning coming out. Cutting their price target on the stock. There was also that headline I saw when I sat down this morning. Tim Cook was in China, apparently.
Yeah, Tencent, they got a game there called Honor of Kings, and it's a big revenue generator for Apple in the Apple App Store in China. So he was there, cheer it on, and try to get some good momentum going. We heard yesterday that iPhone sales were down about 4.5% in China after 17 days compared to the iPhone 14. But to build on what Brendo was saying, Morgan Stanley reducing the price target from 215 to 210. And basically, guessing here that there's going to be an 8% reduction in iPhone sales for the holiday season, which is a time where they make the great majority of their sales. So we'll have to keep an eye, see how they do.
In the past, this has always been the case, going into the holiday season, and then they typically come out and beat that declining expectation. So we'll see what happens, obviously, this year. But downside a little bit here, guys, for Apple.
Yeah, I mean, now, let's just say, before that NVIDIA news and you saw Tesla just go down 1% and Lucid looking bad, Apple actually wasn't looking so great. And all of a sudden, its 0.8 is not as bad as the NASDAQ. And the ES kind of chilling at 0.65, but then remember, the banks aren't having a bad day at all. So this previous close idea is something that people anchor to close prices a little bit more than they do sort of those open prices, and now a couple of days in a row, going into Friday, you have just underneath 179 as resistance. I don't think anything changes here. That was the level yesterday. I think that's the level today. I've marked off, I'm not saying we get there today, but I've marked off, it's just underneath 174, 173.5 as a bit of a temporary support level and what could be a little bit of a stair step to the downside on Apple. So if we get there this week, that's kind of where I'm looking for a bit of a bounce on Apple. I don't think we get there today. I think that's kind of crazy talk, but I got it marked off. That's why I see a line down there underneath 174, but just looking for fades off of that 179, which is exactly what the trade was yesterday. Price cut doesn't really, again, that's not to me the catalyst. It's the levels on the chart. It's the fact that the futures are rejecting the same levels we did the last couple of days in here. I just want to respect that.
Yeah, we, we're just going to do the same thing that we always do here. And yesterday, this is what we looked like on Apple, just short, all against 179. This is, the chart's blown up a little bit here. But anyways, this was the trade yesterday. It was our number one trade idea yesterday. So shorting off 179. So we're just going to keep on rinsing and repeating that again. You could go find it on the sticky note, but it's the same kind of a trade. 179, pretty easy pie right now. I have an offer up there at 179 to see if we get anything. 178.75. Morgan Stanley comes out today, cuts them. Plus, you're getting some word about them losing some market share again. So we'll see what Apple wants to do. But yesterday, too bad we have that bad wick there. Yesterday was a good short all day. You never really went against you off that 179. So, you know, keep that in mind if we get that again here today. But we may have to do 178. I mean, now that you're getting really low here, I feel like a 178 short's probably a little bit better than 179. I mean, we'll wait to see if 179 comes in, and then if we have to, we'll start using 178 the same way, turn it upside down, and just play that level as if it was 179. So that's something that we're going to be doing. There was something else I wanted to talk about, but now it's slipped my mind. But we do like that name there for, oh yeah, this is what it was. It was the dollar. No, sorry, that's Bitcoin. We can find out Bitcoin in a minute. I was looking at this chart here. The DXY really started ripping right around 8 o'clock. So you made a nice move from 106.15 all the way up now. So as the dollar gets stronger, that's not going to be good for some tech names. So DXY, the dollar strength right now, nice upside move. It was red when I came in, so now you're up 0.2, starting to get back up to the upside there. So DXY starting to create some action here in some of these tech names as well. So, you know, obviously you're going to watch yields go on, but the dollar has been pretty important here. So we'll watch out for maybe a 178 short. But yeah, ultimately we hit it yesterday, 179. Don't see why we won't be able to do that today if it gets up there.
All right, NVIDIA just coming out responding to this China headline saying, NVIDIA doesn't expect meaningful near-term impact for U.S. curbs. So what else are they going to say? But let's touch on NVIDIA here. If you missed it or are just joining, the U.S. expanding their restrictions on what can be sent to China when it comes to chips, but also equipment that make chips. So ASML, those types of companies also going to get hurt here.
Yeah, so here's a look. It's the Commerce Department that's responsible for this new restriction, and what they're looking to do is restrict U.S. chip makers, NVIDIA, Intel, AMD, and the such from taking advantage of selling their AI chips to China, but they're also going to close the loopholes, so they will make it harder for them to introduce new chips, new China-specific chips, which is what they were doing essentially. Now it requires them to actually get pre-approval from the Commerce Department, so it's going to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. That hurts business, and I think it might hurt earnings, despite what NVIDIA has already released.
We're going to talk about banks here coming up in a second. Earnings calls 9:30 for GS, guys.
Yeah, and things are only going to get better in U.S.-China relations with Putin and Xi literally meeting over. You know what? It doesn't matter. They're not getting any better. Just think about it that way. So the tit for tat continues. Let's just pop the chart up and get to business because, you know, obviously NVIDIA's had a good year. That's exemplified by the chart. You have the 50 period, which has been taken out down here to 449. So call it 449, 450. You've already made the breakdown. I just feel as if this gets back up and tries to make a run at that 449, 450 area, that's where a little bit of a fade would come into play. Just sort of noting some of the other players in here and what they're doing. I mean, Sean showed you guys what AMD was doing. Intel wasn't moving this rapidly to the downside initially. Now it's halfway caught up, down to 1.5%. It's got a little bit of support on it. If it gets down to 35, I don't think we see that today. It's diddling in the middle of a range. What's interesting about this is if you break 35.8 on Intel, you have a pretty clean runway down to 35 even. That said, it's still support until it's broken on that particular name. So I'm looking at that 449 on NVIDIA. If it gets back up there and there's a fade off of those levels, it's going to make some sense. But I just feel as if you're not going to see an end to this in the short term in terms of this tit for tat going back and forth. It's the likelihood that this gets any better in the short run is just not there.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about the dollar getting stronger and, you know, the market getting weaker right here as we continue to make moves down on the NASDAQ. We're now below 15.2. We've sort of mentioned that yesterday here when we were looking at the NASDAQ of a possible break there, right? So here's 15.2. We looked at that. Now you're back below it. So the next stop, really 15.1 would be 15.80. And then if you break, then you get down to 15,000. I think these levels are all very, very much in play here today, especially with some of the negativity. I've been talking about SMH not being able, I mean, first of all, I want to go short AMD 105. It's on the sticky note as 107, but that news came in and dropped us from 106 all the way to 104. So that's now changed. So you got to adjust your price targets. But this is what I'm talking about, SMH. What's led us on the way There it is right here. What's led us on the way up, I feel like, have been these chip names. They can also do it on the way back down. And we've actually held a really good level of 140 here on SMH. So as long as we continue to hold fort here on 140, it's been basically all summer long. You know, we took it in early June. We sort of hung up there. We did start to dip down in. We thought about taking out 140. We bounced off there, gained up to 155 or so. Now you're just hovering around the 50 period. So I feel like down into here for SMH, as long as it holds this 140, the market should be okay. So for me, we'll go short AMD here heading into today, but I have my offer at 105. We're going to get out at 105.50 if it breaks higher than that. So that's sort of where this move started from. So we'll see if it gets all the way back there. I can't see this being good news, right, Randy? Sure. Yeah, so if Randy agrees, then I think that we're all pretty much on the same page over here, guys.
All right, let's talk to these banks this morning. Again, BAC, GS today. We'll get Morgan Stanley coming out tomorrow. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga, bringing you all the headlines as per usual. So I just saw this comment that they recorded in Q3. So this is from the CFO. So Bank of America's call was at 8:30. Goldman coming up at 9:30. So the CFO saying they recorded the highest sales and trading revenue in more than a decade in Q3, and specifically pointed to the bond market. We've all talked a lot about what happened in bonds and obviously treasury yields on the other side of that in the past quarter, but highest sales and trading revenue in more than a decade.
Yeah, so that's the good side of it. Let's talk a bit about the bad side. They beat on both the top and bottom line. There's no denying that, but they're straddled with two major problems here. There's strategic retrenchment away from retail banking, which has saddled the firm with losses, big losses, by the way, as buyers, go for unwanted operations, and its exposure to commercial real estate resulted in large write-downs. I'm talking about Goldman. With respect to Bank of America, they beat on both the top and bottom line as well. They were able to generate more money through interest income. However, they're also having a problem as a result of higher rates. That's because they piled on to low-yielding bonds with the longer-dated securities taking a big hit in price. And so those are all unrealized losses. Kind of reminds you about the small to mid-cap or local banks that we had an issue with in early March and April. We'll have to see how they do the rest of the year.
Industrial production numbers just coming through there at 9:15, 0.3 to the upside versus I've actually seen 0.1 here, but this thing's 0, but 0.1% expected comes out a little bit higher there, 0.3 for a month-over-month number.
So yeah, going back to these banks, I mean, Goldman Sachs, again, it's not really doing anything. This is dead flat. You got these calls that are going to be coming out. But 317, you can look at the 15-minute chart. It's kind of like a flat top break, 317, if it can go, with room to the 50 period at 325. So it looks very similar to what Wells and probably more like what Wells looks like more than JP Morgan. JP Morgan was a flat top break as well, right at 9:30, but the difference being it was a stronger looking chart on the daily as opposed to Goldman, which is hanging around those lows. And then we already mentioned BAC. I'll go over that one again. Wow, again, missing some data there. 28. Let me just pull up my trade ideas chart. It's gonna actually look proper for you guys. There we go. Let's just pull this one down, and then we can actually have like the actual levels here on BAC. So there's your 28 on the daily with support into resistance. Looks like today's resistance for me, pop and fade. If it does head to the upside, BAC is the one with kind of the more obvious setup in terms of a short area to get into on that daily chart. So I got my eyeballs on BAC more so than Goldman. It would have to make that breakout that you saw Wells Fargo and JP Morgan do on Friday in order to get to that level. Maybe it doesn't happen because of what's going on with the market, but still, can be ready for it.
Yeah, I got to trade BAC to the short side as well. We're waiting for $28 to come through. It's only got as high as $27.50. We'll wait for a little bit of a break on that into $28. If we take 28, then we can reconsider. The 50-period moving average is at 28.30. I got to say good luck to my daughter today, who's at a track and field event. She's made it to the next round, obviously here in the city of Toronto. That's pretty good. So we'll wait to see if she can perform well. It's a 2-kilometer run. So we'll see if she can hit that today. Good luck to her. But right now the market is starting to come in even more as AMD just broke 104. So my offer right now at well, it's still at 104.90. So we'll see if we get a dollar bump here on AMD. Apple, what goes up must come down as well. Apple, made that nice move into 180, kind of resisted up there. Now you're getting some negative notes coming from Morgan Stanley and whatnot. And now Apple. Actually, Apple's fine. It's more the chip names that are starting to break the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ down to 15,150 now. Apple holding forward at 177. That could be interesting. I still am looking for fades. My Apple price is at 179. So we still need a little bit of a bump up here to start this market if we're going to be able to get into any positions right away. People are yelling at ARM. I guess ARM is another one here that to me is a no-fly zone on any of these recent IPOs until we find a bottom. But ARM at 50 has
50's been the level, man.
Yeah, 50's been pretty good for ARM. So you can see right here, right now, you're flying back down into it right now on that negative report with regards to the chips coming into China with some possible sanctions and whatnot. So we'll have to wait for 52, not possible, but for 52 down to 50. So we're going to wait to see if ARM can bounce off $50. Thanks for bringing that up there in the chat, Mr. Kenneth. I don't know if it's Kenneth, but it's Kenneth right there. ARM. So there it is right now. Thank you so much. Cool. Yeah, we'll be wishing best of luck to her today in the race. So maybe I'll post something up on Twitter. All right, back over to you guys. 10 more minutes till we get this thing open.
Context has changed, obviously, since we got some positive earnings from J&J. Here we are right back downside again. Negative, obviously, and then some for Johnson & Johnson. I just double-checked. 8:30, their call started, but still seeing some comments coming through here from the call. They were talking a little bit about the MedCan, or MedTech, I should say, division, and some changes coming through for that. But overall, I mean, a decent report. But with this move in the market, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, they really credited their pharmaceutical and medical devices business as those two segments surged. Let's talk about how the stock has done. It's down nearly 11% on the year, but its sales grew 6.8% year over year on the quarter. The thing that I'm looking at the most, and what I want to hear on the call, and I don't know if it's already gone on, is how they're going to negotiate with respect to drug prices with Medicare. We know that that's one of the Biden administration's top priorities, to reduce the taxpayers' burden with respect to these pharmaceutical companies and the prices they're paying for drugs. This is obviously going to hurt their bottom line, because if they're not making nearly as much, we'll have to see how they do it. And here's the thing. There is also a movement to reduce the length of time that they have a patent for on these drugs. So what I'm concerned about is you get front loading of the cost. If you can't have the patent for 15 years, Brendo, you're just going to increase the price offhand to offset for the time that you don't have that patent. So a little concerning to see how they're going to actually deal with that.
Yeah, we'll see if we can't find some levels here. I mean, the market back to day lows as well. Again, 8:30. The last comment I see was 9:08. That came through from the call for J&J. So we'll see if that gets wrapped up, guys.
Don't put orders out when there's a conference call going on, unless you have like a very clear, defined plan as to what you're doing, because like the stock already wasn't doing any volume, and if you got run over by it, it's not as if there's a ton of exit liquidity in there. So it's falling to the downside. You can almost forget about levels. This is not really that much of a trading stock, but it tried to make this break. I would have thought it had room if it could have gone, but this is going to be a nothing burger. We said this is not much of a trading stock in general. If you look at the daily and you're wondering where it could get to, okay, on the daily, 150 is a big deal. So, I guess if it sees 150, that's a pretty decent support level for J&J. But you want it to get to somewhere significant and then maybe try to pop a trade on it. Just don't try to get out of the pocket at this particular point. Again, not really much of a day trade there on J&J. I suppose if it got to 150, I'd look it up if we were there at some point today. I actually didn't have a bid. After ARM bounced yesterday, like I had a bid all day at 50 and then it bounced too far, but my bid's back at that 50 level. It was great on Friday, so at least for that name, if you were trading this on Friday, then you know exactly what ended up happening, which was this. It bounced once, twice, thrice, and the last one was $1. It was 50 cents multiple times, and you got $1 right at the end of the day. And this is also the low. Like $50 is the low from the IPO, even though it was issued at 51. 50 has been the support level. So I'm got to get on the bid in front of it. Breaks 50, get out. Down 2%. Heck, these chips could easily go lower. So I don't think it's out of the realm of a possibility that we see that 50 again on ARM.
Yeah, no, for sure. Looking at that arm level, I mean, my eyes are on AMD. We're looking at that straight in the face right now, as well as Amazon for possible dip buys into 129. We'll see if that comes into play right now. I just got to put out a 129 bid, actually. Okay, so just because we're talking about J&J a little bit, let's just go over to Pfizer. Pfizer had a monster move yesterday off of something that I was not expecting, man. I thought Pfizer was dead into the water there when they came out with that report from Friday after market. Sent the name reeling, man. Someone actually got a 30 bid down there before buying that back up. So Pfizer was, $30. Now it's making that move back to the upside. Went all the way to 34 yesterday. So that's like 10% from that bottom. But it definitely bounced off of that. So started to head back down to the downside. So watch out for a 34 level coming through on Pfizer. That's kind of a level that I was looking at right there when that came out. And now you have the imbalances now out for the NASDAQ. So let's see, there's an Apple with a small little sell. Wow, okay. Yeah, this is really starting to get spicy. Wow, okay. So now this is really getting hit. We better double check some of our orders. I don't have anything on the bid except for Amazon right now. So that's the only buy that I have. We're looking to go short on Apple, AMD, BAC, and Rivian. So all these names continue to make moves to the downside. Palantir sell. Wow, that's off of 1840 as well. NEO is going to break $8 at some point, maybe not today. Alibaba on some negative spots as well. So Lucid trying to hold that 487 bottom. That looks like that's going to come into play as well. This whole market's starting to head to the downside here, and it's not going to be any prettier once we open up, I don't feel like, especially with some of those imbalances. Apple 176.60 right now.
I mean, everything's tanking. NVIDIA's right back, breaking lows, 441 in play there. I just saw in the chat David Kyle saying Netflix wants to go. I mean, what doesn't at this particular point? But this is the only thing that's setting up the other direction. Flat top break. Would you really want a flat top break on any kind of a tech name? That said, I mean, Netflix is relatively strong. We get them on Thursday. So, a lot of earnings play is going to come into play here. I just want to get one more out there. I think we mentioned this in the aftermarket. In the afternoon show yesterday, and that was Affirm at 19. There was a question about it, like, what are your thoughts on Affirm? And I said, I'll be looking short off the 19 level. So we're here. You're down at 1850. Obviously, this little jaunt in the market to the downside is going to press us away from that price a little bit. So if there's any bounce, I am looking to short off this level. It's just, obviously, at this point, when you move like a couple of points away, like 2% away from the price, and then some, you're going to have to be patient because that's the level I wanted. It does not look like at all like we're going to get there. There are a couple of small caps to get to. That Tempest, if you're watching it, did make a bit of a move. TPST has been the other low float runner, but it rejected that $8. So if this is your cup of tea and you don't want to be getting run over in some of the big cap names, which right now are headed to the downside, just note that this has not been able to break out past 750 and try and take out that $8 level, which we said in the afternoon, if it gets through there, it could be headed toward 10. Just another crazy low float runner for you guys out there. I see some people talking about Tupperware. We'll get to that at some point, but Meta's one that we have not talked about. I kind of like Meta at this in the teens, at least to the buy side. This is rolling over. I don't have bids out because I don't, generally speaking, just want to have bids sitting out in the ether at 9:30 unless it's going to be ARM. And if this gets down to like 315 on Meta, which is $3 away, I do like this level. We closed on Friday sort of down in the 314-ish range. So there to yesterday's support, 314 to 315 is where I'd be looking to pick up a little bit of Meta. Everything was strong yesterday. I felt Meta was pretty strong. But if it gets there, it's $3 away. That's 1% from here. So it is pretty possible that we could see a spike down to that price at the open.
Oh, man. I'm starting to get my limits out here to get flat. Oops, oh, yeah, that's right. That won't trigger yet. Okay, only because everything is starting to go. I'm not in any position. So what I was sort of talking about there was getting stop orders all set up in case, like what Neil just said there, it's very dangerous sometimes sitting around and waiting for certain levels to just break. especially in the pre-market. So we're going to wait to see if we do have something set up here for Amazon, because that's the only bid that I have. Anyways, there goes Apple all the way down to 176. Probably a 177.50 is a good level there for the short on Apple. But we're gonna wait to see if there is some relief rally coming off the open here, because it's right now it's getting pretty destroyed back in as AMD's at 103.50. Just to see if anything got any spicier on here. It did not. There's AMD. J&J right now is the call is on right now for J&J, as that's going to the downside. There we go, 103.50 now for AMD. Where do we find this name stopping? I mean, it's a nice move down. I don't really see any levels on the daily chart, so maybe $100, but that's another 3.5% now. With only 30 seconds before the bell, we should be getting some kicked off pretty nasty here today with AMD down. NVIDIA, is that breaking through 450 yet? Way below 450
way below.
now.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, okay, that took 450 easily. So now we're in trouble, guys. So now only 20 seconds to go. Let's wait to see if we do get some action here. Meta, none of these levels will come in off the jump. So I feel like maybe
Won't
BAC.
they though?
Well, bids might.
Hey, the countdown didn't.
Remember, I turned this guy into a bear.
My countdown's not working. So in 3, 2,
Neither is
and
mine.
1, ring it.
Stream Deck is down,
Yeah,
guys.
Stream Deck is down,
Stream Deck
guys.
is down, Fabian. Okay, so he'll look on that. Okay, so here we go. BAC, there it is, man. The move does not wait for us at all. BAC right now. There it is. Just pretend a big fail just came on the screen. Right now, BAC failing to the downside once again. Look at this move, man. We cracked this early. We said BAC short, and I said this yesterday on the market recap show, was fade all of the banks. And there goes BAC with a huge move down. 129. Apple just took down 130. That's Amazon, sorry. Apple 130. Apple takes down 177, but bouncing around. Sorry, it was Amazon there that we didn't get low enough to get our fill yet, but Amazon does crack through 130 right now.
Yeah, wow, unbelievable. Meta just spiked huge.
What?
So Meta right off
want that
318, it just came right into 320. Oh my goodness, that's where resistance was. Like that was so fast. I'm sitting here, 71s. Trying to catch something. Apparently, okay, our stream decks are working now. Thank you very much, Ramin. But wow, that is one heck of a move. So Meta, that's 320.20 where this was cresting before. This could be a bit of a trap, but that's the first thing I saw.
Yeah, it might be trapped.
Yeah, it might be a trap. We'll see what happens. But when you see a spike like this on an initial like fade type of day, it's hard not to want to go for the short first. I was looking over at Rivian. Rivian's at 1950. Yeah, Meta just took out that high. I'm getting away from that.
I was in that too.
It's one of those. You jump over, that's the first thing I saw, but I like Meta long first. Why are we taking that? When we liked Rivian to short instead, like if Rivian's gonna get into the levels, allow it to just calmly move into the level that we like, which is exactly what's happening. Let it get into this 1970 range. That's the one I want. Let's see if this can get into go back to the plan. Always stick to your plan, and Rivian was a plan short for sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm still waiting for Rivian there. Okay, so we're back in the pile now here with Meta. We did get stopped out, but stop out, no worries on that, hopefully, as we'll put a bid here in the 40s and see if this wants to come back in and give us that fill. There we are short at 320.20 there on Meta, and we just had a nice move back down to the downside, but it did resist that eventual dump into 319.50. So let's put a bid there, 52s, see if we do get something on a flush back for Meta. Meta's stronger than the market here. I mean, Meta's only down 0.5, but Neil brought that to our attention there with a nice move. We just went to 54. I was at 52. Damn you, Meta. Okay, what else is popping right now? Doesn't look like a whole heck of a lot, man. AMD did bounce
NVIDIA's
off.
Still tanking.
Okay, because AMD bounced off 103 pretty decently up to 104 almost. So that's been a nice move right there. Strange.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA with a bit of a Hwadunk still, like the chip names are weak. There's Intel still looking like it's going to be down. I'm only into Rivian after that Meta mess. They just should have stuck to it. If you want to short something that was in the plan, because Meta was relatively strong, but it never came to my dip price. NVIDIA, I still feel as if this is going to be a relatively weak name, and you want to short pops. If a pop is here now, look for the mid 440s. I don't know if you see 450 to be able to respect that. So we're going away from the one that didn't make sense to jumping over to Rivian. It got right into yesterday's close price and then worked back in to said downside. I don't know why I hit that one. Whatever. It's not a huge flush yet. The flush is in them chips, and the chips are nasty. I mean, AMD, like, it just took out 103. So, like, these chips are getting absolutely shellacked.
Yeah, this is bad.
To the downside. Like, this is definitely bad. Like, we might have to, I got to check out ARM because I'm still on the bid of ARM at that 50 level. Okay, it's not there just yet. ARM holding out at 51, but the way this is going, I see a decent chance of getting that 50 at some point today. Wow.
We were just $1.80 in the money, but we didn't take it out there on Meta. So, you know, it doesn't matter how much you're in the money, you got to take out the money. So hopefully this will fall back in one more time and we will get that bid right now in the 50s here for Money Meta is what we're calling this one here today, because there it comes back in, right back down to the downside, now $1.50 in the money. We're at 318.50. We kind of stopped there last time. Maybe this is a good spot to think about taking it out. What's good over there?
Last week, guys, we were talking about China approving, or apparently being close to approving, the Broadcom BMW deal. Now people circulating a note suggesting they're going to review it one more time. So here's BMW down 11% already today.
Yeah, that's not good.
Good job, Daryl, in the chat. Yeah, I mean, wow. Who knows what this market wants to do? We just take out, we just got right there on that fill, which is good because we just loaded back the same amount of shares. So now we're in the money pretty nicely here on Meta, trying to be as patient as we can. My eyes are going everywhere because we are waiting for a dip buy opportunity, maybe in Amazon here at 129, as it's starting to fade out just a little bit here. So far, so good, man. Almost $2 in the money right now for a nice little dollar club. I mean, it's more than a dollar club, but $2 now for Meta as we make back a little bit of what we lost there early.
Yeah, I went back to the plan again. I mean, a firm at 19 was going to be a thing. It got to 18.95, was able to get some 88s on the way back. Just took out 75 here, so we grabbed that fill. Make sure you pay yourself off. This is that 9:30 rush where you're going to get that whipsaw action. Like, you're likely to retrace these prices, get back into that 19 even. Was also keeping tabs on some Chinese ADRs.
Wow.
NEO breaking upside here. So I thought, okay, market was heading down, NEO $8. All of a sudden, NEO in that 850 could be right back into play. But NVIDIA is not holding, it's not holding any levels.
$3
on NVIDIA.
No, this
is it's nasty. It's already at 434. Oh, it bounced right off that 33 level. That was quick. This could be a temp bottom on NVIDIA here, possibly. Might want to check out. I don't know where AMD is at, but that could be a temp bottom on NVIDIA here.
All right, we're $3 in the money on this Meta short, so that's been so far so good. Although it wasn't good early. Well, it's still good early. It's 9:36 right now. Do we even want to bid this out? I mean, I have a bid at 317 to see about taking that out right now. Like we said, we're going to try to put on just good trades and get stopped out when they don't work and hold on to them when they do. So right now, we're going to go basically one for one. As long as this name continues to make a move down, we should be able to capture enough profit on this to sort of start to look elsewhere at some point. But for right now, we're still going to watch out for Meta. I mean, here's the NASDAQ, right? We are starting to fall back in. Maybe, like Neil said, we watch all the names because you could be making some bottoms. You're just bouncing right now off 15.1. So that could be a pretty key spot right there on the futures. It's the 200 period moving average as well. So 15,100 coming into play. You are seeing a little bit, we're already out of 60% of Meta, but you are seeing a little bit of a bump now in this name. What you got, Brendan?
Two things. Goldman call on now, guys. Some comments coming through if you're watching. GSVF Corporation, 5.5% straight upside. Not seeing much on this one yet, but VFC having a day.
Yes, sir. Good for them. And actually, having a bit of a day, at least a recovery for the day, is Snapchat. Remember, they had that leaked memo for some internal growth, yada, 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 and that's why it was up a bajillion %, and they report next week today, I think. So here's the top yesterday, 975. If this is a bottom that's in, this was relatively strong. I think there's room to about 1025 to 1050, so that could be a bit of a run on Snapchat. Again, I want to see things breaking out levels before I'm convinced about the long, and try and reload that affirm. And then looking at this Rivian trade, it gets right back in the pocket. So you're going to retrace some of these levels. As it gets back into yesterday's high, I'll look for the next available curl and see if we can't grab this. But I think a temp bottom just got hit on this market. At least that's what it's looking like on the NASDAQ, bouncing about 15 points here. So you want to ride this one out, look for the re-entries, but allow it to kind of come in find a bit of a top, and then try to get back into this. I'm looking at BAC too. William Addison, thank you for the super chat in there. I just don't want to be chasing it too far. It's like it's so far from that 28 level. Sometimes you get married to a level too much, and then you might miss out on the trend. I do still like the shorts there.
All right. So we'll have a little bit of a new position, but we got to manage this because Lucid right now is trying to go. So if Lucid breaks this 525 area, we'll get out, but it's a nice move up. And remember, they have news, so we're just trying to see what exactly it wants to do right here. It looks like there is a nice little bid here on Lucid right now, trying to take this thing a little upside. So if we're going to get stopped out at 25, we got to take something out on the lower end. It's not a big, huge position. We're just going to wait. Lucid getting aggressive now back up to the upside. So we will, again, put something down here near 12s or so, see if we get that fill. And that reminds me to go over there and check, go over there and check out on, why isn't that lighting it up? There it is. Go over here and check on Rivian real quick to see, 1980. We are getting close to getting short here on Rivian as well against that $20 mark. But a little bit of a dangerous moment here, I guess, for some of these names. I'm going to cancel my Rivian and wait for a little bit higher than this.
Yeah, I just got out of a firm. Shout out in the chat, everyone that was mentioning IWM going absolutely nuts. I guess it caught that bid after all. Support level on the daily at 170. This is absolutely flying to the upside. When that's happening, so you got to be careful if the bottom got put in temporarily. 1910 got taken out. So once you clear this level out, like this is where I'm looking at short. Once it gets above, I'm out of that sucker. Got to be out of it right quick. You know, make sure you have a good risk to reward, but you don't want to be fighting these things too far once they clear out those levels to the upside. I was never looking for a reverse long in this stock, so not going to happen. But if you think there's some things going to the upside, wow, in NVIDIA, so much for that temporary bottom. We're almost right back at it.
Oh.
Like it's almost right back at that low. This is insane what is going on in NVIDIA. Like the market's bouncing. You had a couple of names trying to take out highs, and instead, NVIDIA goes $3 after tanking 18 and is right back sort of testing these lows. If it can double bottom this level, this would have been the support level that I like. But at this point, I'm just trading. I mean, I explained this, E-Man. It's literally being bought for $2.08 cash. The deal is going to close any day now. So I'm just taking 1 cent spread if I can get it. The bid's got a couple million shares on it. If you pull it up, you'll be able to see.
Guys, we are really starting to ring some Reggies here right now as well. We got that Rivian short at 90s. So now that's 13 pennies in the money, and we're starting to take out some profits as well as we wait for 77s coming through. There it is. Let's go, man. This is actually my number one stock right now, despite having Meta going to the downside as we fade out Rivian. And again, if you're going to be part of Sticky No Nation, it had Rivian on there at 20 bucks. We also talked about that earlier on in the day as well, as we talked about Tesla movement in a couple of days. We talked about the Lucid fill. The Lucid is not doing anything right now. It's kind of just hovering. It looks like, yes, sir. Look at Rivian starting to go now. It just touched 75s. Let's put another bid here, 77, get another fill out there, as we've been getting some low prices on this name. I mean, the market's really falling down. I feel like we need to take advantage. We're out of half right now of Rivian, and it seems to be bouncing. Okay, here we go. I was going to say, put some more out there at 75, got some more out, so now we'll try to hold on to the rest of these as it's looking like a nice dump there for RIVN. Maybe it'll come in even more than this, but we got Lucid now, so that's on my mind here for that. We did screw up a little bit on Meta. Obviously, I don't have any bids there. I mean, we could be putting bids down here. We're in the money, $2 now. It's been in the money $3. We haven't taken it, looking for it to break lower. I just feel like the market wants to take 15.1 here. Why not? Nothing's really been tested here yet on the downside. I mean, it's been a nice downside move, but we're just kind of bouncing around now. So let's see it take or get closer to 15.1. And then if it takes it, then, I mean, it's floodgates open, right? We've sort of talked about that. So for floodgating this, let's sit in it just for a little bit and see if we can't continue to cash out on everything. But Rivian is really, man, Rivian is the one right now for me, as taking that short off that level seems to have been the right play. So I'm glad we waited for 90s there, but that was a little scary as Rivian starting to still head up to the upside.
Yeah, I'm watching. Now that that one's under control, we kind of backed off it. It was breaking higher and then able to get back into it. I just want to go to AMC for a quick second here because it's going again. So AMC up 3%. This is the level that needs to go. It's $9.80. So it's already curling off of this. If it can bounce off yesterday's highs, $9.50. That's like a triple top from yesterday. That's where I'd look for a consolidation long to join the move to the upside. Let's go to Brendo with the
Another recent reverse split here. TTOO just ripped up $1 there, guys, trying to get going on heavy volume. Don't see anything.
Probably, again, these low float runners, the float gets smaller, obviously, as you do that reverse split. Usually you want these things when they break out of that range after the reverse split, so maybe it's making a bid here, but I think $11, $12 is where the resistance is going to be on that one. NEO is also broken out. It's through that 851 zone. It's not quite, just to give you an idea, like that's yesterday's high. I think it needs to clear 853, 854 up here, and then it's go zone for NIO. So it's a couple more cents away from breaking out, which is wild because the market's just chilling out on the lows of the day. Like Apple's at 75, Nvidia is still at 435. You do have some pockets and kernels of strength out there in the market. AMC being one, doesn't really count, and then this NEO attempting to go. I want this through 55.
All right, so Lucid still doing nothing. Meta still doing not much. We've gotten some more out of Rivian, looking to make some more trades. Of course, let's check out our friend Amazon. This is going to, I told you we were bidding Amazon down here. We were bidding 129.25. It came down to 129.27, 26s. So we miss it by 1 penny. And then off the miss, it goes 50 cents higher. So we'll just sit here. Hopefully we can get it this time as it's trying to push back in, and look at 15.1 come in right now on the futures. So I might just, I'm going to cancel this Amazon trade, to be honest with you. So I'm going to cancel that right now, cancel all the scripts. We are already short everything right here, as you can see. I don't know if you guys remember, but even before that news came out with AMD, we turned this guy over to a bear earlier. So I was already feeling quite bearish on these plays. Thanks, Neil mentioned this Meta trade. It's now going to be the banger here. $3 in the money on that one as that fade is continuing. Lucid's not doing anything, but that Amazon is now going to take down right now 129. So we should be maybe longer there. We were going to bid 25s and we canceled them. So far so good on that cancel. But let's try 129 flat or so. If that breaks, we can get out of this.
Yeah, just noting, I don't know why ARM is bouncing, but that just is stair-stepping to the upside. If this continues and it gets up to like 52, there might be an opportunity to fade that one. I was looking for something which can be like a laggard that you can jump into the short. Like I'm thinking, well, what if Intel's close to 36? No, 35, 40. It's now down 3%. Like it's actually trying to catch up here. This down 3% is wild. 35 even, that's where I want to be bidding on Intel to look for that sort of even dollar support level. Still no break on NIO, unfortunately. AMC, I mean, if you're looking for strength, kind of look elsewhere. AMC doesn't even want to really dip into that 950 range. I'm going to get a bit out there. I just want to get picked up if this one can come back in. Like, that's absolutely wild. The last one I want to get to, because we haven't even talked about it just yet, is Mr. Softy. They're like the only, I think it's the only big cap tech that for like 2 days in a row we haven't mentioned. My next bid on Rivian's 19.5. If it gets there, Softy just broke lows like 2 seconds ago, trying to take out this 328. It's a bit of a flat bottom break if it gets through that 27 level. So if we stair step down, I like 330. I just marked that one off there. I'd be looking to short pops into that. 327 flat bottom break. 28 could be the next battle for Microsoft. Pretty much everything, unless it's like AMC or one of those small caps or like NEO that I'm seeing looks relatively weak. So I want to short some strength here if we can. Rivian about 5 cents away from next fill.
I hope Obi believes in my trades more than I do, because we talked about getting long down there at 129 and then we canceled and put on a small position as it just went 30 cents to the upside. Went to 129.50 there, actually. Now it's fading back out, so watch out here as here comes Amazon one more time. But here comes everything, man. Rivian, let's go Rivian. Huge move to the downside right now. So we're just going to keep on taking pieces out, man, for this play. Obviously, to have waited for this eventual bottom would have been pretty sweet. I'm still waiting for our friend Lucid to make that move down as well. What's up, Brendan?
Even in a market making lows, there's a few squeezy kind of names. Here's Cassava Sciences up 8% so far today, 34% short last I checked.
Yeah, Sava, just a tiny short float on that name as well. We got that Rivian fill, so we're going to ring the register on that. Just absolutely ridiculous, this market. 429 now on NVIDIA. Like, now that we're through this 15-1, you can pretty much forget it. Like, that ARM trade, like, I think we're going to see 50 today. So I'm going to try and grab this curl on ARM. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me that this one does not seem to want to go just yet. And, like, the second you put an order, it starts to work into the downside. I'm just going to jump in, wet the beak. If we take out 51, look for consolidation underneath. Otherwise, I want to be shorting this area here from 51.25 into the 75 marker. If this market wants to continue to flush, I don't see why this doesn't play a little bit of catch-up. But it's absolute. Like, you're just woodshedded if you tried to pick up NVIDIA. Like, once I missed that 433, you had to be willing to step in front of it the first time. The second time through, no chance was I going to jump on that bid. Like, there's no way. Like, you couldn't get me to do that. Not the way the market was falling in there. Crazy move to the downside. Roosty Moat, future Faraday is bouncing. If it is, interesting because it's off that $1 level. But I don't think I saw good volume on that one for small cappers. I think AMC could be the one today, believe it or not.
You don't have to worry about Rivian. You could see what's happening right now to Lucid. I mean, this has just been right now. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 for 4 to start with here today, which is pretty good. Amazon position pending. We did take a piece out of Amazon there. We did get some more longs, then we got out at 33s or something there on a pop-up, but we still have 3/4 of this trade. So, and looking to get a little bit more. This market is so super weak. I feel like all these longs are not going to continue to print, man. And so just be very, very careful. I'm super glad that we're holding on to some of these shorts, though, as they continue to fall down a little bit. Meta's I mean, I'm well aware of Meta bouncing off these 317.50s. So I feel like now we were just waiting for the dream. That's all. Just didn't come through right there for that trade. So we'll temporarily wait on this, but Rivian still downside. Lucid now making the move back down, and we have good shares on these positions. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with starting to take now 10 cents on. Did we just get that? No, we missed the 09s, but we're bidding 09s here to take a little bit more out on that one. And then, of course, on Rivian, we've been getting it out. So Rivian's been fine to the downside. We have a 60 fill. We're waiting for a little bit more on that one, 1950 coming into play. So Meta, again, maybe we just put it. I mean, now I guess we should take a 317.75 if we can get it. We could have had that many times and didn't take it. So hopefully if it comes back in, we'll be able to take that fill one more time. Could be a good shorting opportunity, but like I said, I was expecting for a bigger move than this once we took down 15-1. We only went down 20 handles, but maybe we do fall one more time back in here, which would be fine by me as we continue to watch some of these names come back in. So Amazon right now, we did not get reloaded down there. We are going to wait for something a little closer to 129 and then just get it out if we can come back up into the 50s again here. So far so good, man. The day has been well, but it's still pretty young. It's only 9:50.
Brendo?
This one, LOPE, Citron, just tweeting about this one. I didn't think they were doing this anymore, but apparently. Short side for LOPE, online education company, downside in a big way. Not a lot of volume behind that. There was a note, Neil, you were mentioning Boeing there. Philippines airline close to a deal worth $12 billion apparently with Boeing.
Okay, I just saw a few people in the chat. I see people in the chat asking about Boeing. I saw question marks, so I threw it in ours just to ask Brennan what was going on so you guys could all know about it. But the other name that's strong I saw people talking about is Palantir. Now keep in mind, in this environment, anything defense related is going to be strong. So I understand their tech, and tech is getting wrecked today. I was going to think of a better pun than tech is getting wrecked, but that's what came out of the mouth.
It's a good one, yeah.
But Palantir being defense related is probably the reason why it's up. So if we're going to have any bounce in the market, how can you not like this one? It was the same. I mean, it did this same dance off the 17 level yesterday, and now you're getting continuation through what looks like yesterday's top, and 1736 is where we close. So on the dip, which is looking like it is right now, I'm just looking at that breakout, that pre-market breakout level. If it holds on to that, I mean, there haven't been many longs here, but as we get to 15,000, at least you have the fact that this is a defense name, and they're all ridiculously strong today. My goodness, NVIDIA's at 425. 420 on NVIDIA by 10 o'clock, possibly? What's 10% down on NVIDIA? Hold Hold on a second. Let me just go over here.
AMD's down 4 and a bit as well. So we
NVIDIA SSR is at 415, 414.
So we actually wind up getting our Amazon out as it breaks through 129. I mean, it was a 10-cent hit after all said and done. But we actually, on that flush, we actually got Meta as well. So we got Meta down there for 317.75 for that 250. So that was a good one. But there goes Amazon, man, breaking through that 129. And now we just wait to see. You know what? I might start a small position here at 74s if we can get it. There we go. We got it. Just to see about a 129 again coming through. So let's just wait to see if 129, maybe now, because that was a level that we were trying to support. You know, the problem is, though, the NASDAQ is so beat up right now, and the retail was pretty strong yesterday. I'm not sure I'm in love with flipping over into the short now, heavy anyways. Let's just see if it wants to hold it. 129.30 is a nice little level there for the higher side of this trade now. And again, just looking at it, it was right into there where the 20 period is. So the thing is, the market can turn on its head, man, and go the other way real quickly. Especially off of, well, I mean, we still have 15,000 to come into play, right? I mean, the market's at 1505.
We're almost there now.
Yeah, so we're almost there right now. That's 1504 down in there, 15,000. A break of that gets us into the 60s, it looks like. So let's give it a little bit of room here, but Amazon is starting to creep back up to the upside. It's not a big, we don't have a big shares, and it's not a big hit on the stock at all trying to go long here. We did take a one piece out, but now we're just playing around with it here at 129. I feel like if we're going to really take the short, it needs to be somewhere around here, but it's not really setting up too much for that. Amazon down 2.5%. It is weaker than the market, but not as weak as the names that are bringing this market down, like the AMDs and the NVIDIAs of the world. So, oh wow, now we're back above as I was looking at the chart. We'll take something there now at 07 or so. We'll take an 03. See if we get something, there we go, a little bit more upside. Watching out for this level to break right here, 129.30.
Yeah, speaking of break, I mean, ARM just broke up. So, I mean, I looked for the short off of that breakdown. It was coming back to the upside. If the market was going to continue to flush, I felt like this could play a little catch-up, but it does not. Breaks to the upside. I'm not going to hold on to it when it's counter-trend. If we're going to look at longs, I still think it's like Palantir. I mean, I'm on the bit of AMC just in case. I'm talking about something that's actually going to sort of be in the tech space on more people's radars than just a meme stock. It's not really giving you that dip in yesterday's close price. It's just hanging out above this 50. I might try to take a look, wet the beak in the high 40s if that's what we're able to get in this range. But this is already up 1% and still looking relatively strong. The other thing that was strong was Snapchat. Whoops, hit enter twice. That backed off. It never really got through yesterday's highs. So it is relatively strong, only 0.5% to the downside. It's attempting to make that run of yesterday's top, but can't seem to get there at all. And hello, that AMC. Like, I'm still trying to catch that bid. Looks like it's going to be closer to 980 breaking than me grabbing this 950 level. But I'm not going to step out of the pocket just to try and grab that one. Intel, I still believe 35 could be a bit of a bid here. This thing needs to calm down. There hasn't been a short to be, you can't even get a pop to short some of these chip names. Like, it's just been nasty. Like, next available pop could be interesting. Micron also has a little bit of relative strength. That's certainly true. And Rivian, I'm only reloading if it gets back into the 80s. It's at 75 right now.
Yeah, it's getting close to that level. Amazon's falling back in a little bit here, so we'll see. We're short right now at 98s off of this. We just took some out there at 97s, I think. No, 90. Yeah, 97, and then we got a 91 or something there. We got a pretty low fill there on Amazon as well. So we'll see here as it's trying to go. We do have business inventories coming out, I believe, at 10 o'clock, so that could move the markets one way or the other. Good. I mean, what a good out that was. Oh my God! Thank God we took that right there on Meta, because Meta is making. You know what? Why are we having problems down here, Amazon? As Meta makes its way all the way back, okay, we just got a 92 fill there on Amazon. Come on, Amazon. Bring yourself back into the downside right now. As we were waiting for that level to get short, we did do that, but we're only short at 99s, so it's not a fantastic trade yet. hopefully it will come in at some point there. But the market could easily come back in and test this 15.1 again. So that would spike some of these names because, you know, people feeling better about this little bottom there at 15.050. I don't. I still think we have some more downside here. But again, you know, trade what you see, not necessarily what you think. You got to be able to trade the levels and not get too biased one position or the other. Lucid, I am a little bit biased on this one. It doesn't seem to be heading to the downside too much. So actually, the best bid I got was just right now. So as I say that, I'm not feeling good about it. We just get a 9. So now maybe we do crack a little bit lower. Let's put something at like 7-ish because that's where VWAP is. We did hit this short pretty good there on Lucid. We were waiting for Rivian, as we said before, but we already have that trade. So we went over here, looked at Lucid, and now we'll see about a little bit of a downside move. So hopefully, there we go. Did we? No, we just got 9s. We did not get 7s. So bidding 7s right now on that, and it looks like Amazon did resist. We did get some more out there in the low 90s, but it is starting to go back up to the upside. Watch out for VWAP here. Maybe we'll wait for VWAP at 60s. But Amazon in trouble again. That sucks, man. Only one stock that we've sort of been back and forth with here, and we should just left it alone and maybe just hit with the long. But Amazon back up into the 20s. Let's try to add a little bit to this position.
Yeah, speaking of somewhat strong, add maybe Google to that list, or Alphabet to that list. Look at the wick down, bouncing off 137 as the market's trying to, I mean, the market's making an attempt to rally here. This is at least in the pocket for some relative strength. If it can get back in, if it retakes 138 and then VWAP and we get back above 15.1, then I would worry about buying it higher. Until then, I want to look for a bit of a 137 quarter-ish area for a long. Intel's not quite at 35. It's at 16s, and I'm itching to pull the trigger in front of 35 even, but I feel as if I should be getting 35 even and not some compromised price. Let's go to the desk, handle some business, Brendo.
U.S. business inventory is just coming through here. Month-over-month number, 0.4% to the upside versus a 0.3% print expected there. Again, that's business inventories on a month-over-month, slightly higher than expected. We also got the U.S. NAHB housing market index there, 40 versus 44, so slightly downside. Yeah, that's pretty ugly as far as NVIDIA is concerned. If you missed it this morning, an expansion of restrictions on what can be sent from chip companies to China, including manufacturing equipment for making chips. NVIDIA then comes out and says they do not expect a meaningful near-term impact from U.S. curbs, according to Bloomberg, but the market not buying those comments clearly whatsoever. If you're with us in the first hour this morning, make sure you join us at 8:30 every single morning. We get you set for the open daily. Morgan Stanley coming out cutting their price target on Apple a couple days in a row of negative analyst moves. Tesla, BAC also discussed on earnings for BAC. If you missed it, VMW getting hurt here today, downside in a big way. China apparently now going to review their Broadcom deal, so Broadcom acquiring VMW. VMW then came out and said they still expect it to close on schedule by the end of the month. So October 30th was the day that was going to get done. There's Tesla, almost day lows there once again, but trying to bounce as we head to 250 again, I guess, for Tesla. First 30 minutes brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SearchTrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
A milli.
Hit it.
A milli. You know,
It's a good thing we got out of some Rivian.
Wayne.
That's making a move back up to the
What an
upside.
unbelievable bounce.
What the hell's up with business inventory?
Some
That's,
stocks went
really
crazier
rallied.
than others. I'm short Apple because I was looking for the first available pop, and it just kind of moved to 175.5 relatively quickly there. I mean, VWAP sitting at 176. That's a bit of obviously a psychological level, but more importantly, 176 was yesterday's effective bottom pre-market, and then right at the open, it held 176.25. My goodness, Palantir.
Yeah, what's up with that stuff?
You couldn't just pick me up? No, apparently not. Palantir up, it was up 2%, now it's up 1.8%, but give me a break. Like, what an absolute bounce that was. I wasn't willing to just punch long. I was looking for the old consolidation at the previous key level where you could pick up the long on the way up, because into a weak market, I don't think I wanted to be overly aggressive going into a long trade. And it turns out simply being completely impatient would have worked anyways, but you got to move on to the next. I'll still try to buy a dip, but the new trade is Apple for me. MON, how do you protect from wash sales? We're trading on a prop floor, so we are not retail traders. And I'm assuming you are talking about like a wash trade as it pertains to a retail trader. Like a wash trade to a day trader would mean trying to execute against yourself, which you literally cannot do. Like it would bar you from doing that in our system. Like if I have a bid and I try to sell into my own bid, it will get rejected automatically. Yeah. So you don't actually have to worry about that. But I'm assuming you're talking about the other sort of wash sale, which we don't deal with. We're in and out day trading the same day. Doesn't apply to us as prop traders.
All right. Yeah, so good question, good answer on that one. Amazon right now, we're just holding on, honestly. It's too bad because we had initially, it's not too bad. I mean, I responsible for all the trades that I'm putting on here. It's just I initially wanted Amazon long at 129, and then the market tanked in, and then I flipped over to short bias on this name, and now it just wants to hold bids. So yeah, we'll learn from all of this as we continue to go here on Amazon. Just kind of play the ranges for sure, but the 129 long, it would have got cracked anyways because it went down to 128.75. 25 cents, again, depending on your share size, might be able to hold it. But if share sizes doesn't really matter when you're trying to talk about key levels because you have to trade off those levels, whether or not it's 100 shares, 5 shares, 1,000 shares. It's not, once certain levels break, you got to try to stick with the rhetoric that you had and play off of key price movements, market sentiment as well, which is why we decided to flip over into the short. But since we've done that, the NASDAQ has popped in a little bit. Like I'm talking all like this, and we're out of the money now at 10 cents, getting a little bit better now, back into the downside. So let's see if it does fade out. I mean, the worst we held this against ourselves was that 10 cents. So what is that, 129.30s? I mean, I am bidding some 129.20s right now. There it is. So now we're basically back to flat now, coming back in. So let's put something a little bit on, well, we missed it. Let's put something, there we go, there's the 20s. Give me those 20s, there it is. So here we go. From 10 cents out of the money to 10 cents in the money, this is the day trader life right now. So hopefully we'll be able to hold this just for a little bit if it does see. And then it pops back in a bit. So you take a little bit out, you hold a little bit, and you just hope that eventually the trade goes in your direction. So, all right, we've been tape reading a little bit there. I can sense that Amazon seems to be a little bit strong. So we only took out 15% there on the way back in. Let's take out some more if it comes into 20. We'll take that 12 cents. We're short at 32s right now. But at the same time, we are very aware of that 129.50. Wow, Intel bounced?
Man, it was close enough. Maybe should have pulled that trigger. Didn't pull the trigger on this at 35. But if it's going to come back in at VWAP, I want it to break. A lot of times when this bounces, like I'd rather it get above VWAP, give you some overfills instead of getting in too early. Like I'm into Apple underneath VWAP. Right, so I'm kind of into one underneath VWAP in there.
Look at Amazon.
If I'm going to fade something else, it's got to be off of like VWAP breaking and giving me a fill. PLTR, I know this is one that I want to be in the other direction of. You can forget, what am I even sitting here in the 30s for? It doesn't even want to dip down there. It's got to be in the 50s. This is so strong. Like it's not getting to VWAP anymore. It's definitely holding higher highs and the whole top end of the range. Should have sniffed this one out because defense-related name. That's simple. Like once it started to go and held 17, like that's an entry. Like that's Amazon. An entry. Instead, I'm just looking to join the trend there. Where's Amazon?
I just ripped. Like it's my bad because I was talking about Amazon. We got out. We have a small piece.
You were long Amazon.
We were long, and then we flipped over to the short, and we just took money on the short to the downside. I mean, look, we just got those out in the teens, and now it's into the 70s here as we did flip around on Amazon. Wrong decision on that one. We should have just held into that long, as we said, right? I mean, I can't believe we write down on here long Amazon 129 on the sticky note. It's at 129.90 right now, and I'm losing on it. So, all right, but it did just make a nice little pop-up. So did Meta. I mean, the whole market, we said that maybe we were trying to turn around at some point right now. 130.50. If you're going to short anything on Amazon, it might be up here at 130.50 as that's sort of where we started the day. But maybe this market, is it going to go green? I mean, that was a pretty disastrous open, trying to get back in right now. Lucid, good outs, and we got 05s on Lucid. And Rivian, Rivian, we're pretty light on this. That's why I'm not even concerned with it, but that's ripping as well.
Wait a minute.
Back all the way back up to the upside.
That
right
didn't
there.
break 20.
I did not have my offer out. No, it got to 95.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
No,
Why,
so
did you get
you know,
stopped?
whatever. Like sometimes I usually like just deal with it, but I probably made a keystroke error. I'm sure like what ended up happening is I thought my stop was not where it was. So I'm just gonna jump back into it. It's a 20 level, so I was just in and out. So probably had a keystroke on my stop. It is what it is. I'm gonna get right back into it, but I'm gonna back off adding to anything until we show some weakness on a curl. I'm talking about shorts, right? Like I am still wanting to get into Palantir, man. Like this market, if the market goes green, I feel pretty good about Palantir getting to 18. That rhymed. I mean, kind of.
Green 18?
I don't know. It's like
Yeah,
it's like an Eminem rhyme. Like
There's 2 E's with an N there.
one of the things that made M so great is that he did like those. I don't know. There's a word for it actually. When you, it's not in, it doesn't exactly rhyme, but you make it sort of work by like your enunciation. So that was one of those. I'm not Eminem, by the way. I'm not even gonna try to pretend that. But Palantir, it's strong. I want to be long. If I have to wet the beak in front of VWAP, then so be it. Because
Wow,
as far as I'm
long
concerned,
is right.
this market is just ridiculous. Like you're gonna get right now to 176. I said I was already short one thing in front of VWAP. There's no chance I want to put another one on, and that was going to be Intel. So I do not add into this Apple. If it does not make the curl here, then I'm just going to have to dump out of it. Neo, that's not going, so forget about that break. It is just the bottom on these futures that are crazy. Santiago saying Uber, tell Sean.
What?
I don't know. It says Uber. Uber long, tell Sean. I just saw that in the chat.
Yeah.
But
Well,
why?
Uber's at a good spot on the daily. I mean, I haven't been looking at that for a minute,
it,
but I
though?
do own some Uber. Yeah, 43 is a nice little call there. It's too bad. We tried to, sorry, I was just distracted there.
45 gap fill break.
was
man.
trying to get more short there on Meta. Like, I thought I got a 321 offer in there, and I guess, I don't know. I guess I didn't. So, okay, we do hit that short back a little bit back in Meta right now to basically be flat on this trade. I mean, if it does pull back in to 320, that'll be good. We will look at Uber in a minute. I just have some more positions right here. There it is. So we got an 80 fill. We were waiting for a little bit closer than that. Giving our average price right now to 320.60. So let's see if that comes into play one more time. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it comes in. Just a little bit. We'll take a 320 fill like we said there. And then, you know, obviously it's been super strong into this market move higher right now. So that's too bad. I thought we had a little bit more shares on that one, but we did not. So, okay, we'll hold off on that. Rivian, I mean, wow, okay.
It just made a
it's making a move.
levitation.
It's making a move right now. We are out. We just put some more shares on right now, so we're short now at 91, looking to get a little bit more here. But this made a levitating move, as Neil just mentioned there, up into 20. Didn't quite break it. There we go. We got some more 98s real quick right now. It's going to break 20. There's a lot of action on this name, looking like it wants to continue to go higher here. Breaking through 20 bucks on Rivian looks to be almost inevitable at this. There it goes at this time, and there it goes. Now it's making a move back.
Well, that wasn't Rivian that stopped out. It was Apple.
Okay,
But, I mean, Rivian's probably going to go
basically
to.
stopped out there too. It did break through 20, but came right back just a little bit. Look at this spike all the way back to VWAP. I was joking about this name, these markets possibly getting green. It looks like, not joking, but it looks like they could get back there right now. Huge move off 1505. It's about 110 handles straight to the upside right now. So we are in that Rivian, and we're holding on for a little bit here. We said 130.50 maybe for a better short on Amazon, but we have to average into this as we got a little piece left. 130.50 coming in like banger. I cannot believe we had 129 long. We should have reversed back into that long once we retook it. But that's, again, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda as this market continues to rip higher here.
Yeah, I just got triggered into NIO, so it looks like, yeah, it hit that 55 level, so it did break out. I am going to sit here looking for a consolidation. The Chinese ADRs tend to level off, so I want to play this as an 850 area and then work towards like $8.75 or $9 for Neo. Palantir should have been long a lot earlier, looking for a potential dip buy in there. I got out, so we'll slap a fail on Meta. Rivian, the only reason it hasn't stopped is because I don't like having it right at the even dollar level, so I never really put a stop at 20 even. It's going to be a couple of shekels above here, a couple of cents above here, but I think that's just going to stop out. If there is a curl in this market, the logical place, I mean, I'm going to go to NVIDIA in a
Rivian
second,
can go to
but the
hell.
logical place would be, I think, 15.2. If you look at when we dumped back off on Friday, it was 15.2 on the push back up. So if there's going to be a curl in this market, I would be looking at the 15.2 level. But I mean, NVIDIA is where this whole thing started. So to not at least be looking at that, or at least one of the chip names, doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. If you're looking for a curl and if you're looking for weakness. It's at VWAP. It's back above that 433 support. I mean, either right here or you could be waiting until the 440 range.
Whoops.
For a bit of a short there. Intel, I also like for a fade. But like I said with Apple, like I took one thing underneath VWAP. I'm waiting for the chance to maybe get this at a much better price. If we're going to crawl at 15.2, then getting the overfill on VWAP puts you in a better position to be patient here. So be patient. No way AMC's at $10. Is it really?
That's okay, though. Wasn't it there yesterday?
Just cancel that 950 bid, slap a fail on myself, and hit this for you guys.
Ooh.
Big cap tech, they said. AMC up 7% in a day where whatever, the market's coming back to the upside now. So, I mean, I can't really say a day where the market's getting crushed because the market is rebounding. I'm only chuckling because I did want this one at 950.
Killer.
Wow, impressive move. Congratulations to anyone that got Neo. I most certainly did not. There is one lonely red candle in here.
Oh, wow.
And the rest is breaking out, as they say. Nick W., thank you for the super chat. I'm just laughing because it's pathetic not to have gotten that long. Like, it's like, how many chances did you have to get long there? Anyways, what do we got here? Guys, I want to buy a long option on Shop, but worried about the flat bottom break. Thoughts? So it's interesting, like, if you're going for a long on something, why be worried about a flat bottom break when you can just structure, like, you should structure your trade so that if it breaks down, that's your risk, because your risk is that it breaks 51. Right? So, and you're taking you're making an option play. So you're going long here. If it breaks down, okay, fine. You're probably going to just lose what you put into it. But flat bottom breaks are support levels first. I talk about it as a day trader because I like the setup and the momentum that happens when stops trigger. But like they exist because it's a support level. And 51 has been a fantastic support level for Shop. The same way 11's been a fantastic level for Ford, and 1350's been a fantastic level for Palantir. So I wouldn't stray too far away from the notion of that being a bad bet to the long side. Like, sure, it could break. Fine. Okay, so I don't know what exactly you're looking at, like what strike, what month. I have no idea. But at the end of the day, you put it in, it's going to be zero if it breaks that to the downside, I'm assuming, and that's not the end of the world. That's the same thing as just stopping out if you go long in front of it. My next step is going to be this curl, which I'm anticipating, but do not want to anticipate an entry off 15.2 in the NASDAQ. I'm looking at you, Intel. I'm looking at where it based out first, which is about 35.50. It's still underneath that 36. I think this could be a nice level for a bit of a retracement. I have not taken profit on Palantir, and until it gets to, I'm going to get an offer in front of 17.80. I think this gets to $18 today. And for Neo, breaks 860, I want to start taking some profit there as well. But I'm looking for one more shot to short something on this play that isn't Rivian, and it's looking like Intel for me.
All right, so, man, everything is, okay, so Meta's been fine. We actually reshorted Meta at these levels here, 21s, and just been getting them out. We just got some out at 70. We got some out at 50. Hopefully we will make the move down, but we are flushing ourselves way down the toilet for Amazon. Amazon just kept on going. Now we're going to wait now for 131. We said retail would be strong, and I'm beside myself for going short when we did have it written. And it's funny, because like I said, I talked to Obi before. I was like, hey, you know, I'm looking long 129 on Amazon. Yeah, it's only up $1.70 from that level, and all I did was lose short. So that's pretty stupid on that one. We'll try to hold on to Meta for a little bit lower. I'm at 320 flat now. Maybe we'll even go a little bit lower than that. Let's see if we get something like 3. I mean, who knows? If it goes up, it goes up. We've already made money on this. We will stop out higher at the stop of the day, at the high of the day. They're 321.25 or so. So let's give this a little bit more room, see if we can come back in. So this is going to be about 50 cents. We're short at 320.95. So we're 50 cents in the money now. We're giving this one 50 cents to that break of 30. So if that does break, then we will get out of that. Rivian, you know, we do got a big position on, so we did take some out there at 95. Our short is here at 92. Now it seems like it wants to come back in, so that should be hopefully a good trade for us. If it does fall back in just a little bit here for us, that would be nice. Let's put some bids, maybe let's put something small at 90 just to take some pressure off, as Rivian finally starting to come back in a little bit. Other than that, man, Lucid. Yeah, we're getting lighter and lighter on this trade. We only have about 25% left on Lucid. Yeah, man, Amazon is just rippy like crazy right now. I was actually thinking about maybe a Google short.
Alphabet's strong, too.
Yeah, they're all super strong. I just think like we might have to short something against this move because we're just bouncing off of VWAP, and 15.2 is still high. So we still have a little ways to go. We could try to go there. But it's Amazon that's approaching that 131 that I'm most interested in. But again, here's a nice short for us. Hopefully now Meta's come back in. Now 70 cents in the money. Well, it was just 30s on the bid. 70 cents in. We'll see if that can still do something. But here comes Rivian pulling back. The number one stock for me today is Rivian. We haven't made any mistakes. No stop outs, no nothing here yet. So, so far so good on Rivian as it's pulling back into the 80s. We'll put another bid at 85.
Yeah, once that gets into the 80s, that's where I start bidding it out. And I think if it gets, I'll be happy if we can see the 60s again. Me on the offer to get something out of NEO is it's up 1%, Chinese ADRs. I haven't really looked at anything but these, but NEO. But if you're watching, like Alibaba now breaking back, looking at like a double top breakout on BABA, when I see that, I'm like, if it curls back in, I want to have taken something out on NIO, right? Like it just, sometimes BABA's kind of like the futures for these. So we get that, ring the register, you have to. I think you got to pay yourself out for at least a positive decision, even though it was joining the move way too late. I am now short in that Intel. AMC just quadoomed to the $10 level. So I guess that was a good short. Let's see what happens when this gets to VWAP, right? Like 970 VWAP in here. Maybe it's not completely done if it can base out, but it was all green to the upside. You think you want to let it settle down as it starts to come back in. What a wild ride. That has been. We haven't even looked at Tesla. Worth mentioning, like if you're wondering, like, you know, Rivian just bounced up to 20. Why take some out in the 80s? Look at the rebound on Tesla. Still underneath resistance at 253. It closed at 54, but it is all green since that hammer bottom. This is the kind of day that it is not crazy if we were to get back into green. So you want to be patient with these shorts. We're close to that 15.2, so I think we could level off. But wow, this has been pretty impressive in terms of a bit of a bounce play in the overall market.
I'd say, to me, very impressive because I'm sitting here holding this stupid Amazon, which now we got a great price on Amazon. So thankfully, it just flowed up there. Now we're just getting some pieces out here as it's making a move back down a little bit here for AMZN. I think this could easily be, go against us here one more way. But we'll see what happens here with Amazon. We just got a great fill there at 31s. So hopefully now this will come back in. I don't know if you guys, yeah, no problem. I'm not going to say the right one anyways. TPST right now, just to let you guys know, wow, we brought this to everybody's attention earlier on in the day, and I hope that it was well traded by many of you because there it goes, man, up to 7, now up to 9, trying to break through $9 right now on TPST. It's 870. Oh, wow. For those of you listening, I didn't mean to say 9. That's where we're at, but we do have a $9 level coming through right now on TPST. So that was the past high where we actually closed the candle off. We did get as high as 1150, it looks like that day, but this is, I guess it looks like last week. So watch out for $9 coming through again on TPST. And let's go to the downside for Amazon. Hopefully that will start to print for us. Meta now nicely in the money as well. We'll put another bid here on Meta. Make sure we capture some profits in the 80s as we are short. We're only taking 40 cents. So there it is, a nice little move on Amazon as we go over to Adara.
Trading news provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale now by clicking the link in the description and using coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. We have a lot of small caps moving right now, including Assembly Biosciences, ASMB. This one was on the watch list this morning. So this one announced a 12-year partnership with Gilead Sciences, basically to work on advancing and developing antiviral therapies. So this one's definitely of note. We also have Faraday Futures, FFIE. This company basically announced a master plan to be less reliant on external funding, and they're going to announce more of the details of that at their upcoming Investor Day. So stay tuned for that one. Last but not least, we have SciSpark, SPRC. This company had recently maintained or regained, NASDAQ compliance with the minimum bid price notification. So this one is, as you can see, very much up today. Keep an eye on all of those names, guys.
All right, the market
Yes,
is
sir.
ripping.
Thank you very much there, Dara. The market is Rip City at this particular point. So you know you'll see when we went into that, I was short Intel. And when we came out of it, I no longer am. So I'm out of that. I am now sitting, I still have Rivian because it's still chilling at like the mid 90s, but everything else is kind of like those reverses into the other side. It's the dark side. Well, I guess up isn't the dark side, but it's the dark side if you were thinking these shorts were going to last. So we're ripping faces off here. I'm just in Palantir and Neo, but I'm looking at this Alphabet. Like Google was already relatively strong. Like look at the hammer bottom. Are we really breaking out? Like we're through 15.2. So if 15.2 fails, the only thing that's in the pocket to reload, like Rivian's in the pocket to potentially reload that one. You're not above 440 on NVIDIA. Google 139 would be in play. I got in and out of Apple once, but to me, Apple underneath 180 is a short, and even this 177, that could be a level. I just want to wait for it to get there. Like you're not quite you're half a dollar away from it. I was too early the last time. If I'm going to look for the short, you got to stick to your guns. If I like the 77 level on the way back up here, and that's what I should be waiting for. Do not need to be fighting this too much because that's a heck of a move back up. We've seen it before. Just that TPST, I was asked about locates on it. I have not paid. I paid for them yesterday. We have to pay for locates every single day, like if we're day trading, so they last for that day. I haven't checked, but I did say if it got to $10, I would be interested in paying for them. So now that it's gotten to 9, I will check in on the price. If they're ridiculously cheap, sometimes that's a bit of a warning sign that it could be a crowded short, which then means more potential for a continued squeeze.
So Rivian is actually
Chilling.
Yeah, it's just kind of chilling right now. So we, we took some money back out of this when it came back in, but then it kind of stopped at 90. So I did take some more 95s there. Now it's coming back in. I just let everybody know, like I'm bidding 1985 down there. We'll see if that will fill. That's just into that sort of resistance. Those are the best prices we got. We got 87s last time. So, we'll wait for a little bit lower. And then we are obviously aware of VWAP being here at 1980. So, a little bit of a move down would be nice, but I'm not sure that's going to happen for us. We just got some shorts up there at 10s, I believe, for yeah, we did. So we just got reloaded there. Nice amount of shares there at 10. So that all of a sudden came in. So we'll have to take a little bit of profit. As the scalping has been not great on Amazon because it just ripped our face off back up there to the upside. So we'll take out a little bit of profit. Hopefully we do fall back down, but we're only giving it, we talked about giving it to 50. We're only going to give this one to 25s. It's been wrong, man. Amazon has been so strong. Shout out to Rage TV or whoever was saying that there in the chat that we did have it right. And look, man, if you're talking about us with Amazon, you're 100% right. Did we have that right? We were long 129s, man, and we gave it up once it broke 129. And then I was like, let's just start to look at the short here. And the short in the market obviously was completely off. It was right early. I mean, hopefully a lot of us, and hopefully a lot of you too, banked on that move back in. But right now, there's 15.2. So we said that could have been a spot where maybe... We
just wicked it.
Yeah, exactly, where maybe we could fall back from. So let's see if that is now a possibility to fall back in. But Amazon, man, like it just went back into the 90s there and stopped one more time. So this name's in trouble for the short for sure. There has to be better names out here. Rivian also starting to go back up the upside, a break of 5 and we're out. That's the high of the day right there.
Yeah, mine is basically that same penny-ish. AMD's already... It's not at 105. I put a 105 in the chat because it's close to 105 as we're getting to that 15.2 level. We just turned a little bit off 15.2 and we're 15 handles underneath that. That's the NASDAQ futures there.
Oh, down.
And if we're going to turn, curl, this is still under the flat bottom break. I'm just looking for that scalp trade. in that curl off 105. VWAP is, because of you blasted so far away, like you have $1.50 to VWAP from 105. So I do like this NVIDIA. I'm just sitting in PLTR, which is coming back to the downside, by the way, and NIO longs. NEO's holding the high. It's kind of sliding higher, whereas Palantir never really gave a fill breakout. I'm going to back off, maybe look for VWAP on this a little bit deeper on a pullback now that things are calming down. But the new trade for me is looking at that AMD 105. Life comes at you fast.
Yeah.
And apparently these big levels come at you even faster on a rebound like this. Checking back in with AMC. If we're going to be patient here. I don't know if I put this one on. I mean, if the dip buy, I'm already going for Palantir, have Neo. I don't know if I want to add AMC to that list. Not when we're looking at the curl at 15.2 simultaneously. So I'm into AMD here. That's the one that's set up at this 15.2 level on the NASDAQ.
All right, we're starting to get a little bit of a fall down here thanks to that 15.2 level. So hopefully that will continue to make us some dollars here on the short as we, I mean, just stupid, right? Like we finally waited to get into this Amazon trade and we lost enough going all the way back up to the upside here. I've asked Randy for another coffee, so you may see Randy coming through.
I'm wondering what happened to all them chocolate bars from yesterday.
Yeah. Fabian.
There was an entire bowl with at least, I'm going to say... And
No, I have the tweets.
I'm good at estimating what happened. There was at least, what was it, like 6 dozen left when I left?
6 dozen. No, there wasn't that many.
Oh, thank you, Fabian.
Here it is.
Whoa. Okay, first of all, if you're gonna, I appreciate you handing me that.
Right here.
But like Fabian walked over and he does this, smacks it on the desk, like, okay, here rudely, you're gonna call me out. What?
Here it is right here. So there was a bunch. There was a bunch left over. I don't know. Maybe the traders got them. It was from the back office.
Yeah, but there was half the bowl was still full when I left last night. And
I'm gonna go get my own coffee, or else I'm gonna trade out of this. So
fair enough.
You want one? Or?
No, I'm good for now. Was there a call for the
I think
desk?
we gotta go over to the desk.
Okay, let's go to the desk.
I just saw this graphic and couldn't avoid talking about it here. We were talking about these lucid delivery numbers. So this is from their SPAC presentation, going back to when the company was initially taken on as a SPAC before it then converts obviously to its own symbol. In this presentation, it forecast it was going to deliver 49,000 vehicles this year. Today it came out and said they delivered 1,450 or 1,454 in this current quarter. So 49,000 was the expected for this year, guys.
Well, that's interesting at least. So I did say I was going to talk about this once and then leave it alone. So I'll one more time because someone just asked me the catalyst for E-Man. You're going to always see our live positions here, guys, regardless of what we're holding. So just to give you an idea, this is a legitimate bid ask. That is like 1.2 million shares in the bid at 207 on this stock. It's being bought for 208 cash. It is closing relatively soon. It actually might be closing today or tomorrow. I was able to get some fills at 7. So you can pretty much imagine what I'm trying to do with that, and that's get out at 8. If this moves more than 1 cent today, I'd probably freak out. It's not going to. Let's go to the desk for the crypto update.
A lot too.
So as we know, as some people might know, yesterday we did have that giant Bitcoin BTC rally after a false report that the Bitcoin ETF had been approved. The SEC has now basically come out and warned, if you don't hear it from us, there isn't any Bitcoin approval for the ETF. So I think that is of note. As you can see here, we had this giant rally up to 30,000 yesterday. That was after this news was released. Now we're still kind of hovering just below that 28.5 mark. So crypto is slightly, or Bitcoin, sorry, is slightly up on the day, hovering around 28,300 right now. Ethereum is down about 1%. We are below that 1,600 mark. The rest of Bitcoin, or the rest of crypto story, is pretty mixed, generally about 1% below for most of the currencies here, guys.
Yeah, I'm surprised that like this never really even dipped that far. And it was a chip story anyways, but man, these chips, they dip, they rip, like that's ARM trying to catch it on the way back up. And this is the thing when you don't get the breakdown trade, right? You know, it was in and out, at least tight risk there on Intel, which is probably the right call. Like if it doesn't give you the curl you want, understand what's going on in the broad market and just respect it. AMD here, we're still underneath 15 too. So the fact that we're still holding resistance, sorry guys, I ate all of those M&Ms like at once there. So I'm going to need to drink some water in a second. But I just got stopped above 105 when we didn't break 15.2. So I feel like this area here is still valid. I just want to continue to take some pot shots at it on AMD. It's at the right level. The market's at the right level as well, so let's respect it. Rivian's still holding the pocket at that 20 level as well, but AMD, I like it. I think I got wicked out, so I'm just gonna jump right back to the well with this level here. It's at the right price level for a bit of a curl off this 105. Just might need to give it a couple of extra cents above that. And Neo dipping in, I'm looking to pick that back up at 850. That's a long trend that hopefully doesn't care too much about the market being a Chinese ADR, so I'm just break out, fill the first gap, hopefully fill the second one. If it can get to $9, that'd be great. Ganesh asking me to take a look at SECO. Oh my goodness, no. Oh, that sucks. Well, there was a lot to look at today, so that's my excuse for not, I mean, the obvious $1 break on this is as obvious as it gets for a penny stock. You gotta be kidding me. Like this closed at $1, what did it closed at $1.02. It wicked the aftermarket bottom and then retook $1 for an easy long, and now it's at 140. There's 150, yesterday's high. That's your resistance for today. Wow, if you just played this off $1 and AMC on the break, you could have just not done anything else and kind of chilled out and not worried about all these big cap names. Wild.
Oh man, and like I said, I'd go and get a coffee, come and just in order to not hit keys, I come back and I just start hitting keys like a madman and just getting out of everything because Amazon finally, man, fail on getting short early, winning on getting short late. Right now, 131.10 we're short on Amazon. I can't believe that we're going to be negative on this name as I wrote down a 129 long and it's at 131. So upset at that. Rivian pullback, so that's all good. 1034, eh? All right, Lucid barcoding, so we'll take a piece out on that one. Diamond hands trying. Diamond time, I don't know if it's diamond hands or not. I mean, we're trying to hold on, but again, we've already gotten these out at VWAP every time it's come into it. So I feel like this has pretty much been the perfect trade on Lucid, right? I mean, we have short 20s or 18s, when the high was 22 there. That's pretty good. And then we also have the bottom tick as well on this move back in. So far, so good on all of that. As Neil just mentioned where the NASDAQ was, as I keep getting like distracted by this Lucid chart thinking the market's going lower, but look at the NASDAQ right now trying to go back up to the upside. So I guess in coming back, hitting some keys was a decent idea because there we go. The fact that we're able to take this profit on Meta here on the downside as this absolutely rips up right now is quite amazing. We're able to get out. I mean, look, short and out, and then out again right there. Like, we completely avoided this whole move there on, yeah, Vin, maybe I should add some bourbon to this. That's not a horrible idea. Maybe I'll go to the LCBO after. But right now, there it is right now, 322. 60. I've never traded like inebriated or anything, so I don't think that's a great idea to start today. But there it goes, Meta. I wrote down 324 on Meta. So if you're looking at the chart, why did we write that down? I think we just got to be very, very patient. It was just into here, thinking that we were possibly going to get there today. Obviously, I didn't think we would touch 317 first, but there we go right there. Now the market's really starting to go. Watch out for a 324 possible coming for Meta, and I think if we're going to be patient, that's a level that we wait for. Another reload there on Amazon as if. So let's wait to see now where Amazon goes.
Upside is where everything seems to be headed because there goes AMD again to the upside. I'm just looking at like why am I not long the 139 break? If you saw me get out in and out of Palantir, it was a bit of a keystroke. Like I meant to take like a little profit and ended up putting the entire order out. So I just jumped right back in at the same price that I accidentally covered. This is, I mean, at least we got one long. Okay, I have Neo too, but the Neo's not really following the market. It was going up anyways. Palantir, super strong today. I think it gets to, I think you can get to 18. Like the way this market has been relentless, let's just respect that fact. So at least something to the arrows upside here for this. As I said, Alphabet looks really strong. I don't know why I'm not in this break. Sometimes it's a bit of a bias it gets you. Like that's the truth. It's not an excuse. It's just the truth. It's a bias is why I'm not in this long. On Alphabet, we noted it was relatively strong, still didn't jump into it anyways. Looks awfully a lot like Palantir, only Palantir went first. Is there even going to be a dip? We're probably getting green at this point, or at least testing it. So the market is now 0.4. So next stop, in your longs, if you're in a long right now, I'd be considering when the NASDAQ hits green, very likely there's some kind of a checkup there, and you'd look for a profit taker at that point. But even if you got something on, obviously not enough for myself in terms of longs, you start getting up here 15.2 half to 15.3, maybe you start respecting this bounce, getting to green on the NASDAQ. So Randy, apparently, it didn't seem like it, but Randy somehow had it right again.
Did he switch it to a bull? I didn't see that.
Yeah, I asked him. I said, you can have mine, because he was two for his last two, and I said, you can do what you want with it. I won't change it. Well, I elbowed it, apparently. But he changed it to a bull. That is not what I was thinking. So good for you, Randy. Good for anybody there. Reliable Rudy saying a big battle taking place on Disney at 86. Be a lot better if that battle was at 90 for anyone holding it at the long term. But Disney, if this will load up in a quick second here. There we go. Oh, I see you. This is what he means. On a 15-minute, look at the wall. And it's pulling back like 70, 80 pennies. Is that real? It's pulling back that far? So double top in here, and yeah, it's pulling back pretty decently. That's a big battle. I know we've been fighting shorts, but like the play here is it's a short at 86. It's higher low, so look for the next higher low in theory. If it gets back up to the top, the next higher low should be around VWAP if it continues the trend. That is a very clear, that's the open. This is a dirty trend line in there. But if it holds this trend line getting into 86, there's probably one more short opportunity and then a potential breakout for a stock like that. So there you go. Disney, Rivian's still doing absolutely nothing. What is going on with the banks here? Okay, BAC's nowhere near 28, so at least I don't have to short that right now.
All right, 139.50 here. I'm looking, Google is a new position. Let's wait. Again, so Google looks like, I'm just trying to play some of these levels here. It's a nice move to the upside. We've been pretty patient waiting for this name to come in. This is yesterday's highs. Yesterday's close, I guess, 139.66. That's 139.55. We just wicked that high. Well, not really wicked it, but it came up to that 139.40 there. So I was thinking about letting this thing go like 139.50, but we did. It's too bad that we let that stupid go too early there on Amazon, because that long is so huge. All right, a little bit of a reload there on Rivian at 02s. Let's see where that one goes, and then of course we will wait. We're into Google now, but we'll wait for a little bit higher up to get some more shorts here. So we'll put something on now in the 20s. Oh, now it's going to the downside. We're gonna wait. We're gonna get out at 50 if it breaks higher. Let's just see where these futures want to go. We just topped out at 15,240. Like Neil said, when we were down 1.5, then we were down 8, and I was like, maybe the market gets green. I didn't really think that we would get this close again, but it's a straight move higher. We had business inventories came out at 10 o'clock right here. And then since then, it's been straight fire upside right now. So let's see if we can hold on to some of these shorts. We do have a nice trade, hopefully now, in Google. Let's see if that takes 130. First area to get out here, 130.90. So we'll put it, or sorry, 138.90. Let's put a bid down there, see if we get that fill. But, we're short a little bit here on Google. And the Rivian reload short is working out as well. We did not take Amazon back. Amazon's been super strong here today. We'll test out Google shorts for now. But this market is absolutely fire right now.
We're about to go to Adara, but I just got into a new position. It's an oldie, but hopefully it'll be better this time. I said if we break out VWAP, I put the line at 177. That was simply this bottom in here. And as we get and retest trying to go green, next level, look for the scalp trade on it. Still going to hold on to the longs we got, but we're going to Adara for sector watch here. And this should be absolutely wild, because what a difference 40 minutes makes in the market, or actually call it closer to 90.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of recovery on the board, a lot of green. Energy minerals has some strength. We have health services as well. Retail trade a bit more mixed. Consumer non-durables, we also are showing a little bit of strength here. The big thing to talk about though here is still going to be electronic technology, because we do have those chip names reacting to the news that US is planning on halting some of the more advanced AI chips being sent to China. So NVIDIA was hit especially hard by this, although according to Bloomberg, NVIDIA has said that they're not planning, or they don't really see this super impacting their long-term plans. But yeah, NVIDIA down, AVGO down, AMD, Intel, all of these names have been hit particularly hard. It's a bit more mixed in technology services, just a lot of gray here right now. But yeah, we are in a lot of other sectors that are not chip related. We're seeing some gains right now, guys.
Yeah, you are seeing, there is some strength out there in this market, to be sure. So as I said, I got into Apple. That was a new one. I haven't traded Tesla because the mind is, and the attention has been in other places. But Tesla all the way back, right up to like 253 is where the consolidation breakout was yesterday. So I kind of had the line drawn. You can see like the consolidation. There's the break. If this gets back above, you're at the point where there's enough trapped shorts that it's just like panic zone above that level. If it breaks, I don't think you'll want to fight above that. Again, this has been a pretty ridiculous move back into the upside. Tishu just saying I'm not in, but what do you think about TPST? I have not been paying much attention to these, the way the market has been going today, for obvious reasons, right? TPST, it is holding up pretty nicely, but since it failed at $9, it has had the crazy whipsaw action, which is nowhere close to a consolidation that makes any sense, because you're almost stopping well underneath that $8 level. I still think it has room to that 10. It's just too wide of a berth right now. I would need something closer in here so you could stop to the previous high, which is 750. And that would be like an 8 long, and there's been no consolidation at that level. So there's still a bit of a gap for it to fill. It's just way too big of a spread in terms of the last 30-minute range for me to find a risk to reward trade on Tempest. And even if I did, nah, I wouldn't be trading it. You got to have the focus. You can't be divided up too much here. So we got enough trades on that I wouldn't be trying one of those at the same time. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's having a good day today. I saw some people post in there that they got some longs off the bottom. All I got to say is, and keep sharing the ideas. That's what we're all about in this community. And with that, because I know he's a happy man today, hit the like for you-know-who.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
And obviously, hey, we already know Sharif, the professor, is a happy man today because his Cowboys eked out a victory against a subpar team last night. But hey, let's hit the like for him. What, you think the Chargers are good? Weren't they predicted to win? The Chargers choke every single year. They've been choking since Phillip Rivers got in the league, and that guy retired. Whatever, it doesn't matter. NFL's rigged. No, it's not. Good no call. Good no call, refs. Buffalo Bills, that's what I'm talking about. It was a good no call. But this market, like I said, it's pretty resilient in here. Just make sure that you have a plan of action before every single trade. At this point, it's hard for me to chase longs up at these tops unless it was something I already had a plan for. That's why you see me in Palantir and Neo into the short on Apple. But if it breaks this local high, I'm gone.
You gone. Okay, well, meanwhile, we had some pretty good trades right there as we flushed Google all the way down. I mean, we're 50 cents in the money on Google, and we've been taking it out. So we actually got some great fills. Remember I said that our target was going to be 90s, sorry? Well, we got the 90s, then we got the 80s, then we got some in the 60s as well. So our best out on the downside is 62 for Google. Now, it's only 10 cents away from that right now as that's coming back in. We did reload, Rivian at O's, and we got some out there as well back at the 50 period, 92, 93s. Let's put a little bit more out as this coming back in a little bit. We'll put some more down there. And then we did short the market as well. So we are shorting into TQ, which is going to be hopefully a good trade. We'll put some bids there at 6s, see if we get a fill on that. There it is, a nice little take on 6 right now, putting this back in the pocket for us. A little action here on the market short side. Now, we're only short up there at 19, so here it comes. Pull it back. Let's go. Hopefully, we do get a nice little market move back in right now. We'll take out half. I'm out of half already. Like, that just came back into the 20 period. We'll take 20 cents all day on TQs, or at least Well, we got 03s, so we'll take a little bit on that one there as well. Oh my God, what just happened to AMD? We just got that for fun. We'll punch out. We do not mean to get that share, that trade there. AMD all the way back up. Wow. I don't know what we were doing.
You could have had a stop this morning.
Maybe, and I just didn't take the trade short. Okay, let me just double check all these.
That
stocks,
happens to me. That happens to me sometimes. Where like, you put a stop early in the day, and then like you're so far away from it, you forget that I have to stop because I want to go short at a level,
for sure.
and then it comes all the way back, and you're like, crap, I left that stop out there. Next thing you know, you're going in the other direction.
That's most likely.
If you hear us at the end of the day, and we're like, I'll be doing this. I'm like, oh shoot, I have a stop order at 355, and it's like 3% away from the current price because the market moved on me. Thankfully, at least once, and I'm not looking to give horse in the mouth here. If we get anything to the downside in a short, take it. Pay yourself out a little bit. If we curl from here, get to VWAP, fantastic. I don't mind it. Chill vibes. Oh, come on. Don't say I love the Bills, but just say I love the Bills. It wasn't a boring game. They got the win. There's no such thing as a boring W. Sometimes the best wins are the most boring ones. Like I'll be dead honest with you guys. Like after the AMC yesterday, I wish the only thing I was looking at was AMC today. It is what it is, but there was probably no easier trade. Look at it, wick under 9, higher low at $9, triple top at 950. Try to break down whether you're just long in front of 9 or just a clean 950 break that just doesn't stop. I mean, it gets to $10 pretty clean in there. Like that's the kind of setup from 9 to 950 to 10. Like what else are you looking for in a squeeze name? It is what it is. And I think it's one of those things where it was hard not to immediately pivot to that big cap tech and some of those chip names when that happened in the market. You're going to have that reaction sometimes. Sometimes it'll be right. Sometimes it'll be wrong. Sometimes those days turn into 2.5%, 3% down days on the Qs. And then other times this happens. So you have to do your best to get out of the way, flip what you can, and then simply preserve some capital if you're going against the grain. NVIDIA, thank you very much for pointing this out. It is getting very close to this 445 level. This is still down 4%, by the way. So as much as this bounce has been impressive, NVIDIA is still down 4% after that rally of $17 off the bottom. Damn.
Yeah, we are now out of 65% of this TQ trade. It looks like the market bounced off 15.2 again. So when it came back in there, we did empty out the clip a little bit when those came back through. So far, so good. That was about, if you take, that was about 20 handles there quickly on the NASDAQ. So that came in pretty quick for us there on the market. So hopefully it'll fall back in even some more here. I don't have any more bids, do I? No, the next bid I have is down here at the 200 period. So if the market does fall in, we're going to have to take 2 and then come back in. Remember, they coincide roughly with these levels as well. Again, this is going to be 3x the market. So even though the market's only down half, you get the TQQ down 1.5. And we always get questions, or I always get questions about why do we trade this instead of the SQ. It's just the capital is not a big deal for me. I have basically unlimited. And it's just a matter of trading this name to the short side instead of the SQQ. We don't have any margin or borrow requirements on this name, so I can just go long or short it as if it was just a normal stock. So that's why. And I just don't want to see, like right now on my blotter, I got red, 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 and red. So in order for me to go short the market on the SQs, I'd have to go long, which would show a green mark right there. So here we go. Nice little pullback down. Yes, sir. Here it is, man. This is a 20-handle winner on the NASDAQ. So let's see what happens here. Hopefully we do fade out just a little bit more. It's about time for Money Talks. I just want to look quickly. She's going to talk about the dollar, but it is fading downside a little bit, just turning red just now on the DXY. It's Money Talks with Adara.
Yeah, we are seeing a downturn on the USD right now, but I actually have the 15-minute chart up to show how we did have that rally when the retail sales came out. So these were stronger than expected, 0.7% versus 0.3%. So there was expected. So we did see a rally up here, and then we kind of fell to the downside after that point. This article, this headline kind of shows that we did have that strength because of the retail sales number. And then after the news about NVIDIA and other chip sales being restricted to China, we did see a bit of a drop back In the USD, we are still chopping kind of around the entry point, but we are headed to the downside. Also of note, Fed's Barkin is speaking right now, and we do have some other Fed speakers coming up tomorrow, guys.
I see some people talking in the chat about WH, Wyndham Hotels, which is halted. There was deal chatter this morning. Choice Hotels proposed an acquisition of like $90 in shares and cash. So my guess is it's news pending. My guess is there's some kind of a response coming. You can always, if the stock halts and you're unsure why it is, just go to NASDAQtrader.com and you have a trade halt page. This will show you here. I don't know, I have to hit OK there for some reason. T1, news pending. Until that goes T2, it started dissemination of the news, then T3, the news is out. Once that happens and it hits T3, you'll get like a resumption quote time and a resumption trade time. When it's news pending, this is not remotely like a volatility halt. You have no idea when it could open back up. Like this could open in half an hour, it could open up tomorrow. It's more likely going to open up today, given it's early in the day, but just keep that in mind. If for some reason you were caught in this, I know there was a deal announcement, so it's not impossible people were trying to arb that long, but it's been falling. So I don't wonder if there's some kind of negative news with regards to this deal happening or not, but just keep your ear to the ground for that. Hopefully this is the curl that we're looking for in the market because there have not been a lot of them. In that vein, I did take some out of Palantir as it kind of pressed up into 1770. Nice little consolidation level happening off 17.5. Still think this can trend up to $18. Even if the market pulls back, this was strong the whole way. It didn't actually require the dip like everything else did, being a bit of a defense name. So I do like Palantir in this range to try and get to that $18 level.
Look, we're 30 handles in the money now on this futures trade, right? So the thing is like, I just took some out right here because we're bouncing off that 15.2. Hopefully we can go to the downside. We do have a bid a little bit lower than that, but here we go, man. Now we're starting to go. Now we are officially 30 handles in. We're bidding 37.90 here on the TQ. What's good, Brendo?
Just mentioning, I mentioned VFC earlier, guys. VF Corporation, engaged capital, activist investor picking up 8.2% of VFC, saying they think the shares can triple from here. So VF Corporation up 12 here today.
I like the VF Corporation. We did get some out. Again, VFC, I believe it's Columbia Sportswear and things like that. Right there, we just took another piece out at the 50-period moving average for Google. And again, like we talk about being patient, wait for it to make the top, look for a little bit of market dying down just a little bit there, take the short. We hit it thrice up there. Nice move to the downside. We were actually waiting for more, did not come in. This is going to be a good trade for us because I told you our stop was at 50, which I guess being short at 20, it's still 30 cents. So, you know, getting some out in the 90s right here where we did was the 1-to-1. Now we extend that just a little bit more. But again, that's the risk to reward ratio is out the window right now for me because we've already cleared out of 2/3 of this trade. So now we can hold to see if we do get that move back to the bottom side. And looks like Rivian may get stopped out here. There it is. As we're finally going to get stopped out on Rivian, taking sixes should be the end of that one. So we're getting close right now on RIVN.
Yeah, that hit me. I was waiting for a print at 6. Even though it was a dark pool one, I'm out. That triggered for that. It is what it is. Like you sit there,
yeah.
It can be a good level, but really the way the market is rebounded off that hammer bottom. Like I'm looking at a couple of charts here. Let me just put these side by side. Let me just do this. Like I'm looking up, and if you look at like we're just straight to the downside. Once you made that hammer bottom, look at the wick on NVIDIA. This is NVIDIA and Apple, the ones I'm tracking here. And you get that hammer bottom pretty much at the same time. You started the trend back up. Sometimes it can be difficult to get in. It's probably more clear, oddly enough, that NVIDIA made a bottom that was more tradable. When I look at this, NVIDIA's bottom holds, it just wicks 425, and it's like that hammer rejection candle and comes right back in here, then breaks out at 430. So Apple was very orderly. This was more like a panic bottom reversal setup more than anything else that I'm seeing. You got to be able to go back and go over some mistakes that got made, but it is what it is. Palantir, at least we've had this one to the long side. I still think this one can get to 18 bucks. Being a defense name, maybe it's going to help it. Apple, I did not get my second bid out because, yeah, I mean, it went about 30 cents in the money, 25 cents to 30. Was looking for another push down, a little closer to VWAP off this 177 short. But again, if this takes out that quarter, I'm out of here. you're now trading right back into 15.2 change on the NASDAQ, and there hasn't been a red candle since that hammer bottom on my 15-minute. Like, we've just gone up straight for an hour. So it's a decent consolidation, but it hasn't been all that crazy in terms of a pullback here. Like, you're getting a decent one, but you're still fighting it at these levels. So you want to be cautious with the shorts here, although I don't like pressing any longs at these prices, just about across the board.
Yeah, no, the market just seems to be bouncing around right now. It doesn't really know what it wants to do here at 15.2. So I feel like we are kind of like what Neil said there, just kind of stuck waiting to see if something does eventually pop through here on any of these names. So we'll just continue to watch out for a move back. We did short some Rivians, more Rivian up there at 2020. We've seen that happen before where we took out some levels. We just waited probably a little bit foolishly, but Rivian still is a nice name for us here today as it continues to make that move back in just a little bit off that 20. I mean, there's the 2020 fill. Okay, here we go. Now if it pulls back, we're really laughing now, but we're short now at 16 here on Rivian. So far, so good on that. There we go. We just punched out. We got some half prints. As you can see it just ripping on the tape right now, half prints coming in. All right, here it comes. Did not expect this move down off of that break. So Rivian, again, a nice positive name here for us as that continues to work out, right? So nice short off that 2020. And again, we talked about that we were looking at that 2005, but if you just zoom back out, that last time it broke right there, you see? Last time it broke, it got as high as 20 right there. So that's the level. Actually, they got as high as 18s. So I shorted the 20s, getting out at 25 there. So it is a nice little pullback in off that little level break. So pretty lucky that did. I mean, lucky, I don't want to keep using the word lucky. I mean, you got to, if you're unlucky when things break one way against you, then you kind of got to say, you're lucky when it goes for you. But that's why I just feel like you got to be right with your prices. And someone said this yesterday, man, the market's all about timing. And really, that's right. I mean, any of us can sit here and pick the names, right? Like I had Amazon written down as a long, but my timing was way off. We got in, not way off, we got in a little bit early on this Amazon long right here. Not that we were in early, but we let it go a little bit early. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, it goes down against me 30 cents. I'm pretty happy getting out of that and then just shorting until eventually the short just kept on breaking. We did have a nice move back in there, but it just kept on going higher and we just kept on shorting. We don't have any long takes, but that was at least a little bit of a savior print down there. Now we'll just continue to watch it, man. The NASDAQ, again, 30 handles in the money on that. Rivian now 20 cents in the money. The number one P&L stock today is going to be Rivian. I mean, Google actually, scratch that, it's actually Google right now, but Rivian still trying to hold forward here. Let's see what it does at that $20 mark. And then, yeah, man, in what is the longest trade for me today, Rivian 940, still doing this. So like Rivian's the one with news today. They came out with their deliveries. Oh, by the way, we've got to go soon, so we got to do this. Everyone's favorite morning segment happens at 11 o'clock and 40 seconds. Today's menu, if you hit chicken again today, guess what? You're one more time a chicken dinner winner there today. Whatever Hunter's chicken is with mushroom, herbed rice, and steamed vegetable coming in your belly. Seems really good. So we'll see, man. Mushrooms, love mushrooms, herbed rice, and steamed veggies. I'm all about that. So we'll continue to have our salad there. Wow, there's a nice move down in for Google. So here we go, man. Try to get this one back in the dollar club. Man, we're printing now. We're only going to have basically one red name, Amazon. For you there. So unfortunately, that's going to be too big of a hit for me. But nice call on the futures. Nice call. Beautiful. I mean, nice call on Rivian. I mean, beautiful call on Rivian as that made its way all the way back up. Thankfully, we're able to catch that back in now as Rivian makes that last push lower. 30 cents in the money, 1% on Rivian. That was tricky.
Quickly, before we head out of here, this is probably going to be a lunch money play, but I have to mention triple top on PanW. This is, like, some names, again, were weak off the open. Other names were holding lows and never broke them to the downside. Palantir was one. PanW was another, just holding support and now top end of the range. If the market goes green, this should break this 66 level, and it's, again, the daily chart's gorgeous, right? So it's a bit of a break also on the daily chart. So strong mover. It's had a million days in a row or like a couple of weeks in a row to the upside. If the market goes green, I like this pan W. Let's get on over to the professor and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Market.
Go get him.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi Trice, Obi once, twice, and thrice. I'm Sharif. Hey, you have a lot of names there, by the way. And we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Mr. Kenobi, what is going on with this market? Wild is like properly very apropos. We trended up decently in the morning. Then I come in. We're a little bit on the red side. NVIDIA news hits about the microchip ban, and we really flunk. And now we're jumping back up again. Yeah. Is 15.2 gonna hold, or are we gonna khwadunk?
I don't know. Like that 15.2 interaction was nice. How's it going, everybody? What's up? Yeah, once again today, I am shut down, so we'll be trading in the TMS today. So I did get, here's 3 days in a row. I've been having some problems there. Clearly, have to reassess my system, my structure, my playbook. I guess at the same time I'm trying to size up as well, and clearly that's not it's not going to work if I'm sizing up in the wrong places at the wrong times, right? So yeah, I got to work on that. I got to work on structuring systems in and around and respecting the market. This was pretty crazy there. I did get a little short here as we did kind of pick back up, but yeah, I didn't expect it to push all the way back up to opening prices there, and I guess we did, and I did stay a little stubborn on that trade there on Amazon. I also had BAC, some nice earnings this morning. BAC out the open was pretty decent. It was looking for the break, but when it does come down into this dip here, we bought it up and then just gave it to VWAP. Was looking for that pre-market high break, but that never really came in. But it made a nice little 10 pennies on that as well. But here, this is where the trouble kind of begins here for me, where let me just get that out of the way. I don't know what that is going on, but okay. So yeah, I did get a little aggressive here in the 129.30s and 50s, looking for that trend continuation. But this acceleration comes in and just slaps me in the face there, Sharif. I did not respect this kind of a structure break. We were trending down quite strongly. I'm sure if I throw some moving averages on here, the break of the moving averages happens right here, where I was getting short, and I did hold this trade a little bit longer than I really should have there through the 130. So not really good position management on my part, but you know what? This is what we're here for. We're trying to get those nice reps in. But yeah, no, I am getting a little too married to the ticker there for sure. As I've been
married
kind
to
of
the game, baby.
Yeah, I've been tilting on Amazon too many days in a row now for my liking there, Sharif. So you know what? I will kind of calm down and take a reset in the coming days for sure.
All right, let's talk about
How was your morning?
Just started trading. You know I don't trade till I get on the show, right? So let's do this, baby. We're gonna look at the the 6. Come on, 3. Let's get it together. All right, they're all small cappers today. I know that a lot of action in a big cap world. I'm along the future trying to see for this 15.2 hold, but I've got 6 small cappers on my chart today. Let's start with OPGN, multi-day runner. We've seen this name before. It's been going. It had a move yesterday into the afternoon to test that $1 area, and lo and behold, it's above $1 today. You get the initial move, the initial big boy move at 9:30 there, but the volume started really coming in around that 10 o'clock area, 10 o'clock time slot, pardon me. We break through that $1.10 and we make the high that we see today at 133 right now. So we'll have a look and see how this one does. It's on my S list, as you know. If it is south of VWAP, I ain't trading this one long. Just doing a little bit of a dance with VWAP right now at $1.18. kind of looked like it was forming for a bull flag continuation. Then you had the decided breakdown below that VWAP area with a 109, 108 area hold. We'll see what this one does. Not setting up in the way that I typically would like, and therefore, I may stay away from this one until I see something a bit clearer. SECO. Someone alerted Neil to this bad boy this morning. I heard him say I should have been looking at that, and as soon as he said that, I pulled it up on my chart. This one had a nice move into the afternoon yesterday, 12:45. 1 o'clock, it really started getting going. It had much more volume at midday in the lower and the less liquid time of day than typically we see for these small cap cappers. It got all the way up to $1.54, which was a nice move. We are still an inside day right now with 89 pennies or 90-ish pennies being the pre-market low and the $1.41 being the after the bell high. So we'll have to see how this one does. It's also on my S list right now as it just broke down south of VWAP. VWAP on my chart, that $1.25. So this one, not showing me what I need either, not showing me the type of pattern that I'm looking at trading here. So this one gonna be hands off as well. SPRC. I'm not even telling you the names of these companies because they really don't matter. They're small cap gappers, and they're here today, they're not here tomorrow. So no disrespect to any of them, but that's just the way this looks like to me. Anyway, this is a newer one, and SPRC, I don't know the float of SPRC. I'll have to look quickly. The float on SPRC, wow, very small, 529,000 shares. Very, very minuscule here. Is this a Chinese company? No, it's an Israel-based pharmaceutical company committed to creating and enhancing technologies. Okay, all right. As I see it, it kind of looks like a bit of a head and shoulders forming here, which wouldn't be surprising to me. I'm not looking at taking this long. VWAP is 7 1/4. It's trading at 6 1/3. So definitely not interesting for me for a long. However, it does seem to be doing a bit of a dance with this $6 area. Multiple wicks down into that 6 area have been bought up so far, save and except for this candle here at about 10:25. The majority of the prints north of 6 and the wicks ending or just bottoming there at the $6 area. So I want to see if this is going to be a flat bottom break. We have sequential lower highs with that 6 area forming. So this could be an interesting flat bottom break, which would make sense with the head and shoulders pattern where you get that eventual right shoulder huadunk. So we'll see if that ends up materializing. What I'll do is I'll put an alert at like say 6:02. That might be a little bit too late, but anyway, 6:02 or so to see if we get that eventuality and a move back down. SPRC. This one was strong in the morning. ASMB, a new one as well. This is not a multiple day runner. I'll tell you quickly here the float on this bad boy. It is 49.4 million shares larger. This had its kind of moment in the sun around 7:30, topping out at 2 1/3, and it's been down and to the right ever since with lower lows and lower highs. This is interesting me very little. Maybe a bit of a dalliance with $1 if it gets down there may interest me for a possible bounce. But at the moment, seems like a range-bound trade where you're shorting the high end of the range or going long the low end of the range. That ain't my style of trading, and therefore I'm going to stay away. NKTX, another small cap gapper. NKTX, let's find out the deets on this one. With respect to float, 45.6 million shares larger than what I like for these small cap gappers. It's not a multi-day runner. It's done not too much volume, to be fair, for a dollar name. 2.73 million shares had here the rejection at $2, 201 the high. It is above VWAP though. VWAP on my chart, $1.82. So we'll see how this does. But I gotta tell you, I'm not a big fan of the volume on this one. What the hell did I just do with my NQ here? We got to put this back. Future December contract. Thank you. And then last but certainly not least, MNTS is the small cap gapper that keeps on giving. This was a beauty. We had this long yesterday. It's a multi-day runner. It kind of got going there on the 12th, had a decent day on the 13th, and the 16th Monday was no different. It is a nice trend to the high side despite the fact that you have bamboozlement over here, like when it makes these highs at Huadunks, and that's just kind of the modus operandi of these small cap gappers. But the fact of the matter is, it's a series of higher lows. And so if you're getting it on the lower end of the range, you were able to print. I was able to do well on this one yesterday, and I suspect this one may present me with more opportunities today, despite the fact that it's only up about 15 or 16% at the moment. But look at this, a series of higher lows, right? So if you're getting it on the bottom end of the range, I like this one. I like it around 510, maybe 520. We had a bit of a consolidation top there from around 930 to about 1015, where that 510 area was a level of resistance. If it comes back into that area, maybe even the 520, because that's where VWAP is, and maybe I don't want to give it too much lower than VWAP, I may be interested in going long on this name. MNTS, multiple day runner. Just to refresh your memories, the float on this bad boy is 2.6 million shares. That's what I want to see, a low floater to really get that, the volatility and the momentum going, whether to the high side or the downside, whatever your inclination. You saw that here multiple times yesterday where it made big boy moves up and then big boy moves down. MNTS, I like this name. Those are the 6 small cappers that I'm watching on the day. I've actually got nothing large cap related on my watch list today, which may be a mistake. We'll have to wait and see. I'm long the future, already one out there at 20s, looking for that 15-2 hold. Dan the Man Emmons and I were chatting here in the chat. Here's what he says: a gap down in NQ followed by a trend if the IB high holds is a nightmare scenario for bulls if this continues, especially if gap fills. All right, so I'll be cognizant of that. I'm going to definitely keep an eye on these levels. What's up? Was that a test? Someone was just chatting in my ear there. Oh, okay. Okay, no worries. Fabian doing work as he always does back there, Mr. Kenobi. In any event, let's see what these futures do. What Obi and I were talking about before we came on camera is the action taking place here on the future and how 15-2 seems to have been cleared and then possibly held. I don't want to speak for Obi, but that's how I see it at the moment, and we'll see what happens here. But I'm long the future.
Yeah, some crazy strength there, holding that 15-2. Now I did kind of short a little bit of Apple underneath this 177 as well. Got long on J&J, as J&J seems to be holding that 155. A bit of a double bottom here. Again, J&J has had earnings today, and we did sell off of this 160, 161 area in the pre-market, but it seems like we slowed down a little bit here on the 155. I like the 155, taking some into the 156, and then let's see where we can take some the rest of the shares if we do kind of get a violation of this consolidation from before above 156. There it goes, taking some profits in through the 156. We're long from 155 halves, and then looking for a consolidation break if this level is going to hold on the day. Got stopped out of our Apple right there on that 177 break. Yeah, Sharif, definitely that 15-2 hold is very nice there. That 177 kind of corresponding on that hold as well. Also got a little bit short on Goldman Sachs there. Bit of well, they have earnings today as well, and it seems like they're starting to slow down underneath kind of this opening reaction low here. So that's what I'm going off of for the short. Kind of you can see that GS kind of wicks both sides right there, 316 and then 311-ish right there. You can see those wicks on the 3-minute. So yeah, if you take a look at the opening 5-minute right there, we are kind of testing that opening range low right now on Goldman Sachs. So yeah, that strength is quite strong there, and that 177 kind of a fail to follow through that 177. So I like that. I'm gonna get back in short there on the Apple to see if that was just a lick grab of the 177. We kind of did lick grab a little bit there on the futures as well. Bit of a 4400 reject, or a bit of a pressure coming in off the 44 on the ES as well. So let's see where this kind of goes from here. I just got to get my stop in real quick on this Apple trade so we don't get clocked in the face, right? Yeah, exactly. So let me just set that in and throw that in. Again, we talk about, again, we're trading on TMS. I'm going to try to do as well as possible in terms of process, procedure, throwing in the stops, making a plan before getting into the trade, and not really diddling in any sort of middle there, Sharif. So let's see how we go with that. I'm seeing this is funny comment here by Chill Vibes. He's saying Obi takes Amazon on a date every day, and he pays for dinner every time. That's pretty.
Well, you're a gentleman, bro.
It's pretty hilarious. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but yeah, you gotta stop taking her on those dates every day.
Are you paying for dinners every time you're out with a girl? Or is it Dutch?
Most of the
or do you
time,
expect a little bit, maybe
Most
her
of the
to
time.
pay one time. And then
I guess
you
it
do the
really
other?
depends, right?
Okay.
It really depends.
What does it
But
depend on, if you don't
I guess
mind?
I guess most of the time,
In front of
like,
5,000 people.
I'm paying for it initially, yes. But once I do get to know her, then maybe we can talk about some sort of structure there.
Ramin, hilarious, bro.
Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Hey. All right. Anyways, back to the market. 156 holds on J&J, so that's a decent look, kind of pushing in our direction. If we can get this this push past this consolidation, I think we can get some decent buying pressure to come back in. That 155 hold is definitely something decent right there. We did kind of push back through that 177 on Apple, so I am watching that pretty closely. Got stopped out on our GS trade there as we kind of rip right into that 312 as well on Goldman Sachs. So it seems like that opening reaction, opening range, kind of we're pushing back into that. That opening range did not necessarily respect the way I kind of was looking for. So we stop out of that trade. We'll get back at it if we can see some of that pressure kind of come back in. Pre-market low also kind of in this area as well, just underneath this 312. So yeah, this is Goldman Sachs right here. But J&J seems like that is the place to be here, as it's pushing almost a point into the money from where we kind of got in from. Again, that 155 hold being kind of decent as well, breaking through that consolidation. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a retracement of this craziness that we got out the open, the 159, kind of quadunks to 156, 3 points, and then back up to 159 and rejects, and then back all the way down, but then now fails to follow through on that 155. So maybe a little bit of reversion kind of in store there. We did kind of break a little bit of this structure, initial lows kind of reclaim, and then you try to follow through on the low break, but you hold 155s like the way you do, and you're getting a bit of market tailwind as well as we push past some of these levels. 4,400 holding as well, 15.2 holding as well there, Sharif. That's very astute observation on your part. Take a look at that strength. Wow, we're really coming in hot.
All right, I'm going to put a beak wetter there at 50s. If we touch 50s, I'm going to wet my beak on the future there. We'll have to wait and see if we get it. Dan the Man Emmons in the chat says the IB high on the NQ held. He put that message a little while ago, but the Kenobi man was talking. Dan, a great futures trader and a good fan and an often contributor of the show. In case you're wondering and you're new, make sure to look out if you're trading the futures or any derivative thereof, like the SPY or the triple Qs. Keep your eye out for what he writes in the chat. He's often quite insightful. So yeah, look, we're out a couple of pieces here on the future, but we're no means clear. While Obi was talking, we made a break into 15.245, and as quickly as we made that break, we retraced into the lower teens. So the volatility is still there. And, by no means out of the woods. We'll see what we get if we're able to break that 50-point level. I'll keep my eye on that. I know the big boys mentioned AMC this morning as well. It's having itself a good damn sure. Adara will have something to say about that when she's on in a little bit. I don't want to speak for Adara, but yeah, she probably will, she says. We're flirting with that $10 area right now, despite the fact that we got into that 10.06. HOD, a bit of a possible double top here. We crested out earlier on at around 10.15, 10.05 or so at that same level, and we're right back there now. So I'd like to see this level clear and the $10 level hold. It was a beautiful Beautiful. Bounce off VWAP. This is, the general VWAP area. On mine, it's a little bit lower. On mine, VWAP was around 970 there. It troughed out at 966. So if you gave it about 4 or 5 pennies, you held the level. Anyway, nice dip off VWAP and a nice 30+ penny move to the high side. Do we get continuation? This is obviously wrong. It's not 7 1/3. We're up, or are? I think we might be right. I think my thing is messed up here. We are right. This platform, it needs me to reinstall it. That's the problem with this. It freezes up for whatever reason. 7.3% is what we're up on the day on AMC. Great move. I don't even know what to account for all this. Is maintained a sell by Roth, the analyst agency. What else we got here? Yeah, look, I mean, AMC price target raised to $5 from 50 cents by Roth MKM, but they maintained their sell. Interesting. I'm not really sure what to make of that. It's a downgrade, but a price target upgrade. So, okay, whatever. In any event, AMC is having itself a day at a critical level, the $10 level. A lot of eyes going to be on this. We'll see if it's able to clear it with any gusto, or we're going to have problems breaking that whole dollar level. Not much else for me at the moment. Like I said, it's been more of a small cap side chart kind of day with the 6 small cappers. The one I'm going to be really interested in is not AMC. It's going to be MNTS, because that is the gift that has kept on giving the last few days, up 13 some odd percent today. It did dip right now, I see, into that 5 1/3, and there he goes. The strength again back up into that 550 area. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does. MNTS. I've got more to talk about. I want to talk a little bit about J&J and how I see them doing the next little while. I want to talk a little bit about the banks. We don't have to get to it all at once, but just a quick summation of how I feel about J&J. I think that they did very well. They got a good drug pipeline. They've got some very noble causes that they're seeking to cure or alleviate, or whatever the word you want to use. However, there is a major headwind for Johnson & Johnson. Medicare is negotiating drug prices. There are 3 stages to this. The first stage affects some of their drugs. And the thing about this is, it's going to lessen the amount that they're able to charge. That is drastically going to affect their margins. It's not going to be a 5%, 10% decrease. We're going to be talking larger double-digit decreases. And Medicare, basically the biggest drug buyer in the United States. So this is going to affect them greatly. And so despite the fact that they've got a good product pipeline, I don't think that they're going to be able to continue to see the margins that they've had unless they're able to bamboozle and maneuver some way, somehow around these new regulations. And we'll have to wait and see. So if you're in Johnson & Johnson for the longer term, or you're looking at swinging it for some time, be aware of that headwind, because I think it is a major one, and one you can't just negate. So that's my little spiel on that. I'll have more on that after. Anything on your side, Kenobi?
Nothing much. Just a little bit more on that J&J there. So we got some more out at the 156 half, as we did break that structure from that 155 hold, and we are pushing kind of above that 156. Got about 50 pennies right there. Again, we're looking for a potential 50% retracement, 159 to 155. So we're looking for a little bit of a push towards 157, and we are getting a little bit of that. So you know what? I'm gonna queue up an order right there, just to take a piece off on that 157 kind of test. That is a little bit more than we were looking for. We did piece off of a decent amount right here at the 156 and the 156 half as well. So it's still a little bit short here on Apple, as a few kind of struggle to follow through on this bid back up. But again, we're still holding above that 15.2. So that's what I've that's kind of like that consolidation that we had. We got a crazy basically quadrunk out the open, almost 100% reversion back into the opening prices right there, and then now you're getting a little bit of a chop and churn in and around some of those opening prices. So we have yet to see where we're going to go from here, but yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. Peter is talking about TUP. Yeah, TUP, I had that on radar as well. TUP doing some volume on the day, and I think yesterday as well. The news was something like they had a CEO change, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, so after CEO Fernandez is replaced, the board has been quote unquote refreshed, and then it catches a bit of a bid, some significant RVol as well, and yeah, straight nice clean fade out the open as well. So we talked about some of these names kind of being beat down, and then they have like a one piece of any sort of decent news, and then you get a little bit of a squeezing action, some RVol as well, kind of a Tupperware. We know that this name was in the limelight over the past couple of weeks as well. You can see that last week we did bid up off of that $1 mark, and then we pushed all the way into almost 3 right there, Sharif. That kind of clipped that 3, and now we've faded off pretty decently off of that level above the $2. So nice look there on TUP. Okay, so NVIDIA, people talking about Jim Z saying, what's up with MPW? And then I think we're talking about NVIDIA as well. I don't know what MPW is, Medical Properties Trust. Is this name even doing volume? So, okay, yeah, decent amount of volume. Average volume it does is 11 mil. We've gotten about 3.5 mil so far. And yeah, I don't know if this thing has a catalyst or anything like that. Investors need to know. Okay, so just I guess a downgrade that we got yesterday. Okay, so proceeding with final. So it just had a downgrade yesterday, so you can see it did a little bit of RVol as well, and we broke and we held and broke above that $5 mark right there as well. But it seems like this ticker's been a little beat down from before. Just looking left, it has been kind of fading quite nicely off of this $10 mark. Kind of aggressive sellers coming in off that $10 break. Confluence with earnings as well, right? So you got that nice continuation off of those earnings or that earnings sell as well. So it seems like the market, Sharif, is still looking kind of strong above this 15.2. Probably going to get stopped out of this Apple position soon enough if the market continues to rage to the upside there. That 15.2 hold is definitely. Why are you long? Okay, no.
I'm a long term.
Yeah, of course. No, I got some long-term Apple as well, my friend. I'm just trying to take a quick market move there underneath that 177 as well. So let's see how far we can get past that 177. Goldman Sachs, that 312 seems to be acting as a little bit of resistance. So I don't mind kind of getting back in on the short on this name if it kind of shows me some more consolidation underneath that 312. Let's take a look real quick at the Goldman Sachs. So yeah, so let's take a look at a 5-minute. Okay, so yeah, right here. So we talked about kind of that opening range coming into play. Got short underneath that 312. We get pushed into 312 and get stopped out. So and that's fine. And then it kind of catches a little bit of a sell. So now what I'm looking at here, are we going to continue to trend? We did break this opening kind of pressure. We bid back up, but I think the market has a little bit to do with that, and we're catching a bit of pressure, selling pressure underneath this opening range low, which also confluences with pre-market low as well. So I do want to look for a potential short here if the tape now can give me some sell signals as well. But it seems like Apple's straight to the upside there, Sharif. So I'm probably going to get stopped out of this soon.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on the future as I have been for the little while. I'm seeing a nice move up with higher lows, but we're having real trouble in the mid to high 40s, certainly with that 50-point level. But for how long? Because the higher lows keep coming in. Now, this is by no means, a cut and dry deal. Like you would say, okay, look, it's a small capper. You get in the higher lows, get in on a retracement. Anything can happen here. Any news item can come in and absolutely turn this market. We see it day in and day out. where the market can turn, especially the futures market. So, trying to be patient with this profit taker at the 50-point level, but we're going to have to exercise more patience at the moment. But it's a good, I like this 15-2 hold for now, until I see something different. But I also want to talk about the ES. I know that it doesn't have a direct effect on the NQ, but the ES is at another very interesting level here, which could cause us some resistance. We just got above 4,400. Now, we are at yesterday's close. We closed then at like almost 4,401, essentially 4,400, just a smidge above, okay? And this could be a resistance level. Now, if it is a resistance level on the ES, it could have somewhat of a negative impact on the NQ. I know that they don't always move in the same direction, especially as of late. They've been marching to the beat of their own drum, especially because, the outsized moves in energy. And sometimes the outsized moves in the Mag 7, which are weighted differently depending on the S&P or the NQ. In any event, looks like we're getting a real big move up here though in the ES 4406. We just jumped up 5 points, just like that. Did we get the half point break? Yes, we did, Mr. Kenobi, and we got that print at the 50-point level on the NQ. Now, one last out on this one, and then it's all over for me on that trade. We'll have to wait and see where we get to. Well, 15,290 or 289, can't really see it. That is yesterday's closing print on the NQ. 15,289 or 15,290. I can't really, and I hate how I don't have the exact number here. No, I'm zooming in, I don't care. 289, I believe it is. So that will be the next resistance level, profit-taking level for me. I just got a message from the Brendo, and it reads as follows. Oil, Russian, OPEC Plus will discuss possible oil output increase. Ooh. In early 2024 in event of global oil, if the global oil deficit worsens. I can't even talk. Oil output in Iran and Venezuela exempt. Now, we know that the U.S. is trying to do a deal with Venezuela right now to bring more supply online, hence why we've seen a bit of a retracement in the barrel as of late. Right now, oil's down 1 1/3%. However, the majority of the equity names are green. You have ZOM and CVX both up 0.85 and 0.76 respectively. Oxy's down 0.25%. Devon Energy marginally up 0.18 after that downgrade today. In any event, keep your eye on the barrel. The WTI November contract trading at 85, 95, 86 bucks at the moment. We'll see if this one gets, well, it's bouncing right now. We'll see what it does the rest of the day. But oil in focus as, the Russian supply, which has been cut by 300,000 barrels per day going on 4 months now. That's in addition to the 1 million barrels per day that the Saudis cut, just on their own volition, not part of the OPEC Plus move. But look at this move up in the future, Mr. Kenobi. We are moving up nicely here. Let's hold on to this one for yesterday's close, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a crazy move there. Now, I saw that XOM. I pulled up XOM off of that oil news, Sharif. Take a look at that. Some straight quadunk off of that news. Some expanding volume kind of coming in. I'll be looking for a retest of this 110. A little late for the short here. A bit of a chase, but if we can get some consolidation on the continuation down, I think we'll be nice and set to go there. So I'm just gonna pull that up real quick and see what XOM is up to right now. That move was quite heavy. Back down to the downside. You can see how clean of an uptrend we were having in the morning session, and then kind of this news comes out and adds some pressure to the down move. So let's see whether or not this pressure is going to continue to the downside, or we hold above this 110. Some strong buying pressure kind of coming in on the day on XOM as well. So I guess we got clocked into some shorts again on Goldman Sachs here, just underneath that 312. So yeah, we'll try that one more time and see if that kind of works on that short. But yeah, not going to be trying it too many times if that doesn't necessarily want to come to fruition there. But yeah, no, that crazy pop there, Sharif. We were talking about kind of that structure, that opening prices, and as soon as we kind of break those prices, we start accelerating to the upside as well. So I think that's a decent look as well on that. Now I'm going to check real quick what the top volume leaders are today. Wow, TPST, man. Did you cover TPST today? This Tempest still continuing to push
off my
to the upside.
I shouldn't have.
Yeah, like it fails to follow through, right? You get this crazy move from a few pennies all the way up to past $10 in the after hours, and you fade back in. You can't really get back below 2. You step up to 4. You step up to 6, and now we're kind of pushing back up. Maybe some swing shorts. Definitely looking a little tilted on this chart as certain prices, key levels are failing to follow through to the downside and are catching a gradual pop and a bid here on TPST. So it looks like XOM is kind of teetering in and around this level. Can't really get too far past this. It's also kind of in line with some of this consolidation that we had above the opening range high. There you can see out the open, blasts up into this 110.60, kind of pulls back into 110, holds the 110, breaks back above the opening range and starts to consolidate before taking another leg up. And on that sell-off, that quadrunk, we come right back into these interesting levels where players were definitely interacting and we're catching a bit of a bid again. So yeah, let's see where we can take this XOM. Some intraday market news as well. Looking for a potential short here on Apple, right here, kind of where these sellers got aggressive before the open and into the open as well. 177, kind of that key area I want to stay interacting with as well. So let's see how far of a follow through we get on this pop that we did see. That's what I'll be looking for. Stopped out of my GS again. So okay, you know what? I'm not going to try again, as GS seems like it's extremely strong through that 312, and if it wants to keep on retesting that 312, I do want to stay a little patient and a little wary on the short bias as well. So XOM, maybe potential bounce there as that move kind of comes back in. That the buyers that were kind of taking this off of this consolidation have the potential to kind of step back in as well, because off of that market news, you get a strong sell-off, and all of a sudden you stop at a place where the price action was interesting in the morning. So I think that's a decent look going forward there, Sharif. What do you got?
I'm keeping my eye on the future, and we just got a big move up, 15,279, and as quickly as we got into that level, as quickly as we made a move back down, trading at 5.7 now, so 20 points off that. The candle that's currently forming on the 5-minute chart is very much not to my liking. It is what I call a topping tail candle, which, as you guessed, it has a big tail. And essentially, it's what do they call that? A shooting star or something like that? Hey, Neil's on the screen. Whoa, look at him.
Nice.
Ooh, he seems very convinced that you should like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Make sure to hit that like. If you don't tell the algorithm that you like what you hear, it doesn't know. Yeah. You know, maybe the AI will pick up on your interests later.
Yeah, no, I'm sure YouTube is all over trying to embed AI systems into their back end for sure.
All right, so I'm keeping my eye on this candle. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like this topping tail candle that's forming here on the 5-minute on the NQ. But, you know, it is one candle. Don't want to put too much stock into one candle, but we are awfully close to yesterday's close, 15,289. So if we get, that's where I'm going to be taking profit, the last out here, 15,289. If we get up there, I'll be taking profit. But we are awfully close there, so we could be kind of rejecting nearer that level as a level of resistance. We'll have to wait and see. Trying to exercise some patience. All right, shout out to Nimit, who wanted me to talk a little bit about Macy's, and I told him that Macy's reports on November 16th, which just happens to be my sister's birthday. Nice. So yeah, Scorpio season is close. Now you may like that, you may not. In any event, let's go and have a look at M. Now M is having itself a decent day, Mr. Kenobi, 3 3/4% to the high side, and I don't really know why. Except, we got retail earnings this morning, right? The consumer, they still be spending. something tells me it's on credit cards because, you know, a lot of the COVID savings we've been hearing from a lot of these banks, and we'll find out more about that today because Bank of America, basically the largest retail bank, reported today. So they will be telling us about how much those COVID savings have been exhausted. I know the Canadian banks were telling us plenty about that when they reported. In any event, the consumer still spending, it came up much higher than expected. I think it came up 0.7% month over month versus the estimated 0.3. So Macy's getting a big move up here on a single day basis. Yesterday we closed it at $10.94. We have an 11.39 high, and we are very much near that high here at 11.35. So good move up here for Macy's. Let's look at the daily chart on that bad boy. And I mean, like, look, you need only look at the recent price action here on Macy's. It hasn't been doing well. I think that there's a couple of reasons for that. The department store funk, you know, everybody wants to do their thing online or more niche places. That's the first headwind. The second headwind, you know, higher rates, consumer spending less. Number three, the discretionary items as opposed to staples are being put to the back burner at the moment. People looking, you know, to buy the necessities rather than, you know, the discretionary items, the things you can do without. I know that their Bloomingdale's took a hit. Last time they reported, they were talking about how they weren't seeing nearly as much buying on expensive items. And then you heard this morning, the owner of LVMH, no longer the second richest man in the world because yeah, Ramin, believe it or not, the stock has taken such a hit that looks like Mr. Bezos now in that number 2 position. So, she says, why do you like that Arnaud dude? What's so special about him? In any event, it's been lower lows and lower highs for Macy's since essentially November 2021, which is the exact date Papa Powell used the word transitory, or not transitory, I should say. And yeah, it's been selling off ever since. So I'm not sure where we find support here, maybe $10. We've been holding that 10.5 for a little while. We haven't been this low since essentially late 2020. So Macy's, we'll see how they do. November 16th, mark your calendars if you're interested in the name. All right, back to the future. Back into the 60s we go, 2560. Trying not to sell this one, trying to hold and be patient. Let's talk about some small cappers before I send it back to the Kenobi. NKTX, I complained about the volume on this bad boy, or lack thereof. Well, here it comes. We just cleared $2, which was an obvious top initially when we got there at around 11 o'clock. It's clearing by a nice margin, 215 the high. In the last 5 minutes, it's done around 600,000 shares, so the volume is picking up on this one. About 5 million shares total. Just to remind you about the float, I mentioned it at the top of the show, but this one is larger, 45.6 million shares. And the headline, despite the fact that we don't really need it, here it is. The Katara shares are trading higher after the company announced it received FDA clearance of its IND application for the NKX029 in lupus. Haven't heard about that ailment in a while. Last time I heard the word lupus was on Seinfeld, when George thought he had lupus. He's lupus? Is it lupus? Nobody knows what I'm talking about, but it's all good there.
Gotta watch out for the armadillos. Yeah, last time, it's been a while.
Is that where you get it from? Armadillos?
Yeah, armadillos are one of the top carriers of lupus. So if you do see an armadillo,
medical background, true?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I remember you telling me.
I've done some reading in the
medicals.
medicals.
One
for
knows
sure.
what he spits.
Not really, but certain things, certain facts do kind of stand out. Armadillos are known to kind of carry lupus on their body. So like you hear stories of like people finding armadillos on the road and kind of picking them up and putting them to the side.
Wow.
Yeah, you might not want to do that. You might want to wear gloves or something like that. But yeah, no, definitely armadillos are carriers.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So I got short here on the Apple once again. Kind of a bit of a counter trend as well. Off of this bit of a failure to follow through. We kind of raged to the upside, and all of a sudden that momentum kind of slows down and stops. So
People are saying it's leprosy, not lupus.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. See, this is what I mean. There's a reason why I don't read that stuff anymore. So, yeah, okay, leprosy. That's the right word.
The chat keeps you honest super quick. I like that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like clearly, I got to freshen up on my brush up on my reading there. So yeah, leprosy, not lupus. But yeah, so armadillos carry leprosy, which is much more dangerous, I think, than lupus for sure.
Understood.
But okay, so we are getting a bit of a pop there. Let's see where this kind of continues to the upside there. Got still long here on XOM there, looking for that 111 kind of push. We're holding it pretty decently as well. Kind of that dip that we got off of that news kind of being bought up. So we're just looking for a quick reversion of price off of that through that 111. Let's see if we can even get there. Yeah, that J&J just holding underneath that 157. Let's take a look at that as well. J&J, again, it's a name that has that had earnings today. So yeah, we got some out at the 156, some more out at the 156 half, and then looking to get some more out at the 157 if that price can kind of print. We're just teetering in and around that, like we said before. We're looking for a bit of a reversion off of this peculiar 155 hold, but maybe that's all she wrote into the 157. So yeah, we have yet to be yet to see if that pressure can take us through that 157. Goldman Sachs, yeah, it's a good thing we got out of that. Goldman Sachs definitely strong to the upside as well, kind of keeping with that trend, right? We kind of we push back through this kind of opening range, or back into this opening range as well. So yeah, I definitely want to stay away from the shorts when the pressure is kind of slowly grinding back up to the upside as well. So maybe Apple is doing the same there, Sharif, as the market kind of teeters near some of these highs. The ES pushing a little bit higher relative to the NQ. The NQ hasn't necessarily broken past some of its morning session highs there. I was talking to Max there. I was like, is it every day we're gonna get like a 200-300 point move on the NQ? We saw that kind of happen yesterday as well, as we kind of blasted to the upside.
What do you have to say?
Yesterday. Nothing. We just laughed. I was just like, yeah, I have no idea. But like, this is kind of crazy. The market volatility is kind of moving and chopping around there, which reminds me, what is the VIX doing? Let's take a look here, Sharif, at what the VIX is up to. We know,
like keeping an eye on intraday VIX.
Yeah, so we got that retest of the 20 a couple days ago. We saw that, and then we revert back down to the downside, kind of coming back into where we've been holding in and around this 16 to 17 kind of area as well. You can take a look at the VIX, definitely building up. I'm curious to know whether or not we push through this 20 mark, or we're just going to stay chopping around and kind of look for a direction to push into. I know the NQs are trying or attempting to push right back through that, I guess, this consolidation from before. We kind of notice this lower high relative to the high we had before, right? Let's take a look at this, the weekly, right, on
Are you
the
looking at this
NQs.
market, man?
Yeah, wild.
We are in
man,
an
absolutely
absolute
wild.
state of
Straight to the
pumping right now.
upside. So yeah, clearly in the wrong direction if you are shorting against the
I'm
trend
about to take
here.
profit
So
here on my last little bit.
yeah, so take a look at this. We've still got some space to kind of push up into this.
Ramin, go back to the screen. Yeah.
But you can see how this structure is kind of building here on the NQ, kind of supports here at the 14.6 and building up into a bit of a downtrend, which is a lower high rejecting off of the 16. The highs being here at the 16.8, kind of a push at the end of 21, right? So we got those highs at the end of 21. And then you got these highs this year in July 16. We can't really follow through on the 16, and we've been making consecutively lower highs here. As you can see, I've got my trend line kind of marked. So yeah, we do have space to the upside if we do want to bid up nicely. I see over here that Goldman Sachs trade is working out nicely as the buying pressure sucking up all the orders through that 155 hold, 156, and now now 157 kind of coming in, just got a small piece left over there. That was a nice reversion there on the J&J as the market kind of pushes right back up to the upside. Some nice tailwind as well, I guess. That 313 coming back in on Goldman Sachs. So let's take a look, kind of go back to what these top runners were. Have you taken a look at NVIDIA there, Sharif, today?
I was looking in the morning when we broke the news, and then since that time I know that there was a bit of a V-shaped recovery. How's it doing?
It's doing all right. Kind of a bounce off that 430. Kind of I was looking for that 420 to come in. That 420 never really came in, and then we just get a nice strong V-shape. Kind of, this did break past the opening price. Yeah, so we've gone more than V-shape if you reference the opening price there on NVIDIA, straight pushing up to the back to the upside. 450 also a level of interest, 440, 445 as well. Now let's take a look at BAC. Wow, Sharif, we were trying to play this trade this breakout of pre-market highs in the morning. It doesn't necessarily give you that right away, but take a look at Bank of America. It finally breaks through not only pre-market highs, but it steps up off of that 27, slow grind up, and then it breaks through those pre-market highs at that 27.50, pushing towards this 27.80. Taking a look left, you can see that there's a significant kind of level right underneath that 28, kind of this, what is this, 27.70 high that we had last Friday. And if we kind of push past this level on the earnings report, on an earnings price action day one, I think that we could continue decently, as this is the most recent local high that we would be negating. Some strong sell pressure that did come in off of this high as well. So maybe this resistance could potentially turn into support going forward if the pressure is definitely there. We definitely have the market tailwind to kind of push that move as well. Sharif.
Aw, didn't work.
What's happening?
Fabian, I'm hitting the Uptober thing. It's not working. If you're able to, send me the numbers for it again so I can re-enter it. Okay, big move down. We got into a bit of a double top here. I think we have some of the same levels on the 5-minute. Ooh,
There it is.
there it is. I just want it on my thing. I like it. I like it. All right. Here's what I was talking about. So the high on this 5-minute candle was 15,283.5, and on this one, 15,283.25. Wow. Okay. So very, very close levels, and off that, we just moved 30 points south. So big move down, and you know, it's not far removed from that 15,289, 15,290 high or closing print yesterday. And the reason that is important to me is that I expect that level to be an area of resistance. And so far, it's not acting as an exact area, but we are rejecting, you know, just a couple of points off it. So let's see how the ES is doing at the moment. We've cleared 4,400 decidedly here. We got up to 4,417. A bit of a retracement into 12. You know, you want to see some confluence, right, between these two bad boys. Ideally, you don't always get it. We'll have to wait and see. I'm trying to be as patient as I can. I told Reliable Rudy I'd look at Enphase, but I really have to look at NKTX. This just keeps going. This was 20-some-odd% when I mentioned it. It was south of $2. $2 was the high. $2 now a distant dream. 242 the high. We're trading at 241, very much at high of day at the moment, and we could see a new high of day any minute here. Let's look at the longer time frame here to see where we could encounter resistance. So on August 1st, we had definitely not the kind of outsized day that we're having right now, but we had a decent day with a higher upper wick and a lower body, meaning it retraced the majority of the move. And on that day, best it could do was 252. So 250, an area of resistance that I'll be looking at, no question about it, on NKTX. Then after that, we really have, you know, just a monster gap, essentially from 4.25. This was a big boy drop on June 27th when we essentially dropped from 453 and we got to as low as 280 all in one day. I don't know if that was earnings. I don't know if that had a catalyst that day. But there is an obvious gap between that 250 level where we topped out on August 1st and then basically essentially today so far, and that 4.25 level which was the low end of the range from between April 13th to June 27th. A bit of a consolidative area there between $4 and $5 where we kind of trended sideways. Obviously, the longer term picture, not so good as usually is the case for these small cap gappers, down and to the right with lower highs and lower lows. But we're not playing the long-term picture here. We're looking for more intraday moves. So your eye out for the following: 250, an interesting resistance level, and then I'm not going to say the next level is going to be $4. That would be foolish. Look at the whole dollar levels at that point, 3, etc. 350, the half dollar levels as well. NKTX having itself a big boy day at the moment, retracing off 242 at the moment. We'll see how this one does. With respect to the future, right back into that mid-60s area, trying to exercise some patience. I do have my profit taker for the last out here, just a smidge below the 90. I'm sitting here at 88, so we'll see if that gets a print or not. I'm trying to exercise some patience on that as well. What else we got over here? Let's look at big tech. I haven't even looked at the big tech charts today. I'm going to actually have to bring in the things over here. Meta. So yeah, I'll do this after. I'll look at big tech after because I'm going to have to bring in all the tickers. They're all on yesterday's. Okay, I'm looking here at my top chart. Nothing really interesting me that's moving at the moment. What is the chat? The chat reliable wants me to look at ENPH. So we'll do that. Enphase Energy, a very interesting name. I told you guys a little bit about this. My buddy Alfred, he wants to start building a position in this name. He is a value investor. He looks at fundamentals. He doesn't care about or understand technicals for that matter. But looking at where Enphase is at the moment, this is the daily chart on Enphase, okay? Look where we troughed out at back in May of 2021. And then again here in January of 2022, and then OB once, twice, and thrice in February of 2022, right where we are trading at right now. This $110 area has been an interesting area on the daily level, on the daily chart, pardon me, and we kind of got to curl up off that. So the times where we've hit that 110 level have all been met with big subsequent buying. Take May 2021, case in point, we touch 110, and then obviously some months later, you get up into that 281, not saying that's gonna happen. Again, here in January, we touch around that 110, 114 or so, and you get a big move up into 220. Again, likewise with over here, February, same thing. So not saying we're going to get a big move up, but this 110 area, 110 general area has been bought up historically going the last couple of years. So this might be an interesting look for some of these swing traders, long-term investors, or whatever you want to term yourselves. Now, on an intraday basis, let's have a look at what Enphase is doing today. Well, it was strong yesterday, and it's strong again today. Let's put in the ticker, excuse me, Enphase Energy. This is the 5-minute look on Enphase. We had a decent day on the 10th as well, and then a couple of, nothing burgers on 11th, 12th, and 13th. 16th, we have a decent day. We start out the day at 121. We get up to about 128, but we close at 127, so about $1 off the high. Today, we gapped down a bit like the overall market did. We got into about 124.5 on Enphase, and look at that, another higher high. Rejecting off that 132, doesn't seem to be able to continue its move off that 132 area. Right now it's at about 131, trying to hold that area. Looks like there was good support here on the retracement at 130.5. So that might be an interesting area off which to get long. A lot of these wicks were bought up. Like, look how many touches we have at 130.5. This one, all these, about 5 candles from which you had aggressive buying off that 130.5. We're not far removed from that price. So if we get into 130.5, this might be an interesting buy, considering, well, I was going to say if it's moving with the overall market, but I don't even know if I want to connect these two. In any event, I'm going to go ahead and put an alert near that 130.5. I'm going to put it at 130.60. There we go. Activate. And we may be interested in taking a long off that. So we'll have to see how Enphase does. Shout out to Reliable Rudy. Good call out on that. Back to the future. Here we go again. 15,275. Could we get the double 8 print, Mr. Kenobi? I've been waiting on that double 8 print, but we're going to actually have to wait till after lunch money, and I'll let you sign off.
Yeah, I think we're pushing very rapidly into that 15.3. You can see that kind of aggression coming in. Pieced out of most of the XOM here, pushing in towards just looking for that reversion, kind of negating some of this consolidation that we've had before. That news coming out and catching a bid above that 111 right there. So that was a decent trade. Still a little short here on the Apple. Still long on the J&J, just on our last bit there. But yeah. Just some decent reps. Again, just want to remind you, we were trading on TMS today. So yeah, we will try to better manage our positions, and going forward, that's going to be the focus. Again, I got to recuperate and reset, and hopefully we'll come back tomorrow with some nice bangers to kind of show you guys. But hopefully you guys had a good time. Happy trading for the rest of the day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, guys, it is time for lunch money. The big bully is at the big desk, and it was pass interference.
It's time to heat things up with a little bit of lunch money, going over some trade ideas that might have slipped past you in the morning, or just something it's setting up midday going into the second half of the session. And I'm going to drop some heat references because it is freaking freezing by this desk. I'm going to be rubbing my hands like this. I have no idea why, but it is like 3 degrees colder over here than it is over my normal trading desk. So getting that out of the way, we got something different to start off with. Haha. Let's look at the SPY. And why not? Because the market makes a nice V-shaped recovery. That's what happens, I guess, when we're range bound. No matter how bad things look in the morning with that, with the chip restriction and the NVIDIA news going to the downside and dragging things with it, we're right back up to those tops, which leads you to the level that, hey, the NOS boss mentioned several times the last couple of weeks. And that would be, it's about 437.5, 438 on the SPY. I mean, you can call it up on the ES futures and look at the corresponding level yourself. But every single time we've gotten here, it's rejected locally, the bottom. You can go and bottom to top here over and over again. That's what happens in a range-bound market. So I want to respect it. I don't think this isn't an automatic you have to short it kind of thing. However, just as a cue, you see the resistance, you see the topping tail candle, as Sharif likes to mention, it's already starting to pull back in, so that's a little bit annoying. And you can look at a couple of names here that I think are going to respect that high on the future. The first and foremost, I mean, is going to be Apple at 178. So, like, literally as I'm getting into this has to actually happen. So there's the Apple off to 178 at that level in the futures. It just seems as if it was inevitable. Once you make that V-shaped bottom, you get all the way. And this is what I mean by the V-shaped bottom. Some people call it like a reverse Christmas tree. I've said why I think that's ridiculous, but that's just me. Anyone can design a Christmas tree the way they want, but it will never look like that, especially in reverse. But yeah, Apple 178 corresponds with that level on the SPY. That's the reason to be looking for a pullback here. That's the reason to look to take some profit. If we end up punching through this, my goodness, are there going to be some shorts that are offside. There's no question about it. If the SPY punches through, this gets real nasty, real fast. But either way, we're here right now. Let's try to respect it. I want to get to one of the banks that reported. BAC, it's not at 28 yet, but it is participating in this in an absolutely gigantic way. If you were not watching the morning show, or you just haven't been paying attention to the banks, fair enough. I can see why maybe attention would be elsewhere on a day like today. So much else was moving. Let's be real about it. But BAC has this 28 level on the daily chart. You can't ignore this. There's your double bottom. This is what we were talking about in the pre-market. Broke down from here, resistance. You're churning right into it. Yes, they beat, but you saw what happened when the top got made on JPM and Wells. They did pull back eventually. So that 28 looks like a pretty decent resistance level for me here on BAC. Do want to respect it if we can. It's hard for me to talk about this and not at least maybe acknowledge JP Morgan in a similar vein. I don't know if you see 150 today, but I want to throw this out there. They don't report today, going to get that out of the way of the chart. They reported on Friday. So when you look at the daily, this made its breakout on JP Morgan, the other bank I want to discuss, bounces out the 50 period. You're making a nice recovery day today for JPM. So whether you're looking at this or whether you're looking at BAC 28, JP Morgan, maybe it's turning now, I don't know, but the 150 level would have been the one that I was looking for the curl. Again, you're at a key level in the futures, so a lot of things just put in these topping tail candles on some pretty decent volume, which would all correspond at the same time. It has more to do with where the SPY is than necessarily some of these individual names. So you want to respect that. JPM is probably $1 away. I think the 150 level is the bigger one. Certainly BAC is very close to that 28 to give you that setup. Everything started with NVIDIA this morning. You saw how ridiculous that move was in terms of just ripping faces off to the downside. And while it has been a very large bounce off the bottom, this is where it started, and it is still not even, okay, it's more than halfway back, but we're at 460 at the end of the day yesterday for some resistance above 460, and you got down to 30s and you're at 445. So you're sitting pretty much in the middle, and you're still underneath our range bottom and support just yesterday. I mean, just yesterday you had this 449 area that held some support. So NVIDIA still has the chance to curl from there. It's very different in terms of looking at, when I look at this versus, say, an AMD, it's just not remotely the same thing in terms of where it got back to this morning. Like, this still has a lot of weakness underneath it. So sometimes they say you want to short the weak names. You pull up the daily chart, yeah, you got that hammer rejection to the downside. You're still under the 50 period. That's that 449 from yesterday. So if we do press a little bit higher here, it's NVIDIA that has yet to even get to its previous bottom, that support turning into resistance idea. So that one just sits out there. Want to be patient, I do think. I mean, allow it to maybe get to that price. It's at 45 now. If it gets a few dollars more, then it makes a little bit more sense as a short. I don't know if I'd be looking dip buy on that one. The one that I am thinking about to the long side is a bit of a play from yesterday. So Snapchat, look, they leaked some, there was like an internal memo thingy that was, they basically leaked some revenue numbers, which apparently, so I read, something similar happened last year going into their earnings. Which they subsequently missed, and then the stock gave back the gains that they had the week before. But if that's what happens, we'll worry about that when they report. They do report a week today, I want to say. Yeah, there you go, the 24th, so they report a week today. Big mover, double digits yesterday. It is flat today. What's more important is you got a double top sort of forming at this level on the daily. So let me just pop it out for you guys. Last big volume spike downside, you had a recovery to about the 980 level here. And then there's your resistance here on the daily chart today. What that looks like on the 1 minute, if I can just zoom it out a little bit more, there you go, is you have that resistance level from way back on the daily forming a bit of a barrier top. Like if this can punch through, it looks like it's got clear room to 10, 1025, something along those lines. So it's kind of lulling everybody to sleep. If we're going to get a breakout today, that is a nice consolidation up at that local high, which I do think makes some sense for some kind of a breakout on Snapchat. Again, I think this sells off probably when the actual numbers have to come out, but you cross that bridge when we get there next week. For today, it is still a relatively strong name. Jumping from that to everybody's favorite EV name, at least most people around here's favorite EV name, we're talking Tesla. This, remember when I just showed you guys NVIDIA? And lots of impressive moves off of the bottom, but this had yet to break out? Well, probably should have led with this one. Let's just, should almost check this off the list because it already broke 255. It's that simple. So you had the nice bottom. There it is, sort of getting through the wick bottom, consolidation above pre-market highs, and then you're looking at the 255, which just blew the top off. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Wherefore art thou, Tesla? Trying to fill this gap into 260 seems to be the answer to that question. So Tesla continues to run. I would say now that this is already gone, you might be thinking, I might be thinking, if we hold these highs and break higher, there's always like maybe a 255 dip. I don't know, like the previous high, can you get back into there, consolidate for some kind of a join? But yeah, you're absolutely churning. Again, when put this list together, it would have been underneath that 255 level. Strong, strong day for Tesla. This is not one I would fight till 260. If anything, I actually think 263 on Tesla was a much bigger level when I was going over things this morning. Speaking of big levels, for something which ripped faces off yesterday, not nary a mention of Pfizer today. Oh, that's not 100% true. I know Sean mentioned it one time in the morning show. But as the market is churned higher, well, looky here. Pfizer has been coming back in. So if you missed the story, first off, the daily chart stinks for Pfizer. But if you missed the story on Friday after market, Pfizer came out with some revenue numbers. They were poor. They got hwadunked. And then there was an upgrade by Jefferies yesterday in the morning. They caught a bottom and just ripped faces back off to the upside. It gets to the first resistance at 34 and rejects it. And now you're coming back in. That is not a good look for you, Pfizer, at all. Like, if you cannot hold on to these gains, I'm not a huge fan. I think 34 would have been good. I'm just going to pop up to 15-minute now that we're a little bit away from that 34 level. There's your 34 top. There's your rejection off the lower high, which is around where we closed, and the pre-market level as well. You're rolling past this. As long as this is underneath this 33.30, I think Pfizer looks all the world like something which could get back into the low. And it wouldn't surprise me altogether if 32 got taken out this week and we just head right back into the bottoms. It felt as if there was a lot. It was like some short covering going on off that upgrade news yesterday. And then you're sort of going back to normal. It rose with the rest of the market. But like a lot of other things, there were names that made a V-shape and broke out today. And then there are names that came all the way back V-shape and rejected those pre-market levels. And I think you want to put things into a couple of buckets here. If it rejected, then there's some signs of relative weakness. If it broke out, you got to ask yourself how much you want to fight that. Because if we're going to continue higher today in the rest of the market, give me the names that showed exemplary strength this morning as opposed to the ones that you had to fight tooth and nail every step of the way. So that's what I'm looking for. A lot of ideas out there, hopefully for you. I was going to add SECO in there, but I'll probably talk about that one in the afternoon. I'm hating myself for missing that SECO, but it is what it is. There were a lot of big caps to look at. There's even more big caps to watch for lunch money. That is going to be a wrap. We're going to throw you right back over to the desk here. Quick, fast, and dirty right there. As we're going back to Sharif, go Bills, Cowboys still suck, and Adara. I'm very curious, and I'm really, really hoping that Adara caught a piece of that AMC, which should have been an absolutely, should have just been a banger off the 950. Shout out to everyone that got that one. I was going to put it on here, but again, I feel like it's already made the move. But good luck. I hope you guys are trading that one because that was a relatively simplistic stair step to the upside early on.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Adara,
everyone.
welcome.
Hello.
You want to answer Neil?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I did not get in on our friend AMC. I did not get in on AMC. I was watching AMC, though, from the big desk this morning. I was like, as everything else was going down, we had these gorgeous 5-minute candles to the upside. Oh, my gosh. Like, we had the one red minute candle, one red 5-minute candle, sorry. Didn't care. Continued, like, going to the upside. VWAP seems to be a nice point of play here. I would like to get back, like, I said back, like that acts like I've gotten in the first place. I would like to get in on this name, sorry. I honestly, we did have that price target upgrade to $5 from, was it Roth MKM, I believe? Yeah, Roth MKM raises the price target to $5. So, I mean, that, that's interesting, right? That is of note. But yeah, I think honestly, part of me thinks that this could be a late reaction to the Taylor Swift stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like with those amazing, like second highest box office opening in October, second only to the Joker film from 2019. So yeah, I think like I would argue that's kind of more what's being reacted to here. But yeah, so I mean, we'll see here. We're gonna keep taking a look at this one if I find a nice point of entry because I am intrigued by the movement. And like Neil said, like if you were in on that 950-ish point of entry, that's just gorgeous. VWAP is definitely a point of play here. I am intrigued to continue to be interested. In the meantime, we've kind of been doing like more of those in and out kind of style trades, continue to do some of that. And I want to show off the one I did with Tesla, because obviously we continue to go higher here. But that wasn't really my goal with this trade, right? Like I've been kind of planning my ins and my outs. So we actually got in, I'm gonna zoom in this a little bit to make this a bit clearer. We got in right before this kind of had this giant red candle to the downside. So I saw that we were gonna go up a little bit. We had a couple candles of green, so I was like, we're gonna ride this high for as long as we can. We got in right at the bottom wick here. Really like where we got in on this. Like we got in about as low as this was gonna go. And then we planned 2 outs. So we got in, I think it was like, 250, 370. Got out our first half at 254 even, got out the rest at 254.30. It hit 254.30 and then it went down. Obviously, we continued to go up, and this actually is something I would consider getting back into on a scalp type situation because I like this movement. We have enough volume to support that kind of movement. We also have Meta. I've really only been trading Tesla and Meta this morning, but I would like to kind of do some more. So yeah, we had some really nice in and outs here. We did kind of lose half our shares in one trade, but we won on the other half. So I'm going to count that as a net positive because it kind of was. But yeah, so I liked where I got it on here because I was noticing some support around that 323, like 50 kind of area. And we kept riding to the upside. So I was like, if I can get 50 cents out of this, I'm golden, right? And we did get 50 cents on the half of the shares we kept. But basically, the second I got in, we were kind of riding that for a couple seconds. Then we took this giant swoop to the downside. I stayed in it for a little bit. I was like, if we break that 322.50, because we were noticing some support there, that's when I'm going to get a little bit nervous, right? But I was seeing these kind of consistent wicks without going any further down. But then once we broke that 322.50, we got to like 322.30. I got out half my shares, but I kept the rest because I was, we were continuing some momentum. Got out the rest at 323.90. Overall, not a bad trade. I haven't had a bad day, and I'm going to keep my eye on some of these big cap moves and my friend AMC.
Awesome. Sounds good. All right, let's get to some of the super chats. Paul, thank you very much, Paul, for the $1.99 super chat. He says, Clove Catalyst ahead of priming it for a squeeze. Let's have a look at our friend Clove. Haven't looked at Clover Health in quite some time, to be quite honest, but let's look at the intraday look. It's sub $1 now. Obviously, this was a bit of a pandemic darling. I remember trading this one often as, daily runner. We closed out yesterday at about 91 3/4 of a penny. Just give or take, a couple of fractions of a penny there. We get to that buck, and the dollar is as good as we could do today. That is the day's high right now, but we are not far off that day's high. 98.95 is where we're currently trading. It's up 7.93%. Has a market cap. Wow, this has dwindled. $479 million market cap. The share size, you asked, the float size, huge. 372 million, not small. So it's going to take a bit of money to move this one around. In any event, let's have a look at the bigger picture. Is there a headline? You said something about a catalyst. I don't see a catalyst here. Streamline? I'm not sure about that. Okay, in any event, I don't see a catalyst, and I'm looking back days and days, and there is nothing until the 12th.
Yeah, thank you so much.
October 12th, Clover Health issued an analysis titled Clover Assistant Use and Diagnosis Treatment. Okay, so we had something on the 12th. Let's have a look here at the half-an-hour chart. Not much to discern from here except a very consolidative month of September, where we kind of just trended between $1.15 and $1 before giving up the ghost really here on the 16th, where we broke south of $1. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, that's the kind of, this is what I'm talking about here. This is the pandemic darling move, where we made the move all the way into 28 bucks and change, but so did many other things at the time, to be fair. So look, this is really going to interest me if it gets above $1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert for this bad boy at that dollar area. It makes it back up to $1. I want all the smoke. We'll see what it does between now until then, but it's going to have to break that $1 area, because I have a feeling there's probably going to be plenty of shorts in and around that area, hence why it didn't break through. All right, member for 12 months is Arcus FX, saying, made it to 1 year. Thanks, team. It's been a lot of fun. We want to thank you, my friend, for joining us and being part of the Trader TV family for over a year. I'm going on almost like 3.5 years now.
Nice.
On the Trader TV family. I was a viewer way before I started working on the floor.
That's really cool.
Before. Yeah, I would have like them. I even bought like a TV for my my little setup, and I put Sean and Neil up on the TV, and I'd harass Sean in the chat, spin the money, Sean, spin the money, Sean, and then he, you know,
That's
sometimes he would
crazy.
spin it. There it is.
This is for
Favorite
Sharif
one.
watching at home. The money.
Yeah, like if I could
That's
go back
awesome.
in time. Right. In any event, yeah, I am a groupie. I'm a big Kahuna groupie. We're gonna have an interesting segment today, Dara. I hope you don't mind.
Oh,
but
I
we're
like
gonna
segments.
have a pass interference or no pass interference segment for my friend Neil.
Okay.
And we're gonna show the video, and we're gonna let the people decide, was there PI or was there no PI? We're gonna go to the vote thing. What's so funny? We're gonna let the people vote it on the what's it called, the poll in the chat, but we're gonna do that a little bit later. But first, before I send it back to you, Adara, I want to talk about the futures position.
Okay.
I am no longer in this one.
Oh.
We took this one for about an 80-point move. We got in at 02s and got out at 88s. So this was a nice 15-2 hold. And when I sat down beside Mr. Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi, I said, look, dude, we cleared 15-2 decisively, and now the retracements into 15-2 are being bought up. It's kind of the opposite of what you look for a level being given up. When I look for a level to reject, I'm looking for wicks into the level that are being sold into immediately, and the closing print on the candle south of 15-2. For the most part, you take the collective action there on the price as a collective, right? You don't look at one individual candle. But what I was seeing was the opposite. It had cleared 15-2, and the dips into 15-2 were being bought back up. And that's why I said this looks like it's going to be a good hold, despite the fact that it was a counter market move, because we were still decidedly down the day. And it looks like we are going to touch. We actually did, Adara. We broke 15. Oh, that's actually from earlier. I was going to say the high is 15,306. No. We have a high right now of just a smidge below 15.3. We're getting into that 90s area there, 15,290 and change. We'll see if we can reclaim 15.3.
Yeah, I mean, like, the market's been fascinating today. It is so up and so down. And actually, speaking of which, this kind of brings me to the name I'm in, which has been one of the peskier names on the market today, Mr. NVIDIA, or Ms. NVIDIA. I don't know. We're going to let her do her thing, 21. But yeah, so I got into this at the right below 446, as you can see in the position board, 445.90, because I was noticing some support around that 446 area. And, you know, Sharif was really helpful in telling me about how if you see these, like, wicks, watch what's happening on these bottom wicks, right? Like, as they're kind of, like, we're getting higher lows, basically. So that's why I decided, like, this is a good time to get in. We have the rest of our position set to leave at 447. It looks like we might be able to get that. But yeah, that's like kind of what I've been saying, right? My approach to trading lately has been to carefully plan my ins and then even more carefully plan my exits. You get that set, you just let the stock run. And if you need to adjust them, you can, but at least they've been set. And with that, we are out of NVIDIA. I'm so happy with this trade. We got half our shares out 50 cents in the money, the rest over $1 in the money. I can't complain. And yes, NVIDIA will continue to run up, but you know what? I can always get back in another dip if I want to. I have no complaints. I'm happy as a clam. Please just punch. I have no complaints about this trade. In the meantime, I want to look at some of the names. You know what? I want to look at some of those actually. I want to look at some of the those recent IPOs, and I say that because I know ARM was well, I was going to say it was the name on that everyone was talking about, but that's not really accurate. That'd be a slight exaggeration. But we were thinking about ARM because all of those chip names did have that struggle, particularly NVIDIA. What with the halts, or I guess increased halts on the U.S. sending certain chips over to China, right? So there's they're kind of impose halts on some of those more advanced AI chips. So that impacted NVIDIA. ARM actually, though, has kind of been doing its own thing, of all the chip names especially, and I kind of want to look at some of the other ones. But we played at VWAP, and actually, volumes over 1 million, which is not much, but for some of these small cap names, actually not a bad time. This seems kind of like a dip play. We'll see what it does here, though. It looks like it might be dipping to the downside a little bit more definitively. We're still up 52% on the day. We are hovering around $52 price point. But yeah, so I wanted to pull that up. With that in mind, I want to look at CART as well, because CART and Clavio had a whole bunch of initiations from analysts initiating coverage. So yeah, I mean, This chart gives me no confidence. Neither does the volume. The volume is under 400,000 right now. And we're trying to just chopping around VWAP. Like, I mean, I guess you could really quickly get in and get out, but I would be a little concerned about the lack of liquidity that we wouldn't have enough to kind of bolster that move. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've got a 3-cent spread, which is not bad for this kind of name, but that lack of volume and the kind of lack of, you know, a general sense of direction in the chart makes me a skosh concerned about our friend Instacart. You know, one more name I want to look at too was, and this is kind of a different one for me, but hear me out, Faraday Future. Because they've said they basically are having an investors day, and they're trying to, because the big issue was that they kept trying to get external funding. That was the big issue that was kind of being had with Faraday. Now they said they are having a plan to minimize the need for external funding, which they're going to introduce their investor day. But we're seeing a lot, I think around here we're seeing some barcoding in this kind of area. And then we had a kind of a steady swoop down. Volume on this is around almost 5 mil, it's like 4.57. 1 cent spread, so as far as I'm concerned for small caps, not negligible, to borrow a Sharif term. But yeah, 6% up on the day. This one I always remember because I got a kick out of Faraday giving one of their cars to the dude from Selling Sunset, Jason Oppenheim. I saw that and I was like, this is a really strange promotional activity. But you know what? Yeah, we're like this company has definitely had its issues. We'll see if this whole plan for trying to limit external funding will work. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on that. Don't know how I feel about this chart though.
Did I win or did I lose? I won. I beat Natalia. Bang. Sorry, Natalia, to take your money, but you know that's kind of what we do around here. This is what we're looking at here. This is Faraday Futures.
I kind of don't dislike it.
No, it feels like a moon car, hence why I think the background is very moon-esque.
Wait, so what is a moon car? Is this like a real term or is this a Sharifism?
Like,
I just wanted to make sure.
There's
okay.
plenty of Sharifism.
I'm okay with. I just wanted to know is a moon car a term I can use and people?
I don't know. A moon. What did they call that thing they drove around on the moon? The moon? It wasn't the lander, was it? No, it wasn't the lander. The rover, the moon rover. Thank you, guys. I know there's a Mars rover, but the moon rover. Look, it looks very futuristy. This is the 2.0 Futurist Alliance. I like how they have alliances. Throw an alliance in the name there. Very interesting. All right, let's look at the other one that they have because they got more than one, Adara.
I like the look of this though.
This one is a more earthy one.
Earthy.
Less moody.
I love the terms that you're using.
This is very fast. 0 to 60 in 2.27 seconds. That blows my car out of the water by like a second and a half. That's big, big. Let's look at the other one over here. The 2.0, where it's getting, okay, so this one kind of looks like the same. I don't think they have many deets on that one.
I was going to say, I don't think there's a lot. I think there's the moony one and the earthy one.
Yeah.
to quote Sharif.
The hypercar, it's so secret, Adara. They won't even give us the picture of it. They're just willing to give us a quick outline with some colors in the middle, just to kind of wet our beak a little bit.
I hope the car is just like a random rainbow prism. But no, in all seriousness, as I mentioned, I think on Friday, I like a boxy car.
Okay.
And so I like the look of these cars.
Definitely boxy there.
Right? I like a car with a good head on its shoulders. No, I like the shape of these.
I like it.
I like the moony one and the earthy one.
I love it. Can we just see the inside for a bit? Okay, there's a lot of GPUs in this car, I can tell you that. Look at the amount of screens.
I was going to say, I feel like there's an excessive amount of screens.
Like, these are screens, too. These side panels for the passengers in the back, these are all video screens. This is GPU heaven over here. And then, look, you're in the back. You're bored, your dad's talking to you, you're not interested in what he has to say. You flip down the screen and you start watching Netflix. What could be better? That's a Faraday Future, my friend. I have no idea. How much are they? Millions. Millions, the Katina man says.
Never mind.
Pre-order now. This is $309,000. Yeah. We did have a segment, a short-lived segment on the show was build an EV today. But we didn't follow through.
Wait, what?
Yeah. We were building EVs to kind of see how much they are. We built a Model 3 for like 100,000 Canadian, which was just a disaster. Goes to show you. FSD. We put the FSD into it, which is a very thrifty $20,000 option up here in Canada. But when you buy the Model 3, you get it free for a couple of months or something like that. You try it out. to get the juices flowing. In any event, this car is $310,000, and I think that is American. I don't think I'm on the Canadian website, and I'm correct because it says US here. So that's a very expensive car, rivaling Lucid there. But Adara, let's talk a little bit about some stocks here or some futures, because what a move up in the future. We just touched the high day, 15,309 and a quarter. We now reclaim that 15.3. Do we stay above it, or are we going to act, is this going to act as a level of resistance? I had my eye on that 15,289, 15,290. That was yesterday's close on the NQ. We've blown through that by quite a bit now, 20 points north of that at the moment. What a V-shaped retracement. People talking in the chat like, well, why are we moving up? Well, I mean, why were we moving down? Because this was a very specific headline that we got this morning with respect to the expansion of the microchip semiconductor AI ban for China. And, you know, that affects a couple of players in the microchip world, but it doesn't affect the vast majority of the Mag 7, affects one of the 7 the most. You know, obviously, there are some corollary effects on the others, but, you know, I didn't really feel that it was a justifiable reason to move down. So maybe we are just coming back into equilibrium, and we're only up 0.1%. There's other things as well that were positive. We had retail sales come in well above expectations. Now, I looked at Brendo this morning. I think I said to him something to the effect of, I think bad news is good news again. Good news is bad news again, because, well, if the consumer is still spending, well, that continues to put upward pressure on inflation, and that may force the Fed to act with another 25 bips in either the November or December meeting. We'll see. But like I've made the case so many times on the show, the 10-year and the 2-year are really doing the Fed's work for it by maintaining very elevated levels. They're now only 0.3% off each other. I'm looking at the 10-year right now, 4.804, while the 2-year is 5.137. So they're getting closer and closer. And depending on who you listen to, once these two uninvert, that may be the beginning of a recession. Now, the reason that this is important is because when you buy a bond, you are taking duration risk the longer the bond goes out. So for the 5-year, you need to be paid more in terms of yield than the 2-year. Same thing goes for the 10-year. If you buy a 10-year bond, you should be getting more than the 5 and the 2, and that isn't the case. So duration risk is not being accounted for here, and that's why we talk about this being inverted, because it should be the other way around. So we'll keep an eye on those two. You know, I kind of digressed a little bit. It's doing the Fed's work for it in terms of keeping mortgage demand low and mortgage rates high, because mortgages are largely based on where the 10-year is trading. And then obviously a premium is added by the bank. So we'll see if that actually affects what the Fed does, despite the fact of a good retail sales print today, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I just have my eye on Google right now. I'm looking at these gorgeous green 5-minute candles. Hello. I mean, we're seeing higher highs on these wicks here. We're seeing higher lows on these wicks. We are kind of approaching high of day. My rule of thumb is if we kind of are getting close to a high of day, so in this case, Google's HOD is 139, almost 78, like 139.7786. We're at 139.72. I like to see what something does at high of day before, you know what I mean, to see if it can break it or if it's just going to keep hitting it. Because if it's just going to keep hitting it, I don't really want to get in it at this point. Do you know what I mean? But it looks like we could potentially break high of day here as we cycle towards that 139.74. Also, I want to mention TSM, because shout out to Joe Finero in the chat reminding me TSM has its earnings coming up on Thursday. And this name looks like it took much less of a hit than the rest of those chip names here. So we're up 44% in the day. We were kind of flying down a little bit, I think, when that news came out just before that 9:30 area. And then as we kind of hit 9:30, we're seeing faster recovery than a lot of those names like NVIDIA, which is still down like 3% plus on the day. But yeah, like these gorgeous 5-minute green candles, like this would potentially be a nice long play. I'm going to keep my eye on this one because we do have earnings coming up. And it seems to be trading kind of counter trend to what we're seeing with the rest of those chip names. I mean, I know a lot of them are trending upwards now, but this one has been kind of trending upwards a little bit earlier. I like the strength that this seems to have. Volume on this is just under 4 mils, so not horrifying, you know. 1 cent spread, I cannot complain. It looks like Meta just took a little swoop, so I'm gonna like pay a visit to our friend Meta. I mean, I think it's more noticeable in the 1 minute because I have my 1 minute on my side chart, and we have like a couple candles to the downside. But yeah, even you can kind of still tell here on the 5 minute that we're seeing lower lows on these little tiny wicks here. We're getting close to 323, but 323 for the most part has been a point of support here for Mr. Meta. So I'd like to see what it does at 323, and that's when we would kind of make our decisions. In the meantime, I'm gonna flip it back to Google really quickly. I know we just talked about Google, but Google just, like I said, I wanna see what it does at the high of day. It saw the high of day, said ha, and then went down like 10 cents. 10 plus cents. So we're now hanging out around that 139.59 area. It does seem like HOD is a barrier that Google does not really wanna break at this point. As it kind of continues to cycle towards that, I'm going to keep my eye on this, but for me, I think it either needs to go lower and have kind of more of a swoop to the upside, or it just needs to break that HOD. Because honestly, right now, I would be getting a little bit concerned if I were to get into it at this level without seeing what it does at that high of day, like definitively. Because right now, what it seems to be doing is seeing a high of day and then getting nervous and hopping back over the fence. So not super confident in that in the meantime. What else do we have going on here? I want to look at Microsoft as well, because Microsoft had that LinkedIn layoff yesterday, some alliteration there. And yeah, I mean, Microsoft kind of positive on the day, just barely. We had this gorgeous play at VWAP in the open, like green candle after green candle on the 5 minute. And then we're kind of taking these little baby dips, like swooping to the upside here. This is another one I'm going to keep an eye on if there's like a nice point of entry for a quick like short-term in and out type of trade, because I do think we have some momentum to the upside on this name, and I believed there was an analyst upgrade, so I'm going to look for that. So Morgan Stanley says that it's optimistic about Microsoft's AI future. This was not what I was thinking of. Loop Capital initiates coverage on Microsoft with buy and announces a target price of $425. So I think that is promising. Also, just have Reliable Rudy in the chat. Disney 86 retest, easy level to play, give it 10 cents. Yeah, let's look at Disney, because I've seen a couple people in the chat, whispering about Disney, and I've traded Disney. I like trading Disney. I think that name always kind of has some sort of catalyst. Okay, yeah. So this does look, this 86 level. Thank you, Reliable Rudy. The 86 level does look like it is of interest. And I mean, this name's kind of been strong all day. Like we had nice play around the VWAP, just around open, and then this nice little stutter step to the upside here. Big swoop, big dip. It does look primed to potentially come back and continue to swoop to the upside. Absolutely keeping an eye on this name. I like what it's doing. Yeah, no, I thank you to everyone and with Disney, and shout out to Reliable Rudy for the levels. Keeping an eye on this name.
The Brendo just messaged me about NKE, Nike. Not surprised this is having a good day today, because again, I just mentioned that we had the retail sales come out earlier, and they were plenty strong. It was a big move down though off that 103.60. Let's see what the Brendo wrote. Here it is. Adidas preliminary third quarter results, increases forward guidance. All right, so we had a decent day earlier on. There's the gap up. There's the 930 move off the number. Even though the number came in at 830, had the big spike up, a retracement. Then it was that kind of 101.50, 101.60 top. You had a big move up into 102.90, a bit of a dance here with 103. And then you ended up getting the decided 103 break with a 103 kind of 60, 103.58 high, give or take. And then we're having an interesting move down. I'm not really sure what to account. I mean, if they increase their forward look. Okay, let me just put it in here, see if we can get any more news on that. I'm not getting anything on my news blotter. Brendo telling me that just came out. Sure. All right. Well, I don't have anything on my news blotter on it, so not much in the way of context that I can add. But it was a good day for Nike today. Before that retracement off 103.60 or so back into 102.80. Looks like we're back almost at 103 here, 102.90 and change. We'll see what we get from here from Nike. But the one I wanted to talk about, man, holy cow, NKE. TX. It just keeps on going and going and going. It's giving you a couple of opportunities to get in on retracements. You have one possibly right now as it does its little battle with 3 over here, 301 on the ask, sorry, on the bid, 302 on the ask, trying to stay above $3 high a day. It came into that 316 or so. Oh, Austin 316, there you go. Looks like we troughed out at $2.78, 77 cents on the latest retracement. It's a bit of a tough one to predict. You're really gonna need to get in, I don't know, during a period of consolidation. Like for example, here you had a bit of a sideways move for about 10 minutes or so. This one's tough for me to figure out how to get into. Perhaps you could try to get something in off the 3. Looks like it's holding 3. Here we go. 310 showing up, 311, 314. This one's strong, so it looks like it held 3 for the moment. Do we get a continuation through 3 1/4? I know I charted this one earlier, but it's worth charting again because this one just keeps going. It's a triple-digit winner now, well over 100%, about 109% to the good. Let's see what the levels are on this. I know I looked at it, but I'll have to look at it again. Yeah, this is the one where 250 we said was going to be an interesting level because that took us back to August 1st where we crested out at 250. We've since blown through that level. We were talking about the $4.25 area being, you know, the area of resistance. But first we said we got to get through 3. Well, we've gotten through 3 here. So I'm going to go back to my original story. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, there is this trough with which we have to contend too. That takes us back into early March, mid-April here, where we troughed out there. But the gap is what got my attention, that 4 1/4. If we break through this level, we could easily hit 4 1/4 today. This could squeeze into a multiple triple-digit winner. 330 the high already. The trough here that we had to look at was 3 1/4. So we could still stop here. I mean, we're not really too much past it. And the reason I'm looking at these levels is because former area of support tends to be, sometimes is, I want to say, an area of resistance that we need to concern ourselves with. So we'll see what we get on this one. You know, I would have loved to trade this one today, but was involved in the future. This one is a fantastic one, man. It squeezed up while I was talking there. 332 the high now. We're at that 3 1/4. But careful here, because this takes us back into March, April resistance levels. I say if we break through 350, we could easily see 4 1/4 on NKTX. It's really squeezing now, 128%. This one is going, guys. I'll tell you quickly here, the deets on this one, company profile, 45.6 million share float. Is there a short float, NKTX? 8.99, so 9% short, not negligible, something we definitely need to know about. Where everybody's short, it's a good question. You know, I'm going to say likely around some of these areas here, just based on the previous price action, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 4 1/4 are going to be interesting areas. Looks like we're going to hit that 350 real soon, man. We're up to 340 now. 343 the high on NKTX. This one is really going nicely here. What are the futures up to before we send it back to Adara? Trying to hold that 15.3. We got above it, but then we're trending a little bit below it now, 15.293 and change. Do we hold above yesterday's close, which we know is 15.290? So we'll see. Have we kind of crested on the futures, or are we going to see more? Thomas Johnson, Sharif, Adara. Egg sitting showing up, but tell her Rivian knocking at $20. Baby can walk again.
Oh, okay. Well, let's kick off with Rivian then. Yeah, I mean, I think I was in Rivian yesterday very briefly. We made a couple cents off of Rivian, but I like the movement here. I do like the movement here. Because we are seeing, I'm going to zoom out, I apologize, and maybe let's see what it looks like on the 10 too, because I like, seeing that couple other charts. So we had this really nice movement up at 9:30. We've been playing VWAP really nicely. Now we're seeing what looks like a higher low. I like the movement of this. I do not dislike what is occurring with our friend Rivian, I have to say. I don't know if I'd like to see what it does at 20. I don't know if I would get in just because I find it to be a little bit slow going, unless, you know, you have a really clear plan for ins and outs. But in the meantime, I am also, because I'm in 2 trades right now too, so I think, you know, I don't really want to add anything else right now, but I will address the 2 trades that I am in, including Disney, which I got in right below that 86. This one's a little bit slow going. I have a stop plan to take out a third of my position if we get to that 86.10. Probably going to get another few beak wetters or profit takers around that area as well. Yeah, I don't plan to stay on this one like super, super long. I'm kind of see what it does, let it run a little bit. We're also in NVIDIA. I like the level I got in at NVIDIA initially. It was that 445.65 because we were noticing some support at that time around that 445.60, 445.50 area. Now as we're kind of running below 445, I might be getting to make an exit plan because I'm getting a little bit nervous. But what I noticed with this one is that when it takes off, which is why I kind of wanted to get in on that train. But now it looks like it kind of is not wanting to fly. It's looking like it's a little bit grounded for the time being, and this might be a plane that I need to press the emergency exit on and get out. We'll see what it does at 445 at this time. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm a little concerned at how quickly to the downside it just kind of flush immediately. But Disney's holding strong. I like Disney. I'm happy in Disney. How are you? Are you not in anything right now?
I'm not. Yeah,
okay.
no, the futures trade is done for me. Now really trying to think about how I'm going to work my way into this NKTX trade, Adira, because this one keeps headed to the high side here. We're over about 125%. We're, you know, 11 pennies off the high or so. Not even 9 pennies off the high. Now, less than that. I mean, it gave you a nice move down. I just didn't have it. This was obviously a resistance area here, 315. Okay, I got to digress because I got an ENPH alert over here that it is crossing that level. Shout out to Reliable Rudy, who alerted me to ENPH. All right, let's have a look at N phase. All right, so we are at the lows. Or no, we're not at the lows. Why did I put this over here, man? My memory is just not what it used to be. Let me have a look here, ENPH. That 130.50, I'm not even sure why I had it there. Well, that's why, I want that 130 level. Okay, so we'll have to wait for a little bit of more of a move down on N phase. We'll see if it comes into that 130 level, and then we can start working our way in. But the one that I really want to concern myself with, back to NKTX, rejecting off that 343 for now and coming back into that 3 teens. Now, is this one where I should be buying around this area, maybe averaging into around $3? We have a series of higher lows. You know what? What's life without whimsy, Adira? We're gonna. What
is it?
Yeah, it's really not much. I mean, not for me anyway. We're getting long here. We're taking small size. All right, now we're gonna see if we can touch that 350 area. I got printed at 24s, not the best price. So we're gonna wait for a 40 break. Let's see if we get a new HOD here up, you know, holding for now. This was the idea, to kind of get off the resistance area here as previous support. Let's put a beak wetter at 45s or so. We'll put it right around there, and then we'll layer it once I send it back to you. But nice move up here into the 40s and seeing 42s. Could we get continuation through the $0.50? I'm looking at 4 1/4 as a very important resistance area on the daily chart. We charted 3 1/4 as another resistance area as well, but I feel like we've cleared that sufficiently at this moment. You know, nothing is etched in stone with these small cap gappers, because they could flush on you like that, like it just did. Looks like it came right into my profit taker and didn't cross, hence why I didn't get the fill, which is fine. But let's see what we get. NKTX, small size, because it's later in the day and it's extended. Okay, it's already moved up 125%. So not going to risk too much on this one, but definitely looking for a 350 break, and then we're going to possibly here test 4 and then maybe 4 1/4. That would be my ideal situation if we're able to get that kind of move. Nakarta, yes, NKTA. There.
Yeah. So like I said, I was getting a little bit nervous as NVIDIA we were flying below that 444 towards that 443 area. And I kind of said to myself, because I'm trying to practice on being more calm in my trades, as we've seen on the midday and when I'm trading on my own sometimes, I let my panic get the best of me and I get out of a trade when potentially if I stayed, it could, turn again to the upside, right? Especially when the market kind of has a flush like that. So I told myself, you know what? If it goes below 443, I'll get out. I set a stop for 444, and then I noticed it getting towards 444, and I was like, you know what? Let's change the stop back. We're getting back to that 445 area. I'm happy I stayed in. We'll see what happens. Like, we still kind of are $1 out from where we got in, but honestly, like I am still seeing some momentum here. We're looking like whatever that little flush was with the market is hopefully kind of correcting itself. But yeah, like NVIDIA does seem to have some support like beyond that 444 level. So I'm gonna stay here for now. And we have stuff set up. I can always adjust if I need to. But right now, I mean, we're gonna stay here for the time being as we kind of run up towards that 445. I like where I am in this, and I kind of don't want to leave because I do think, knowing what NVIDIA is like, and knowing how the market kind of, or at least the NQ is kind of recovering a little bit from that little dip, if you will, that flush, I think we're going to kind of wait and see what it does at this 445, 450 area. Worst case scenario, we take out some of our position at 440, 450. But this is why I'm trying to plan the stops ahead of time. I'm liking what's happening. It's keeping me calmer. Thank you. So now that little rant is over, we'll go to Disney, which has kind of just been chilling out, honestly. It did not have the beautiful swoop to the upside I was kind of hoping for, but we're at where we got in, more or less. Like, I think I got at 85.98. We are at 85.99. So we're gonna, you know what, it's something, right? Like, we gotta take the wins when we can get them. So we're gonna see what happens here. I like what's happening. We're gonna stay in this for now. Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of what's happening. Let's see what's Netflix. I have Netflix has a $15 price target. Or no, that's NKTX. That makes more sense. Apologies, not Netflix. That would have been. Let's look at Netflix though, because Netflix actually does have its earnings tomorrow, along with my friend Stressla. So Netflix ahead of the earnings. So we're down on the day, about 1%. Oh, yeah, this one kind of we hit VWAP. Just like around open, there was a lot of play around VWAP. We kind of hit VWAP just after 10 or 10:30ish. Then we took that swoop to the downside. It looks like we're just kind of continuing to go lower. And then we also, I know we had a Truist Securities price downgrade in this one as well. I want to get the exact numbers on that. I have that somewhere in the notes. Yeah, so it went from 485 to 430. So yeah, this one is of note, and I would like to see what this does tomorrow ahead of because its earnings, along with Tesla's are after close. In the meantime, I've seen some mention of Stressla in the chat. So let's look at Tesla, because both of those earnings plays tomorrow. Okay, so Tesla's doing like a little dip, a swoop back up. This kind of seems to be the top for now. I'm gonna keep an eye on it seems like it kind of doesn't want to go much below this though here if you look at these wicks. So we'll kind of see. We'll keep an eye on Tesla. In the meantime though, I am in 2 trades. It looks like we got out some of our Disney at 86.10. So I'm really happy. I'm going to go get the rest of my stops ready for that, and I'll pass it back to you.
Well, it's a print factory over here on NKTX.
Awesome.
Look at NKTX, man. This is flying to the high side. Again, there's no stopping this bad boy. Up 147%. I've got one more out over here at 73. Are we gonna print? We got to 73s on the bid, but we didn't cross. So patience. Let's see if we're at 72 now. How much am I out of? I've got 40% left. There it is. I've got 40% left of the position. This one is really going. Keep an eye out for 4.25. It is a very interesting level on the daily chart. Wow, NKTS, man, this just keeps going here. Let's hang out at 84s because I'm just picking random levels here at which to take profit. 83s, 82s. Do we get 84s? We got 84 on the ask, and there it is. Up goes NKTX, very strong on the day, triple digits. I'm happy I got this one on a dip. Let's see if it continues to run. Not much left, only 3 more outs on this bad boy, small size. But here we go. We're going to let this one run, and now we are going to start the much-awaited segment, Mr.
Is this
Neil
the
Roberts.
one, the football one?
This is going to be called PI or not PI. Zoom the screen in. There we go. You can already see the PI. Now, Here it is, guys. We're gonna start. Okay, we're gonna start this from the beginning. All right, so let's start this. Here we go. Why is it doing that? All right, so you can't see it from here, obviously, but here it comes. Now, look at how he holds him in the horse collar. His shirt's being pulled. Right now, we don't know where the ball is yet. We don't know where the ball is yet. So this would be a holding, and it would be a half the distance to the goal and a first down, right? But here, we know for a fact the ball is there, and he's still holding onto the shirt, which prevents him from raising his other arm and making the catch on the ball. This was pass interference, and it definitely should have been the ball on the 1 yard line because that's PI in the end zone. You can even see it here, man. Look at him pulling down his arm. The Bills, they get the dub. I'm happy for Neil. I'm happy for him. I got to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like happiness.
I like Justice more than I like Neil a lot. But, you know, I like Justice as well. And this was, I feel like Justice was not done. How do you guys feel in the chat? How do you guys feel? Is this PI? Look at this. Look at this. This is PI. This is PI, baby. Anyway, we're done with the segment. I like what he's like. All right, guys. We're done here. Butterfingers says 4 lats. I don't even think he got his hand on the ball, to be honest with you. He has no game, says Neil. Well, he may be accurate. I don't not one to defend the Giants, obviously, being a Cowboys fan. Say it again? Aaron Waller, he has a great, Darren Waller said, Neil says he has a great story. I actually don't know it.
Oh, is it the guy who has the podcast?
I don't know if there was one.
Because I feel like I've heard of him.
If you read about Darren Waller,
Darren Waller came back from substance abuse issues and was kind of able to get his life back on track. Who can hate a story like that?
It is the guy with the podcast. I've seen his podcast.
Okay, cool.
I think it is him, though, because I looked him up and he looks familiar. Like, I watched the podcast.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's really cool. I know something about American football I didn't realize I knew. Look at that. I cannot comment on the passing interference thing, though. So all sides are right. Sure, I will say that. In the meantime, NVIDIA is kind of still dancing around that 445. We were above 445. It looks like we are kind of continuing to wick upwards. And I would like to address, now, as I say that, we took a giant flush, but you know what? I kind of want to address in the comments here, Chris RML, at me, you spoke of staying in a losing trade. Why take the losing part? Close and reopen instead. So I think for me, I think more kind of what I meant by that is, I guess, just like being patient. Do you know what I mean? Because I think sometimes, like with that meta trade I mentioned earlier, the trade still did end up winning. And half the shares we did end up on the positive with. But the issue is because I took out half my shares because I was getting impatient, I was getting nervous, we could have won more. So I think less of it is like staying in a losing trade and more having patience that the trade might work out. Because in both those cases with the meta and with this NVIDIA, it's like we had support. We got in for the right reasons, but the second we got in, we did take a bit of a flush with the market. So I think it kind of is about being patient. Because if I'd gotten out when I first was starting to freak out in this NVIDIA trade, we would have been out like $2+ per share, because we would have been out around 443. So you know what I mean? And maybe we'll still lose a little bit. We might end up getting out around 445 here because we seem to be struggling. But that, I kind of wanted to explain that because I saw that comment and I appreciate that comment. And I think that for me, I think it's more about being patient and kind of deciding, is it a losing trade before immediately freaking out? Because I think sometimes I would let my anxiety get the best of me, especially early in the trades. In the meantime, we might actually have to get out of Disney because Disney seems like it's taking a bit of a swoop to the downside. We took a Scotia profit on Disney, and Disney did not want us to seem to take much more profit. We took this giant quadunk, to borrow a phrase that is used a lot here.
Love it.
But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to kind of have to see what we do with Disney. We might have to change some of our outs here. We do seem to be showing some strength, though, around 85.90. So we're going to kind of wait and see. Honestly, even if I get out at 86, we've made 2 cents. And we already made some sense on the rest of this trade. So it is what it is. I'm not going to lose sleep over this trade. In the meantime, though, I am maybe going to reassess my NVIDIA as 444 seems to be another point of interest.
Question for you here. Taking Care of Business wants to know if you're using stops.
I still need to get all my stops set up because I find I get a little bit like I'll preset my stops once I'm in a trade, but like in terms of like the trailing stop and that type of thing, I still need to kind of set that up. Truthfully,
Okay.
I spend not as much time during the day trading because I'm at the big desk and that type of thing. So I definitely will admit I need to kind of sit there and set up my trades in a way though. As much as I do want to set up stops, I think not having them too also forces me to be very on the ball. So in some way I'm learning. Obviously it's not best case scenario, but I think like I'll take it as it is helping me learn in a way on the go. But I do, with that being said, I do need to set up stops.
Fair
for sure.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my response
and
to that.
if you want me to kind of help with that, you let me know.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
I will absolutely be
I will.
More than willing to oblige. All right, guys, we got another little out there at $3.90. Two more outs. Now, one is going to be a skosh in front of 4. We're going to wait for that possible 4 break here on NKTX. So if it comes up into that mid to high 90s, I'd like to take a little bit more off the table in anticipation of that 4 break. But ultimately, what I'm hoping for, and what is shown on the chart as a possibility, it's not just a wild case of hopium, is that 4.25. Because that 4.25 was a level that I charted and that I liked on NKTX on the daily, and that takes us back into an actual period of consolidation. Let me show you here exactly what I'm talking about as we retrace now 30 pennies off the high. This is what I mean over here. This kind of was the bottom end of the range at 4.25, 440 area. You had multiple touches to the downside in and around this area where we kind of trended for a little bit. When did we really start trending there? April 14th, and then we gave up the ghost on June 27th. So, a decent period there. Where was the high, by the way? 520 seems to be the high. Essentially, it was 520. The majority of the prints, if you were to count the mean, is definitely within that 475-ish area. I would say that this is the mean, in and around there. So we'll have to wait and see. 395 the high right now. 365 is where we've retraced to. Not surprising, really, that we're rejecting off the whole dollar level, at least initially. That is not too big of a surprise, because usually these whole dollar levels are quite, they're resistance points for these small cap gappers. But in any event, being patient, 2 more outs left on this bad boy. We'll see what we do there. Taking care of business says to you, detach yourself from the emotion as much as possible and think of yourself as a robot without emotion. Will allow you to cut your trades earlier and maybe pick stocks you don't know. I like that. Very good advice. Shout out to Taking Care of Biz, an avid participant in the chat. One thing I really haven't looked at much today are large caps. We've been looking at the future and we've been looking at small caps. It just really depends on what kind of day we're having. Not like good or bad. I mean, just what's really on my radar that day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a look here at the bigger caps. I'm just trying to move in the tickers for the side charts. If I can send it to you just for a minute here while I get set up here, Dara.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get out of NVIDIA at this 444.50 kind of area because we are seeing some support around that 444. I have a stop set out for about half of it. And then Disney, I have, we're still kind of dancing around just below 86. I have a stop set for 86. I have another stop set for 86.04. So then we'll still have made everything on that trade. We'll be good to go there. In the meantime, I think I'm going to just adjust the NVIDIA stops here as we kind of continue to cycle a skosh here. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate all the advice in the chat. Everyone, thank you as well. But yeah, so I think, so we got Disney here still working. Someone mentioned Tempest in the chat. And Tempest has literally had the most insane, we were talking, I think last week too, about how a lot of these stocks will have 1-day runs. And Tempest heard that and was like, let me show you. Because Tempest up 8% on the day. We're dancing around the $7 area. We were almost $9 earlier today. Tempest does what it wants to do. Tempest does not listen to the normal trajectory of a small cap. Tempest also looks like it could be an interesting play around VWAP, but I would worry just a little bit about small halts, because that is something I kind of do concern myself with, especially given that Tempest is a notorious halter. So don't love that. I do not mind the spread, though, which is another thing I super pay attention to on these small caps. We've got like a 2-cent spread. Zoom out.
Yeah. Just so they can see the full picture.
Yeah. This is what we got here. It looks interesting around VWAP, but I don't super love it just because, again, the halts. The volume's great. Spread is great. I don't like the halts. This name kind of scares me a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the large caps today, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to notice something here that they look awfully alike. And that's because of the aggressive retracement that we've had on the futures and especially on the NQ. And that has affected all the Mag 7 here. Let's bring in the NVIDIA ticker. I forgot to bring that bad boy in. All right. So just in case you don't know, these charts here, this is the Mag 7 and then the NQ in the top right corner, okay? And then each one is labeled, as you can see, and I can maximize each one. Now, the strongest of the bunch, let's look. Looks to be our friend Meta, up 0.91, all right, decidedly above that $321 and change area. Now we're talking about 324.40 is the high, looking at 325 in the face. It's been a very good day for Meta, and I would say a good day yesterday as well. Adara was talking about this one, and we were looking at how it was making higher lows, and then we got that aggressive break at about midday there, around 1 o'clock or so, through that 320 area, and it kind of, where did it close out at? 321.12. And it's done much the same thing today. Very similar chart patterns, not identical, but very similar. I mean, look at the series of higher lows here that all have been bought up, so it's been a very good trend up for Meta. Now, the weakest of the bunch, we know we've identified the strongest. Now, I don't think this one is any surprise to anybody. NVIDIA off the news today that the Biden administration is looking to expand the chip export ban to China. That affects names like NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, not really Micron. Well, maybe Micron, not much, I don't think, because they're more DRAM. But that affects them greatly because what they were doing was they were creating China-specific chips that were, exempt from the specifications of the export ban and were, they could sell into the future. Now it looks like as if, surprise, surprise, they want to close those loopholes and make sale of the non-defined chips on, they want to make the decision for those on a case-by-case basis, meaning that if you're, if they put the H100 on the banned chip list, for certain that you can't sell them the H100. But then say you make a new one, right, that didn't exist before, you actually have to notify them, get their permission to sell that, and then they make a decision, again, on a case-by-case basis. That's not good for business. Let's just be real about it. We need certainty in business. We need to know what is going to be available for sale and export and what isn't. This case-by-case basis makes me nervous, and I think is quite nonsensical. And that's just the way I feel about it. I'm not saying, you have to feel the same way. But in any event, looks like that's, that's what's going to be the status quo here for the time being. And these guys are going to have to adjust their business operations. Now, in terms of the price action here, we got a big dip down into about 4.25, but that was bought up immediately. And since then, we've basically recovered more than $20. 424.80 was the low, 447.54 the after the bell high. We closed out yesterday at 460 and change, 461, pardon me, and change. So a huge amount of range here, dollar-wise, notionally. And today's volume, can you make the screen a little bit smaller so I can show the volume, Ramin? Look at the amount of volume that we had yesterday. Like that's the closing print right there, but look at the majority of the day, and then look at the amount of volume we're having today. And sadly to say that it's most of the candles there, the volume candles or bars are red. We obviously, not surprising, declining volume. After the release of that news item, we obviously had a big move down. Then the market on open, when big money probably got out of this position, we had over 3.5 million shares done just on that 1 5-minute candle there on the market on open. So lots of action today for NVIDIA. We had Tesla as well in the headlines with its recall for the Model X for the brake and the brakes. There's something about it not telling you actually, that the brake fluid was low. I'm going to suggest to you that it's a nothing burger because it is an over-the-air fix. So they'll be able to fix that recall just by uploading new software that you download. So Apple also was in the headlines as well. Tim Cook made an unscheduled surprise visit to China where he made an appearance at a store and played this 10-cent game, King of Honor or something like that. Apparently, this one is the most downloaded game in the Chinese App Store. It's a big one, yeah. Tencent is the maker of that big Chinese company there. Now, that's no surprise because we know that iPhone 15 sales in China have been lower than their 14 counterparts, 4.5% lower over a 17-day span. So that is causing some concern. We also know from prior months that China was imposing iPhone bans on some government workers. That's got Apple worried. 20% of their sales for the iPhone are done in China. That's not a small market. And to add insult to injury, Huawei, which had become nothing ever since the American export ban for 5G chips to China, is now the #1 iPhone seller, overtaking, I think it was Samsung. Apple was number 3. Overtaking Apple, overtaking Samsung in China. So Huawei making a resurgence, which is not good news for Apple. Let's be frank about it, especially, if they get a nationalistic twist to it and there's buying based upon that. So we'll have to wait and see, how that story all unfolds. Amazon, I didn't see anything on today. Softy, was there a headline on Softy today?
So we had the headline yesterday with the LinkedIn, and then we also, there was, I believe, an analyst, Loop Capital initiated analyst coverage. Morgan Stanley, I guess, they maintained overweight, they kept overweight and the price target of 415, and they just kind of had some insights. They said they're optimistic about the AI future with Microsoft.
Okay.
But they didn't change their rating.
No, nothing. Okay, so...
So nothing major here, but you're right, it's pretty strong on the day, we're just around that 0%, yeah.
Yeah. All right, and the last one I want to get to here is Google. I want to show you the daily chart for Google before we look at the intraday action. This is the daily chart for Google. Guys, this is outperforming the market greatly. Look at this daily chart on Google. We are not at all-time highs, but we're not far off them. Look at this, 153 and change was the all-time high that we made back, February 2022 with Dara, and we are not far off that. If you overlay this on the NQ chart, this outperforms, the NQ. And I would say to you, it's a simple upward channel, whether you start in November of 2022 or you want to start at March or January of this year. Higher lows, higher highs all throughout. This one's really outperformed, and which is very surprising because when ChatGPT came out, everybody was talking about how the demise of Google was, just around the corner, how search business was going to be changed forever, that we were no longer going to Google the way that we did before, that everything would be queried through AI. And to be quite fair, Bard really hasn't lived up to the hype. And we don't even have it here in Canada, so I can't even give you an honest assessment of it. But I would submit to you that it hasn't been nearly as widely adopted as ChatGPT and the other paid ChatGPT 4. So Google really doing well here, and you have to assume some of that is analysts or big money theorizing that they're going to catch up and that they're going to come out on top and that they're not going to give up their position, whether in search or AI, with the DeepMind project that we know about, et cetera, et cetera. Google has been a very interesting one here. It's not a big daily mover, but very much outperforming the market, at least from July onward. So Google has been definitely interesting to look at, and if you're holding this on your account, your personal account, you're probably quite happy because it's definitely outperformed the market. So that's my little spiel on that, and where are we here on the futures before I send it back to you? 15,270 looks like we broke down below 15.3.
Yeah. So I had my eyes on Google, so thank you for going over that one. I don't know if I'd be in it like super long term, but if we can get in around 139.50, make a couple cents, I'm okay with that. Right now I'm looking at Boeing. I saw some mentions of Boeing dumping in the chat. So I wanted to, look at that. So I guess yesterday we had some news that I guess their business jets unveiled premium cabin selections for VIP jets. I feel like there's always some kind of deal going on with Boeing. But yeah, like it looks like we had some nice play around VWAP. And then from there, we took a nice little steady decline, bit of a swoop up here. But other than that, it's been straight dip, red candle after red candle after red candle. Volume on this is about 2.5 mil. Spread is about... Okay, so yeah, the spread's like 3 cents. It's nothing bad. But yeah, like we're definitely on the downside on this name. Although not super down like on the day. We're only down about 0.8% on the day. Yeah, also, so I got out of NVIDIA. We'll address the trades. NVIDIA was unfortunately a loss. And, I appreciate everyone in the chat. I should have just had the stop set. I'm going to look into, I'm going to figure out the stop situation. We got, I think, out half around 442.50, the other half around 442. Definitely could have gotten out earlier, but you know what? Like, I'm going to learn from this experience, right? Like, I think the main thing is I'm kind of here to learn. I'm here to learn how to trade, and I can admit that this was, a mistake on my part, but I think part of, too, why I held on is I was kind of noticing this strength around here. There was a point we were kind of getting up almost to where I got in, and I should have just gotten in there. I shouldn't have been more hopeful. That was my downfall. I think the thing with this one is it moved very quickly, and I should have been prepared with those stops. In the meantime, though, I would be interested in another like little mini long NVIDIA, a medium, if you will, depending on what we do around that 440, 441 area. If we see Scotia support, we might get in and out here, but there's a lot of volatility on this name. So it's something I would really have to consider and really look at the book at, because same with like, I did like where I got in NVIDIA initially because we were seeing, a bit of strength to the upside at that point, and then I got in and it kind of all flew to the downside, unfortunately. But yeah, I want to look at Tesla as well because I'm noticing on my side chart, I like looking at Tesla. We had, we kind of had like a nice swoop up here, a dip. We kind of got to this 250, almost 257 point. And then it kind of like twice. And then we had a nice, like not nice, we had a movement to the downside here. We'll have to see kind of what, I want to look at the 3 minute, kind of see what candles are forming here. Yeah, the 3 minute, yeah, I think we're definitely, 450, 450 area seems like a bit of an area of support here. I would like to kind of see at least one more candle to the upside, see what it does at 255. But yeah, I would like to do, take a baby dip in Tesla, ride that for, see what I can do here. Because I'm finding like these quickly planned trades, if they work, that's kind of the vibe that I would prefer. So yeah, we'll see what Mr. Stressla does here as it approaches 255. But I'm a fan. I like this one. I feel like if you can plan it well, it can kind of work in your favor. But the market is kind of headed to the downside, so I can completely contend that it would be a risk. In the meantime, though, we did get out of Disney. We didn't lose anything on Disney, so shout out to Disney. Yeah, so we got out a third of our position at this point here around 86.10. I was really happy we set the stop in advance because we really just caught that wick here. And then we got out the rest of the position. They're kind of stalked over each other, but yeah, I got the rest out at 2 different times around 86. So yeah, I'm happy with Disney, and we're going to be careful. I'm going to keep an eye on these small caps, but we're going to be very careful before we enter. See what happens there. Yeah, lots of interesting stuff happening on the market, though, especially as we're in earnings week, and what with all of the chip names on that news with the, the halting of sending some of these more advanced AI chips. But yeah, lots of stuff to keep an eye on in the market, and I'm going to kind of wait and see what these big caps do with these key levels.
The Katina man is short Meta at 324.34. So essentially top wick from where the current price action is. Oh, it's fine. The Katina man is short Meta at 324.34. So essentially top wick from where the price action is today. Nice move down, 323.12, because we are getting a nice move down here on the futures, no doubt about it. We've given up about almost close to about 35 points or so off that 15.3 retake. Obviously 15.309 and a quarter is the HOD right now on the NQ. We'll have to wait and see how that one does. But yeah, if you're following along with the Katina man, he is now short Meta at 324.34. Okay, I want to talk about NKTX here because it made a move down, then it bounced back up. So now it's giving me levels off which to work. And here's what I have to say about this. If this breaks below this trough here, this trough that got bought up, that's my exit on the trade. Now, I could re-enter the trade on a VWAP dip, which is at $3. Let me just ensure that I have that accurate. Yes, VWAP is at $3 right now. So I love when those two things conflate. No, what does Obi say again?
Conversions.
No.
No, confluence.
Confluence, yeah.
Sorry, I knew it was a con-ence word.
I thought, yeah, I said conflate. I meant confluence. No, I love when there's confluence between VWAP and the whole dollar level, and in this case, there would be. So, to summarize, if it breaks below this trough over here, which is a break essentially of about 335, I'm outing this trade. Why? Because there's the new low, and then you have a bounce back up into about 360 something, and then a lower low. I don't want that trade anymore. And it's very close. So I'm about to flatten here on, I have two more outs because I didn't get printed on that 396 out. So we're holding 20% of the position left. Now I will be more than willing to oblige this stock at the $3 level should it make its way down there. Now, typically I don't put my orders at the whole dollar level. What I do is I put it a little bit above, right, to kind of get that, to get the jump on in case it doesn't come right down into 3 or whatever level is significant there. But we'll have to wait and see here because I'm really close to getting stopped out. Probably take it out at triple threes here, 333 if it makes its way down there. It's at 341 right now, so we're awfully close. At an 80%, we're looking to hold the remaining 20% for a 4 break and then a 4 1/4 touch. Because on the daily, we talked about 4 1/4 being that interested level. I'm 3-4 pennies away from getting stopped out now, Adara. It's still a big boy stock, though, up 127% on the day on a news headline and a decent short float, 9%. Not negligible for these small cappers, right? Who don't typically have monster short floats to begin with because there's just no investor interest in them, right? And nor are they well studied. Right? A lot of the reason people get into shorts is because they've studied the heck out of the company. They know the balance sheet. They know the business model in and out, and they think little of it. And therefore, they take contrarian positions. And, or not contrarian positions, they take negative positions on it. But if something is not studied, not well known, not well investigated, unlikely to have a big short float on it. So that's just my 2 cents there. Fee rhymes. What does flatten mean? Flatten means end the trade. We have a button here. We have multiple buttons where you can flatten the trade, meaning to end the trade, and it's a market order. So it'll send it out when it's kind of like a panic thing, to be quite honest with you. Here we go. It looks like I'm going to have to use the flatten key here, Dara, if it breaks this level.
On this NKTX?
I just don't want to make any newer low, because if it makes a newer low, then the trade is no longer valid. We got to follow some rules up in this place. So,
of course.
Yeah. So here we go, 33s, and that's the end of the trade. That's fine. We take we don't even take a loser. We didn't even take a loss there because we got in we got in at 24s. In any event, the trade for me is no longer valid. Let's see how it sets up at $3. All right. So I answered that question. Reliable Rudy, 129.50 on ENPH. Dip buy looks solid. Let's go here, ENPH. I had this one set up on my platform here for an alert, and I like the VWAP dip into this. Look reliable. I gotta tell you, I don't know how I feel about this trade. It's just such an aggressive move down. Yeah, it's gonna have. Let me look at the 5. This is the one. Show me the 5 here. All right. So what do we got here on the 5? We got a big move down, that 132 rejection, right? And then we move back into 130. If it makes a green candle to make a new high, I might get interested. But at the moment, I'm not ready to jump into this one. I got to tell you the truth, Reliable. So shout out to Reliable Rudy, always alerting me to good trades. Taking care of business. Do you know much about quantum computing? It's pretty much saying that Einstein was wrong and everything we know about the world is wrong, LOL. I know a little bit about quantum computing. I don't know nearly as much as I should. I know it's a completely different approach to computing, uses completely different components, et cetera, but I don't know as much as I should, but I do plan on getting a prize, and that's what weekends are for.
Oh, nice.
Me anyway.
That's really cool. Yeah. I'm just looking at this meta because I'm seeing some mentions of meta here too in the chat. It'll be interesting to see what this one does around 323 because that has been kind of a point of support or resistance, what have you, in this area. But it looks like we kind of blew through 323. So it does. Oh, you're shorting meta, right? I'm already. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice. Okay. So yeah. No, this is awesome.
Tell them, Katina, man.
Yeah, I'm also gonna, I'm really proud of this tiny baby trade we made on Tesla, so I'm gonna talk through it because, you know, we did have a plan, we executed that plan, and we got in and out at the perfect opportunity, and I'm very proud of it. So let's chat about it. Basically, I got in, thank you, I like the drum roll. So we got in, I was noticing some support, like we were kind of bouncing around that 255 area, and I liked that. I was like, okay, but then because I used to have, and sometimes I still do this, where you get in too early. Or a little too high. So I was like, we're gonna get it at 254.90, because if we get that, we can kind of ride that wave up to that 255, 255, 10, 15 area, right? So that was kind of what I was looking at. We got that 254.90 fill, and then we immediately set our stop, half at 255, half at 255.10. We got both of them. The second we got to 255.10, we had a nice little flush to the downside. Really happy I wasn't in it. Really proud of this trade. It was, you know, obviously short term. If we'd gotten any higher, we would have been out. But I think that this kind of trading, like this kind of scalp in and out style, is kind of good for me. And the way, because I like to have a plan, and I think kind of knowing you're not going to be in something super long, taking time to watch the book, watch the levels, watch the chart, I think that was good for me. I have no complaints about this trade. And, you know, I kind of needed that in and out, because sometimes you just want to practice, you know what I mean? Like, especially after the NVIDIA loss, I was like, you know, feeling a little bit rusty. I say like 3 weeks in, but you know what I mean? Like I wanted more practice. I wanted to be a little bit fresher. And so I think, like, you know, being able to have that executed and having it work out and having faith in that execution, because I was looking at the books, because I was looking at the chart. Long story short, I'm happy with this. And I can explain kind of why I did it. But also Reliable Rudy, any fills on Disney. I was in Disney earlier. And I liked what we did with Disney. I kind of went over the Disney trade. We did not lose anything on Disney. Yeah, I think Disney, it seems like that the 86 level seems decent for Disney, because I find it'll dip a little bit below, but it'll jump right back above 86 like really quickly. But I feel like with Disney too, I find for myself, if I had not set exactly where I wanted to take my profit, you would have missed it. Because literally, I didn't even notice it hit 86.10. I just turn around and it hits 86.10. And as you can tell in that wick here, it did not stay there for long. We flew back down, right? So I think like this is one where you really have to plan where you want the stops on this guy to kind of, you know, get anything out of it. Like I think, because it will run up really quickly and it'll kind of run back down. But I think that 86 area for me, you know, could still be of interest. It does seem to be strong here. I just think that it is definitely a case for setting the stops ahead of time and letting it do its thing. 21. I know that song has ruined my vocabulary. Let's look at, also, let's take another look at Google, because Sharif had a really nice rundown of Google earlier. And I still like the idea of Google, but again, like I feel like it's kind of, it will get near that 139.90, that HOD, and then get a little bit scared. We were seeing these kind of wicks where we were seeing slight turns to the upside, then we kind of went to the downside. I would like to see, this is the 10-minute, let's look at the 5-minute on this one. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of seeing a bit of a swoop to the downside, right? Like I would kind of like to see a bit more strength at this 139.60, although it does seem to be a point of support. I would like, you know, a bit more kind of firm sense of direction, especially because we're not seeing a lot of consistency on these other like wicks to the up and downside at the bottom here. I just want to take a look. But yeah, I mean, I am interested. In the meantime, Meta's kind of continuing to waffle around that 323 area. Definitely seems like longer term to the downside, but you know, it's something where I might quickly set like a 323, get out at 323.30 type thing, because that seems to be a point of play. But in terms of like longer term, Meta does not seem to be long at all. It seems like it doesn't really want to do much beyond that 323. But yeah, I mean, like it looks, a lot of these small caps are kind of, or these large caps, sorry, are kind of waffling at whatever point they were at. There doesn't seem to be a lot of movement in either direction, other than Google, which does kind of seem to continue, as Sharif said, to high up on the day.
Yeah, it's just strong. I was just talking to the Katina man there, and he's like, it's his largest holding, and good for him because it's been strong. Up another 1/3% today. It's second only to Meta, which is up 2/3%. We talked about which was strong and which was weak on the day, and Nvidia definitely takes the win there for the weakest. Meta for the strongest, and Google somewhere in between. Apple also down 0.6%. Softies flat, down 0.13. Amazon down 0.5%. Tesla marginally higher, 0.18. So, I was going to hit the October button, but, maybe when we're not down 1/4 point on the NQ, right? Because we're retracing now off that 15.3 rejection. So, we'll see. We'll see what we get later in the day. All right, let's talk about some watch list stuff here because I've got nothing in terms of a trade at the moment, okay? And what I'm seeing is FCell, for whatever reason, is up here 11.82%. Fuel cell, for those who don't remember the meme craze, is a hydrogen fuel cell play, and here's a look. Fuel cell energy low carbon hydrogen project with Kinetrix and Bruce Power awarded IESO Hydrogen Innovation Fund to further technologies and grid flexibility. So a positive catalyst coming there from FCell. Now, I mention him often, but my friend Alfred had a beautiful swing trade on FCell. It was kind of his lottery ticket. That's kind of like, just a joke that we say here on the floor when you buy something that you're not really sure of and ends up really moving higher. But FCell having itself a good day, but when you look at the daily chart here on FCell, it's been a hard row. I'll tell you that. Let's have a look at what FCell has been doing as of late. And this is the pandemic move that I'm talking about here on FCell. Let me put in the ticker so people can follow along. FCEL. Look, the hydrogen names really haven't been taken off in the sense, or in the way, pardon me, that the EV or the electric names have been taken off. Whether it's Nikola, whether it's Plug Power, FCell, you name it, they've all had trouble. What happened there, Katina man? Yeah, the Katina man is short everything. He's getting excited. He hit the button. So if you're short, AMD 106. All right. So we're just talking about FCell here. So we have a $30, well, just not $30, 29 1/3 high. Back, when was this? February 8th, 2021. And it's been lower lows and lower highs since that time. But we've been dancing with that $1 area for a little bit of time now. We haven't quite made it down to $1. Seems like that 115 area has been kind of the base. 113, 115, whatever, in and around that area. We're also below multiple moving averages, whether it's the 200, which is the blue, or the 50, which is the red. And I would submit to you that don't look at the 50 really here, or the reclaim of the 50 as anything decisive, because on multiple occasions we've closed above the 50 only to retrace subsequent to that. And on one occasion here, we reclaimed the 200 back in early Feb, and we really huadunked there. So it hasn't been too many breaches of the 200 period. There's been a couple. Each of them has rejected. So maybe use a different confirmation method, like 3 days above, closing above the 200, or a 3% move or a 5% move north of the 200. There's all these different ways that the textbooks show you can use as confirmatory signals for the reclaim of a level or a moving average or whatever is the mischief there. So we'll keep, yeah, I know, that goes back to the books, baby. All right, so FCell having itself a good day, $1.43 high right now, trading at $1.42. Outsized moves when you look at EVs, 11.6%, 61%. Plug Power also having a decent day, kind of counter market here, up 3%, probably on the same thing because of that $7 billion that's going to get distributed for hydrogen power from, I believe, the U.S. Energy Agency, something like that. Chinese ADRs are a mixed bag. You got some red. Baidu, obviously, we talked about this one, taking it on the chin today and has not had a move up essentially all day. Down 4.25%. Baidu, the fiasco that is Ernie continues to go on. Firstly, you know, they introduced it earlier in the year and it's a video. You can't even like use it. And then, which obviously had the effect of selling off. And then when it came out and people were actually able to try it, it was in Chinese only. So North American, you know, analysts and users couldn't really get a feel for how effective it was. You had to take people's word for it. And then today, analysts come out and say, you know, it's very underwhelming. The new version 4.0 of Ernie really doesn't have much over the 4.0 or the 3.0, pardon me. And that, you know, it's really nothing compared to ChatGPT and definitely nothing compared to ChatGPT 4. And as a result, you see what Baidu is doing today, down 4.25. So it's been tough for some of these Chinese names. The Chinese EVs, on the other hand, are a mixed bag. You got Li up 1/4 point and XPEV and NEO flat. But BYD, and I like this name, and I've made this point before on the show, whether it was on the big desk or here, BYD is a real competitor to Tesla. This is the real deal. Okay, it doesn't trade much volume-wise on the OTC exchange. Shout out to Jeff Mendel, but this is the real deal because they are very close to overtaking Tesla in terms of delivered electric vehicles in China, and they are making a serious push into Europe. Now we know that there's a headwind for that. The Europeans might want to impose some tariffs on BYD's cars, but this vehicle maker is real, and they know how to make cars. They made gasoline cars way before they made EVs, so they know how to put a production together. In any event, yeah, off its highs, obviously the pandemic highs that we had a bit of a double top there at 85, now trading at 63. I tell you, this is better than any Chinese electric vehicle chart that you can look at, that Li Auto included. So Chinese ADR is mixed bag. Sorry to kind of belabor this whole point. And then we had crypto. We have a lot of crypto names green. MicroStrategies is up 3.25. Coin is up 3%. The mining names are both up 4% and 2.33 each. Mara and Riot. So it's a good day for some of the Bitcoin, or sorry, the crypto equities. Not really for the actual coin itself. Bitcoin at 28,419 and ETH still can't catch a break. Can't really reclaim that 1,600 that it reclaimed a little while ago, Adara. So we'll have a look at more of the watch list, but we're going to send it back to Adara for now.
Yeah, I was going to say Ethereum and that 1,600 have not been besties in a while. Like, you know, doing the crypto update, I'm always like, oh, will we see Ethereum hit 1,600? And then Ethereum just kind of laughs and is like, nah. I mean, we've been hanging out below that 15, kind of at the 1580 level for a while on Ethereum. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, I'm looking at Tesla for like a little really short-term play here. We have, we kind of had some shares set up hopefully around that 253.90, you know, just kind of a little bit lower so we can hopefully touch that, get out ASAP, Rocky. We'll see what happens here. Yeah.
You just threw that in there. That's nice.
You know, I gotta get like drop the rap references when I can, right? But yeah, we shall see what happens. It looks like it doesn't really want to go below 254 again, so we might change where we put that. We might, you know, say no to that let's stop or that buy. But yeah, I mean, keeping an eye on it because I do like the concept of like, you know, a little baby move in here because I find like, you know, those pre-planned plays have been pretty helpful for me. In the way I've been trying to trade lately. Oops. With the exception of NVIDIA, which kind of went downhill very quickly, as we know. Also, I wanted to look at NVIDIA, just because I mentioned it here, because I was seeing some mention in the chat of the VWAP and NVIDIA hitting VWAP. And yeah, it looks like I like find for me with the VWAP, sometimes I'll like either buy too early because I'll be like, oh, it's just gonna bounce off, it's not gonna go below. Or I'll buy too late, I buy below, and then it continues to fly below VWAP, so I'm going to wait and watch this move a little bit more. But it looks like we do have a bit, like we're seeing these wicks down, not much lower around the VWAP, so it looks like it could be a bounce movement. But I'm going to wait and see and bide my time on this. I do not want to jump in too early, lest we have another giant floop to the downside.
That's the yes, Adara, the writer coming out right there.
lest. Thank you. But yeah, so we're going to wait and see what happens there. In the meantime, Tesla's still dancing around that 254.20, so we'll see what happens to my fill. Probably RIP my fill. But yeah, Meta also still, like Meta does not seem to want to go up. Like it's still dancing around that 323 kind of area. Yeah, definitely like probably going to break soon here. But yeah. Of note, just wanted to put that out there. We have not really hit that 323 like 50 kind of area in a while here on the daily. Like we were there just after 1, and now it seems like we're getting like we'll hit 323 and then we're gonna get lower and lower, lower highs basically. We could have worded that better, but you know it is what it is. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. In the meantime, it looks like Tesla is nearing where my fill is, so fingers crossed on that. And let's look at Amazon, because that is a mega cap that I believe, was I in Amazon? I was in Amazon earlier. Okay. So we had some success. Did we have, was I not? Maybe I was not in Amazon earlier. I take that back. Redacted. But yeah, so Amazon has been like, you know, still down on the day, gorgeous VWAP play in the morning, and then just kind of like, you know, flying up a little bit, baby dips, kind of headed to the downside. Pretty boring compared to some of the major moves these other mega caps have made. So yeah, just wanted to keep an eye on that one though. Also, I want to look, because I have a list of all of the earnings to come, so I want to look at some of those ones we have coming up. After market close today, we have UAL. So let's look at that airline name here. Oh, that is QUAL. That is not the ticker I wanted. Give me a moment. Thank you.
They have anything, United Airlines today?
They have the earnings tonight. Ooh. That's why I wanted to look at them, yeah. But then I pressed the wrong ticker. Yeah, I made like a very long list of everything that was going to be releasing its earnings within like the next 2 days to kind of be able to, you know, reflect on and have in my mind. So UAL is at that list for me if I could get... There we go, NQ. Apologize for the wait there. Oh yeah, we're up on the day on UAL, and honestly, kind of a beautiful VWAP play here. Like we kind of flew up, we jumped down a little bit. We'll have to see what it does at VWAP again, but we are up on the day 1.43%. We have a very nice looking book here, 1 cent spread, volume almost 4 mil. I'm gonna keep an eye on this name to see what it does around VWAP. I do not dislike what's happening right now.
Okay, NKTX came into that $3 area that we talked about before. It's VWAP. Shout out to Dave St. Louis, I think it was. Yeah, Dave St. Louis. Shout out to you for picking up on that as well. I do like this trade here. I am hesitant to catch a falling sword, as my friend Neil likes to say, because there's been multiple red candles on the 5-minute chart off that 395 high. So I want to get it, again, like my friend Neil likes to say, on the back end. Wait for it to curl, show you, prove to you, yeah, yes, I am holding this level. This is an important level, and I'm going to stay above here, and then maybe we'll get in on a position here. How many candles, you ask? There's really no hard and fast rule for me. I just need to see, you know, the pattern take place, right? So kind of know it when I see it kind of thing. But right now we've got 3 green candles on the 1-minute chart bouncing off that $3 level. So far, so good. Now, there's other ways to do it too. There's books that I've seen that say buy the first green 5-minute candle to make a new high and close, or not just a wick, and close above the previous 5-minute candle. And it has to be green and it has to make a new high. There's any number of ways with which you can get in. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to have to figure out what works best for you. I'm just going to keep my eye on it. I don't want to take such a you know, a rigid approach. I'll see if it's actually holding up. If that means I give up some profits because I didn't get in at the absolute lows or at the right time, this, that, or the other, so be it. I'd rather, you know, be right than be first, so to speak, right? So we'll have to wait and see whether this one continues to move up. But I'm keeping my eye here at the $3 level, VWAP level. So there's some good confluence between those two. NK. TX up over 106% right now, Adair, so it's been a nice move. As I see the Katina man getting excited there, I looked at my futures chart, and now we are 70 points removed in much in a V-shaped retracement off the highs. Look at this, right? We made a 15.3 touch and reclaim, and now in the same way that we touched 15.5 15,050 random level. We are retracing off the highs, right? 15,309 a quarter, and we're rejecting it. We're moving back down. Where do we find some support? Possibly 15.2, right? So maybe we have another 30, 40 points to move down. Then we get a nice bounce off 15.2 because we absolutely, wow, Rob scared me. Look at Rob climbing back there. Can you see him?
Oh
This
my
is
gosh.
the man that does everything around here, whether it's electronics on this computer, the lighting systems that we have. Rob does it all, baby. Shout out to Rob. And he likes my treats, so that makes me like him a little bit more, too.
I like that that's like, oh, the ladders, but also he likes the treats. That's like
And
the real
he
winning
made them,
point.
but he made them with his own little twist. Rob, what did you put in your in the treats instead of honey? Cocoa. He put cocoa. He put cocoa in the treats. I like saying cocoa.
Cocoa. It's a fun word. Iced tea and cocoa. Fun word to say.
Shout out to Rob. All right, so what was I talking about? I was talking about the futures here. Anyway, so we may have to move down another 40 points or so. We'll see what we do at 15.2, but big move down here on the future. No question about it, off that 15.309. Back to NKTX, is still doing that dance above $3. That's making me like it a little bit more, but I want to curl back up. By the smiley face, as our friend Mr. Nosboss. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Roundy face, says Ramin, because I slipped up and called it.
I enjoyed roundy face. I got a kick out of roundy face. It's a new Sharifism.
Joe Doji apparently also made my treats, and they said I added coca and also almonds. Hat off to you, my friend. I think that is a brilliant idea. And cashews, Rob added. Rob getting in his dose of lagoons, because cashews, lagoons, not nuts. I knew that one. See that, Katina, man? He says I'm nuts. In any event. People were making fun of me in the chat for saying in any event, so I might stop saying that.
I like in any event. What's wrong with in any event?
Yeah, well, I displeased them, it seems here.
That's sad.
They were saying next time he says in any event, just take a drink. It's kind of like Obi and Confluence.
Oh yeah, people were doing that with me and Baby Dip. And
There
Fruit,
you and
so.
swoosh.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, what's on your radar there?
Okay, so actually what's in our radar, we're in NVIDIA on a baby trade play here. We already have our stop set. I like where we got in 439.10-ish area. I'm trying to take out half at 439.30. I might change that to 439.20 because I don't love what's going on here. We're taking, a skosh of time to get moving here. But yeah, kind of presetting the stops. I will say why I liked getting in here is we're noticing we're not really getting below these wicks here. We kind of did do that jump off of VWAP. We're seeing a skosh of support, although as I say that, NVIDIA loves to just dump the second I get into it. Like it'll be doing so well. And then I'll get in and NVIDIA's like, haha, you thought. But we're gonna stay in for now. See it now, it's just kind of bounced off again off of that 439. So let's see, we're gonna see what this does here. In the meantime, I will talk about my Tesla trade because I really liked how that went. We were in and out of that one so quickly. And I'm really happy. We got in a little higher than I was going to originally just because I was noticing some support a little higher, so I just changed my in. I got in at 254.20, got out, I think it was like 254.35, 40, and then 50. 3 outs, 3 wins. I'm happy. This might be another little dip play to get in and out of because I do think that Tesla has been strong if you're literally just buying up and down the candles like what we did earlier here too. Intra-candle play. This is going to be my new terminology. The intra-candle play. Someone at Kevy82 in the chat, do you find you're more comfortable in longs than shorts? Yes. Yeah, I find I still need to get more comfortable with risk. That's why I like kind of these in and out kind of plays with the longs because they do allow me to, obviously you can't perfectly mitigate your risk in a trade, but I find I'm a little bit more protected unless we have what NVIDIA keeps doing where the second you get into it has a giant swoop to the downside. But yeah, I think with the long, I feel more comfortable to be able to plan my trade and to know that I'm not going to have the risk against me that you might have if a short goes horribly wrong. Yeah.
All right.
Also, yeah, I'm going to pass it off to Sharif here. Yeah.
I just want to get to some super chats.
I saw that.
Kyle Burdett, dump it. Absolutely, my friend, absolutely. Well, right now, the futures, they be dumping. So we'll have to wait and see. We could see a 15.2 here. I mean, it's definitely not beyond the realm of possibility there. All right, I am now in NKTX, and this is for half the size that I took initially, and I'm going to give this 3 pennies below 3. So that 297 is my out, but I've told you guys this before. The vacuums of illiquidity on these ones can be real, and they can be very, very aggressive. So why am I telling you this, and what can you do about it? If you have a trigger price for your stop, let's say it's 297 like mine, okay? Make sure that your limit price is at least 5-6 pennies more or south of your trigger price. So if you trigger to sell at 297 and you're using a limit order, make sure that your bottom limit is like 292. And that's because you could find areas of illiquidity there where one guy comes in and he just takes out all the different levels and it skips through your order. And all of a sudden you're having using the flatten key and your slippage is like 10 pennies, 5 pennies, whatever the case may be. So I'm using a bit of a wider spread between my trigger price and my limit price on this one. We're going to give it to a little bit south of 3. We're long at 10s. It wasn't the price that I wanted. I would have been rather long 7s, but I had to give it a bit more time. Here we go, down into 3, so I may get stopped out any time now. Let's see if 3 holds. Not much size here on the book to defend 3, so definitely an iceberg buyer there for now. But we'll see if this one breaks or not. I'm seeing some mixed signals here on the tape, some orange coming in with some blue. Orange, in case you're just joining and wonder what the heck that is on the side over here. Orange means above the ask. Blue means below the bid. Red is at the bid. Green is at the ask. And yellow is in the middle, right? So that's why I did it that way. And I didn't actually set it up. Somebody set it up for me, but I've loved it, and I want to leave it that way for good. Definitely an iceberg buyer here at 3. There's no way we've been hanging out at 3 for that long without an iceberg, especially with the amount of size reflected there. In case you're wondering what the hell an iceberg is, what is this guy talking about, Titanic? No, an iceberg order is essentially what it sounds like. You only show some of your order. So, like if you say you have an order for 50,000 shares at $3, it either won't show any of it or only show partially some of it here on the book, and the other part is hidden. Now, there is a good side and a bad side to that. The good side is you hide your order from the market. The bad side is you're kicked to the back of the line, meaning that if there's an order priority to get filled, you get the last of that. You will not be first in order of priority to get filled. So there's good and bad to it. Right now, definitely 3 is holding. There's definitely an iceberg at 3, but for how long? When do the sellers overwhelm buyers? We've been dancing at this 3 level for a while. Looks like we're going to move up a little bit here, but if I took anything from that was I'm not the only person looking at $3 as a critical level here on NKTX. There's somebody else's, somebody with a lot more money. So we'll have to wait and see if that level holds or whether it's just a moment in time and it doesn't really mean much later and Huadun can break 3, right? So we'll have to wait and see. Trying to exercise some patience here, but I did like the level. I do like it, 1, because of the whole dollar level, 2, because it's VWAP, and 3, there was a lot of consolidation price action at 3 initially, so the price action jives with my thesis so far. So we'll have to wait and see back up to 310, so we defend 3 for now, but for how long? Who knows? All right, let's see what else is being said here. Anything? All right, ACK, yes, ACK. I like that name, ACK. Yeah. ACK wants to know the recipe to my treats. Now, we've done a video about this before, but it's probably long gone in the Instagram stream. So get your pens, your papers, or start recording, whatever you do. It's quite simple. Keep it simple, stupid, right? Here it is. I'm going to give you the double dose of what I make. I make double the amount. This is actually supposed to be half. 4 cups of rolled oats. Take out those 4 cups of rolled oats and grind them, make them powder. Powderize, is that a word? Powderize?
I think it is.
We're going to go with it. Powderize the rolled oats. It's actually put it in a blender, make it a powder, 4 cups of rolled oats. Put that in a big metal or aluminum, bowl, okay? And then you're going to throw in 4 scoops of chocolate protein. You want to use vanilla? Go ahead. I've used vanilla. I've used chocolate. 4 scoops of protein, okay? And then you're going to throw some cinnamon on there. And then you're going to throw in some salt on there to your liking. Spice it to your liking. And then you're going to have all that's a powder, right? You're going to take a spoon, you're going to mix all that powder together so you get a good consistency. And you'll be able to tell the consistency based on the color. It'll be one homogeneous color, okay? So that's the first step. Second step, you're going to take 1 cup of honey, because we're going to go healthy here. 1 cup of honey, and you throw that bad boy all over. Make sure to distribute it equitably on the powder. And then you're going to take 1 cup of peanut butter, and you're going to make that bad boy, you're going to throw that bad boy on there too. And then you're going to take off your watch and your bracelet, and you're going to get in there, and you're going to work that, you're going to knead that, and mix it all together. And then you're going to put it on a flat tray, put some parchment paper, wax paper, whatever, on the tray, put all that on there. It should be very thick and like doughy, and then flatten it out, cut it into pieces, put it in the fridge, leave it a few hours, and thank me later. I love these treats. Everybody on the floor loves them too. And NKTX is moving up here, Adara. $3 is holding. We're at 3 1/4. Let's see if we can do better.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Also, yeah, the treats out. Someone said I made a face at the honey. I make a lot of faces. I like honey. I think it's cool that it was honey. I think, if anything, I was surprised. Also, I'm watching GM dance around VWAP here.
Dance.
I pulled that one up because I saw, I guess it delays the EV truck production at the Michigan plant to match EV demands. We're still up on the day on our friend GM. I also want to look at Ford. You know, Big 3 Auto, what have you. Ford's also up on the day. Ford is another one that seems to be of interest around the VWAP area. We flew up at open. Well, fly is a strong word. We had a 5-minute candle up at open, kind of continued to climb, been pretty strong, and then kind of when the whole market around 12 was struggling a little bit, it kind of fell with those trends. But it's still up on the day, and I would love to see what it does at VWAP. I am very interested in that movement. I'm just trying to see if there's anything new on our... Oh, I guess, yeah. So yesterday, Ford, Bill Ford had, I guess, pleaded to end the UAW strike. Doesn't look like there's any info on that yet, but yeah, he basically was like, we just need an end to this. Like, try to come to an end, because it's been going on for a while. Also, what's been going on for a while is NVIDIA's dip at VWAP. We got out of NVIDIA, you know, we got out around 438, so nothing horrible. We didn't, I think we lost like less than $1 on this trade. Obviously still not perfect, but yeah, basically it was like a situation of, I noticed it dropping, I acted faster than we did on this faded first, or not first, but second NVIDIA trade here. Yeah, but like now we were below 436. We've recovered a bit. We're dancing around that 437, hoping to go back to 438. But yeah, it looks like this wasn't purely an NVIDIA move. This was kind of the whole market, but I feel like NVIDIA got hit particularly hard. Tesla, on the other hand, still dancing around that 254, 255 area. Yeah, like unlike NVIDIA, which had a couple 5-minute candles to the downside, Tesla had that one swoop and then it kind of came climbing back up. It's been oddly resilient today, still positive on the day, although also, to be fair, it didn't have NVIDIA's news hurting it earlier. What with the chip halting to China, some of those AI chips. However, though, NVIDIA did say... NVIDIA did say, though, apparently that they don't see this super impacting their business, but it did impact their stock today. But yeah, long story short, it seems to have been hit harder than the other mega caps still because of that news. Google also just hitting the downside, trying to climb up above that 139 here. Yeah, really strange mixed day for mega caps, unless you're doing intra-candle trading, which I've been enjoying all day. But yeah, I mean, quick ins and outs. It seems a little sketchy for me for long-term longs. Also of note, Meta hitting that 322, so congrats to Sean on that, because Meta is having a nice swoop to the downside.
Oh yeah, well the future just broke below 15.2. We're finding some support here at 15.2, so alert for your shorts. We're at an interesting level. We saw what we did with 15.2 this morning, where we claimed it and held above it. But you know, it looks like a great move down off that 15.3 rejection, no question about that. And, you know, we were positing that we could see 15.2, and there it is. 15.2 comes in. It comes in, oh, plenty. Why is CNN running in the background here? No, you're going to be closed.
I think you're talking to the CNN window.
In any event, Yeah, 15-2 like we're talking about here on the NQ. We have a couple of minutes left here, Dare, before the big kahunas take over. Keep your eye out on the short. If we reject 15-2 entirely, this market could get real ugly, and we could really move down into some of the lows that we saw today. But we'll have to wait and see what we do at this level. No question about it. All right, the trade that I'm in at the moment, NKTX, we're about 6 pennies in the money. We took some out there through the break of 27. I want to see a higher high now. So we got the hold at $3, and we saw that there was definitely an iceberg, a hidden buyer at $3. There's no doubt about that in my mind, especially with the size that was reflected there on the book. But for the move up, we're gonna need to do better than 3 1/4. We're talking about 15 pennies off the entry here. I need to see a break and hold above 330, right? So we're half the size, mind you, initially of what we got. So here we go. We're gonna put in some at 333 for a sell. We're at 322 right now, up 117% with a catalyst and a hold off a key level. So I like this trade. I hope that I'll be able to manage it a little bit. Because I got to get to the big desk now with Mr. Brendo. But yeah, NKTX setting up lower high, time to get rid of it, says Marshall. You're entitled to opinion. I do like that. But if we break above this 3.3, and especially if we take that 3.4, we're definitely going to be in, I don't want to say Clearsville, because these small cap gappers can absolutely do anything. But I do take your point. Your point is well noted. We have another crest there at 336. If we don't get and stay above there, that is a lower high with a lower low. So your point well taken, but we'll have to see what it does. It is now 2 o'clock.
It is.
It is 2 o'clock. So Adair and I and Obi and I will see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in as we head into the final couple hours here on what's turning into a pretty negative afternoon. And it's all because of essentially one news